declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. It's Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It's Monday, April 14th, 2025, 10:50 a.m. I am early. I am live. I am alive. It's 56 degrees and cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, but honestly, it's kind of it's pretty sunny in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. And of course, I wasn't streaming yesterday, so that's part of the reason why I'm live early. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. And let me tell you, nothing. That's right. Virtually nothing happened. I ended the broadcast on Saturday night, and then unceremoniously, I thought I was going to stream, as I usually do on Sundays as well. But we actually... Baba ne yapıyorsun? İnanamıyorum yani. İnanamıyorum. Lütfen yapma bir daha hiçbir zaman öyle bir şey. My dad almost showed my straight up home address on camera. Like a packet with my home address. That was crazy. Hey, my brother used to get annoyed by me watching your streams. Remember one time he yelled he was going to sleep. What's wrong with him? But over time, he's actually started watching them and feel like I'm leading him down a good path. So thank you. Hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad that I took a day off. But yeah, personal news wise, like I said, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything yesterday. I ended the broadcast, woke up early, played basketball. Was on fire Sunday morning. Was on fire the first game. Had like 9 points. We still lost, but it was all good. I had like 2 threes. I was shooting at a 90% percentage. It was crazy. Then after that, I shot the podcast. Cutie Cinderella's back finally. Oh my God! After the glorious return of our queen, and then I was going to stream, but it was already too late. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to take the day off today, which is what I did, which is precisely what I did. And I didn't do nothing. I did not do anything. And no, I didn't feel the earthquake that just took place because it was in San Diego. I did not feel it here. It was one of the first times where it was like, I did not feel the earthquake, even though it was a 6. So, what did I do? I watched The Pit. I watched the second episode of Lazarus. I watched The Pit. That's all I did for the most part. Just watched Pit and ate a bunch of delicious Italian sandwiches. And I'm glad that I took a day off because I feel awesome. I wasn't really on any social media all that much either. Like I wasn't monitoring anything. I wasn't like reading anything. I just literally took a day off and I ate poorly. I dropped my diet. I ate poorly. Everything fell apart. Also found out that the main character in Lazarus, like the main villain, is Turkish. So I thought that was interesting. I believe he's a He's a Turkish Jewish guy. The doctor, which is interesting. Very interesting character. Yeah, because he's like, he goes from Istanbul to Tel Aviv and stuff, and born in Istanbul. But no spoilers. Wait, it's not a spoiler, man. What are you talking about? It's literally in the beginning of the second episode. It's not anything that's like remotely spoiling any. Okay, everybody shut up. You'll see if you watch the second episode. It's not like a spoiler at all. John Oliver has an awful anti-China take in his new episode. I haven't really watched a lot of John Oliver, so the Bernie rally was like Paris Fashion Week for ideology merch. I wore the capitalism as voluntary shirt and saw like 8 people wearing the same one. I know. I have not watched the One Piece yet. I have not watched One Piece's new episodes yet. No, I have not. I have not watched it. I'm banking them. I'm banking them so I can watch them in a couple in a row. But yeah, that's it. I know that when I don't stream for one day and then I come back, everyone goes crazy. It's Passover this week for us Jewish chatters. Happy Passover. Thank you for the playlist, the Macy's. I'm live early. I'm ready to freaking pop off. The Utah rally was packed yesterday. Yeah, I saw 16,000 people in Utah. It's pretty crazy. Great show, great turnout. It's something. It's something. It's not nothing. I will tell you that much. All right, so 20,000. Okay, hell yeah. Even the Mormons are rocking with Bernard. That's crazy. Even the Mormons. But yeah, Mormons love Bernard. I love that. That makes me happy. What else was I going to say? Rokana posted on the HP subreddit. What the hell? Dude, I'm so confused by the Rokana momentum. Rokana always never ceases to confuse me. New second thought video could be worth why neoliberalism has to go. Yeah, of course, as a staffer. But what was I? Yeah, the Rokana cycle continues. Okay, so that's it. There's not really much going on in my life other than that. I mean, I am completely oblivious to all things that took place. I read a bunch. The Dark Work Super Soldier from CNN. Oh, nice. As a nurse, I love that the pit hits on those tough topics that most medical dramas overlook. Hospitals don't hire more nurses for profit. They constantly put profits over patients. Yeah, that's why I love that. Unironically, that's why I love the pit. The pit is so good because, like, aside from, gruesome depictions of like all the awful things that are happening to people, from what I understand, it's just like it tracks with everything that I have heard from doctors and nurses that work in emergency rooms, and it literally hits on all of the issues of overcrowded hospitals, overcrowded emergency rooms, hospital administrators focusing on didn't you enjoy the liberal Zionist genocide rally? Yes, I did. I loved it. I'm a liberal Zionist, and I love the genocide, and I loved every moment of it. Yes. Chatters, what do I always say? You have to work within the confines that you have. This is the largest organizational capability we have. I am not going to cast it aside. Many of the people that are in that crowd, if not the damn near entirety of the people in that crowd, are way first of all, you guys are at the Bernie rally. So many people there are way, way, way further along the anti-Zionism than Bernie Sanders himself is. But it doesn't matter because he's bringing in moms, dads, uncles, all of those people, okay? It's an incredibly important important way to organize. Please understand that the Discord circles that you are in, the Discord circuit that you are inside of, is understandably significantly more radical. But if it's causing you to go, hey, the largest motion, the largest momentum happening in terms of organizing, like there is actually bad and wrong, okay, then I don't know what to tell you. He's messaging which Dems avoid and replace with platitudes. I had to debate chatters on how Bernie and AOC speech aren't leftist enough. I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. They're right. They are correct. They're not wrong. Like Bernie being like, Israel has a right to defend itself. It's ridiculous. Okay, what do you mean Israel has a right to defend itself? Big Dog has been 18 months. Like, it's 18 months of genocide. Okay, the people that are upset with that are perfectly valid and perfectly reasonable. But you have to also understand that there's dual use here. Okay. That's it. Like, go to the fucking rallies and recruit instead of just like sitting around and being like, well, I would do it differently. You know what I mean? I understand feeling discouraged when you see someone who you have looked up to, admired, saying ridiculous things. You know what I mean? But it is kind of wild to just, I don't know, cast the entire thing aside when there is no more motion. There's no motion anywhere else. Okay, this is it. All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Reminds me of the chatters taking issue with the order you cover events in, then start your own podcast. No, I just. That's what in saying organizers should take advantage of these crowds to organize them further left. Yeah, like, and it's not like Bernie is against that sort of thing either. Like, the DSA was there, right? I think they should allow for more organizing to take place at these sorts of rallies as well, like directional. These are one of my this is one of my biggest, like, not gripes necessarily, but this is like one of the biggest demands that I have. And who the fuck am I? I mean, obviously I'm just a loser, but it is a thing that I maintain all the time. It's a thing that I reference all the time. It's just like there's more to do at these rallies. Like, making them directional, making them issue specific is a good thing. In any case, where was I? All right, let's blast off. I have inside tea. The Dems were denied a table at the rally. That's funny, but also that makes sense. Did you start early today? Yes, I did. All right. Where was I? Let's blast off. I started after a day of not being live, and instantly I'm like, my brain is already fried. 12 minutes in, it's crazy. Okay. Just go viral on TikTok. Trump, tariff, terror, bum, LA claims he can't send back Maryland resident defying SCOTUS order. So there's also that. Terrifying things are happening. I'll be honest with you. Trump told Bukele American citizens are next. I know he also said that. Trump claims U.S. citizens are next to deport. Dude, it is. Oh yeah, Josh Shapiro, PA Gov Mansion arson. On early after a day off, assume 9/11 happened. Yeah. Bukele. El Salvador is our Auschwitz. Yes, in the most American way. In the most American way possible. We are outsourcing our Auschwitz. I guess Germans kind of did that too, but without like actually conquering additional territory for living room purposes. Exemptions. All right. Let's do it. All right, let's blast off. We need to tariff the concentration camp industry and bring those jobs back home. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're doing some crazy stuff. Yeah. Meanwhile, ICE arrested another ICE black bagged another student protester, by the way. That also just happened. I wish Trump would deport me to a prison in El Salvador so I can show these crybaby libtards that it's not a big deal. Okay, good one, dude. Have you seen the story on the team with the Trump assassination plot? Just joined. Forgive me if you've already mentioned it. Wait, what? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, here, let's blast this off and then we'll talk about the new student that they just black bagged as well. Yeah, a Nazi tried to kill Trump. Wait, what? When? When did that happen? Oh, is it the kid that killed his parents? Is that the one? I briefly saw something, but I didn't. Like 2 days ago, he had a plot to do it, killed his parents first. Yeah, okay, yeah. I heard that. I didn't even pay attention to it. Like I said, dude, this is the new me. When I take a day off, I don't even look at the news. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But yeah, we're gonna do the oval. We're gonna do the oval back and forth, all up and down, because there's a lot to talk about here with the Bukele meeting, where Donald Trump went nutty mode with President Bukele of El Salvador. As you guys know, Nayib Bukele is probably the worst Palestinian descent person out there. Like literally. One of the worst, if not the worst, I would say. It's like him and fucking son of Hamas, like honorary, no longer Palestinians. Like people get mad at like DJ Khaled for not really saying anything about Palestine or doing much about Palestine. But like this guy straight up is the worst. Like yeah, it's him, Richard Hanania, but he is the worst, I think. As far as like Nayib Bukele goes, he started off relatively progressive, focusing on like rehabilitation over incarceration, and then very quickly became like a cryptocurrency guy who was willing to use El Salvador as a fleshlight for Western interests, billionaires, things like that. He is a horrible, monstrous piece of shit. He set up the CCOT facility for anti-terrorism. And since then, there's speculation that he also worked with some of the MS-13 leadership and simultaneously decided to go on this like massive surveillance regime, massive police state regime, where his goons will go up to any street vendor or any village in the middle of the night and just black bag people and do dragnets and then claim that they're all MS-13. And then, 300 people at a time will go and sit in front of a judge who's wearing a balaclava and decide that they're all MS-13, all 300 of them. And then they get disappeared into CCOT where they're tortured. No due process, no care or consideration for human rights. It's truly terrifying. No, it's not like America. It's beyond America, okay? It's a little bit worse. Our American prison system is pretty bad. But at least the things that happen in the buildup to the American prison system there's some semblance of logic and some semblance of order. Yeah, they arrested like 2% of the population. Is beyond USA. Salvi here. I still can't believe how brainwashed he's got former FMLN members to vote for him. I have friends whose parents flew home to vote for him. Yeah, a lot of the Salvadorans they like him. In Latin America, I feel like there's a which way Western man moment, and all the reactionary right wingers they like Bukele, and all of the leftist, socialist adjacent the Latin American countries are not too fond of him. So FMLN is the leftist party of El Salvador. I know, but I'm saying that like he's been able to win a lot of favor amongst all Salvadorans. They're not even deporting. They're sending people to concentration camps. These people can't even just go live in another country. Yeah, that's the other side of this. It is pretty terrifying. And yeah, I mean that's the brief little background on Nayib Bukele, right? That's the brief background on Nayib Bukele. Very far right, very reactionary. Interestingly enough, Donald Trump used to shit on Bukele a lot and would claim that like Nayib Bukele was also dumping his asylum, dumping his own MS-13 gang members directly into the United States of America. But I guess they've patched that up. They've patched their relationship seemingly as he is using the CCOT facility as a slave labor concentration camp that we have outsourced to El Salvador. Truly horrifying stuff that's taking place here. Yeah, this is the especially horrifying part of this. Before the pool entered, this exchange was captured on the El Salvador government's live stream. Trump endorses sending homegrown U.S. prisoners to El Salvador, meaning American citizens to notorious foreign prisons.
People wanted to change their weapons, and they wanted to. They demanded, they love you, they love what you do. I'm not for your support. I want them to do, for homegrown criminals next. Yeah. I said, homegrowns are next. The homegrowns, you got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
He says the homegrown ones are next. You guys built about 5 more spaces. He goes, yeah, we got space. It's not a Twitter video issue. This is not supposed to be live, chat. This is a hot mic. This is a hot mic, okay? This is not, we were not supposed to hear this. Before, as Jonathan Lemire, co-host of the Morning Show, says, this is before the pool entered. This exchange was captured on the El Salvador government's live stream. Trump endorses sending homegrown U.S. prisoners to El Salvador, meaning the American citizens to notorious foreign prisons. And it's not even just a hot mic. I believe this is something that the Trump administration has talked about already. It's something that Bukele has talked about already. So that's it. To be fair, he said it before. He said it shortly thereafter in the press pool too. Yeah. It's not something that they're hiding. Here's a question. Are you deporting Are you considered deporting American citizens to El Salvador? Trump says, yeah, that includes them. You think they're a special type of people or something?
Open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador? Does that include potentially U.S.?
People on Twitter are already defending it. We're so fucking cooked. Yeah. I mean, they're Nazis. There's not really anything else I can say about that. That's it. It's here. It's happening. They're fucking fascists. They're really horny for this kind of violence. They don't really consider that this kind of violence may actually impact them in the long run. I don't know. This is every single day that goes by. Like, I joke about it being Burger Reich or whatever, but like, it's not really a joke. These guys are actually straightforward, blood-curdling fascists. They are baying for blood. They want it. They're excited at the prospect for this kind of structure to become legally calcified. They want to test the boundaries. They're testing the boundaries right now in terms of like what they can get away with. They've already eradicated any sort of mechanism of pushback. There's not a lot of work you can get. Like, one of the most important and yet like somewhat quiet actions that the Trump administration took was against law firms. Okay. And we obviously covered it here, but there wasn't like that much anger or resentment towards this, partially because it's like there's outrage fatigue. It's impossible to pay attention to all the things that they're doing. But the reason why it was very significant, the reason why Donald Trump's attacks against law firms was very significant is because they basically came in and said, if you don't do pro bono work for us, we won't let you into federal buildings. And if you can't go into a federal building, you can't practice law. Like, you can't talk to your clients. Like, they basically said, you have to, you can't go against us. There are very few law firms that are still capable or interested in fighting back against them, against this government. Please stop. I don't care about the CCOT facility thing right now, okay? I know. This is like...
I just saw this video.
Are these bodies and blood? I know. It's just the CCOT facility. Does it have bodies and blood? Is that what it is? Once again, eyes on the prize here. You guys always hyper-focus. Liberals have this fundamental inability to understand larger schemes that are happening in broad daylight, where they have to focus on like some kind of conspiratorial aspect to all of this, okay? Please stop. Lock in. I don't even know if that is real. I don't even know if they're just like fucking killing people, assassinating them, and just like dumping them into a mass grave in the way that people are talking about. But I do know that they are doing horrifying torture. We know that already. We've seen it. It's not like they're hiding that part of it. Bro, pay attention on taxes on USA law firms. Regular folk don't know the importance. Anyway. But why send criminals to another country? I thought our prisons were for profit and want as many as possible. I think that the CCOT alignment is going to work where Eric Prince, from what I've read, Eric Prince Academy, right? Like private mercenaries are going to take over some of the logistics from the Department of Homeland Security. That's number one. Number two, they're most likely going to do a joint partnership with American corporations, I suspect, like American private prison corporations, where they can open up these facilities or manage these facilities, these concentration camps, for pennies on the dollar, as opposed to having them operate on U.S. soil, where there are at least some kind of constitutional hurdles that they have to avoid. So I suspect that they will utilize they'll utilize El Salvador, purchase the land, engage in a land lease agreement with the Salvadoran government, and it will still be like, American private prison corporations will make money off of this, I suspect. By sending them to another country, it becomes foreign policy too. That's what Trump has started saying. Yeah. There's a bunch of reasons as to why sending them to El Salvador is a benefit for a fascist administration like this. And we're seeing it. One of the benefits from their perspective is Well, we can't return them. Even when the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, says you have to return this person, you were not supposed to send this person. This person is an active withdrawal, as in due process kicked in. He went through the court system. The American government literally cleared a higher, this person, this Maryland resident, cleared a higher standard of proof to get a withdrawal to El Salvador, as in the asylum application beyond that is easier to prove. It is harder to prove a withdrawal to El Salvador than it is to get an asylum application through. Okay? That's precisely the reason why the Supreme Court gave a unanimous decision on the facilitation of the return of this, or withdrawal, withholding, sorry. Thank you, Jay Mershon. Like, there are different mechanisms to defend yourself against, like, deportation. A withholding of removal to El Salvador, which is where he's from, is a de facto harder to prove in courts than getting an asylum application done. And it means de facto that, like, you're not supposed to remove this person. You're not supposed to deport this person. Or even if this person was to, I don't know, do something heinous, right? Like a deportable crime, they would not be able to deport him to El Salvador. They would deport him somewhere else. But this person never did that, for the record. He's not a part of any gang. He has, as far as I understand, there's no crime that he's committed. And yet, the actual crime that was committed in this process was done by the government, which then admitted to the wrongdoing. Anyway, let's continue with this, and then we'll do...
Citizens fully naturalized American.
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What, do you think there's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have...
With a simple administrative error, the U.S. now has wholesale SCOTUS approval to illegally detain and deport any U.S. citizen that they want. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far, but... yeah, Donald Trump is now entertaining the notion of kidnapping, blackbagging, and shipping off American, natural-born U.S. citizens to a different country. This is new. This is new territory. A lot of the stuff that they're doing is new territory, for the record. Straw man argument too strong. It's not even a straw man. There is no straw man that he's engaging in. He just, like, made up a couple cases that are gruesome in his mind and said, yeah, we're going to ship those guys off to El Salvador. Okay, we're going to ship those guys off to the El Salvador torture slave facility. Aaron Rupar spread propaganda against Bangladesh. Why are you following him? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but follow policing Aaron Rupar is pretty funny. Yeah, he just is a compiler of all these clips. Yes. I didn't even know that was a thing that he had done, but that's pretty funny. I don't agree with Aaron Rupar. I follow him because he does this. He clips stuff. That's all he's good for.
You said that
aren't people just going to revolt if this admin goes full fascist like this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. Especially on this stuff. On the deportation stuff, I think a lot of people are utterly oblivious. They are utterly oblivious to the actions that this administration is taking. And I think on the Israel stuff, on the deportation stuff, which goes hand in hand, It is far more consequential than the fucking trade wars, okay? And this isn't to say that, like, the tariffs and the exemptions are not consequential. It's far more consequential than the Doge cuts, which isn't to say that those Doge cuts aren't consequential. But this, ironically enough, this thing that not enough people are paying attention to is far more significant for our future. Because the reality of the matter is, you do the Doge cuts, people revolt, okay? People rise up. Let's say they fire every federal employee, right? And then the people go, what the fuck are you doing? You just fired every single person. How dare you? You start protesting in the street. His administration comes in and black bags key leadership in those protests, and they ship him off to El Salvador. Boom. All of a sudden, there's nothing. You can't do anything. There's no free speech anymore at this point. There's no due process anymore at this point. And when you get deported to the CCOD facility, you have no way of return. So it doesn't even matter. It is one of due process and First Amendment rights are the most consequential remaining the most consequential remaining protections that we have that they are actively destroying. And ironically, the sad state of affairs is that many of these people are either completely oblivious to this stuff. I've been ringing the alarm bells on this for quite a while now. And I think that most Americans are completely either A, oblivious to this shit, or B, perhaps even worse than being oblivious, the ones who are knowledgeable about what's going on here are in support of it. They are championing it. It's a truly terrifying predicament.
If the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You know, you have no credibility. Please, go ahead.
President Trump, thank you so much. How many illegal criminals are you planning?
Yeah. You said this. You said that if SCOTUS says someone needed to be returned, you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. Why don't you say, isn't it wonderful we're keeping criminals out of the country? Like, that's his reaction to this. Is you are in violation of the Supreme Court orders. Here, we'll just watch the full thing. But basically, the question is, Mr. President, you are directly in violation of the Supreme Court orders. What do you have to say about this? And his response is, it's great. It's great that we're keeping terrorists out of this country. By the way, for the record, there is no evidence whatsoever. There's only evidence to the contrary. Okay, of this wrongly deported U.S. man, this Maryland resident, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. There is no evidence whatsoever that he's in MS-13. There's only evidence to suggest that he is directly in the crosshairs of MS-13, and yet. And this is something that the federal government has also personally acknowledged. And yet they still, on the one hand, say he's MS-13, and then also on the other hand, say there's no way we can bring him back.
With you because you want to stop crime, and so do we. And it's very, very effective. And I want to just say hello to the people of El Salvador and say they have one hell of a president. Okay, and I mean that, and I know him well. I know him as a very young man, Marco, even younger than you. You know, he started pretty young.
He'll always be younger.
Young at heart. But I want to thank you for the great job you're doing. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Well, it's an honor to be here in the Oval Office with the President and leader of the free world. We're very happy, and we're very eager to help. We know that you have a crime problem, a terrorism problem that you need help with. And we're a small country, but if we can help, we will do it. And we actually turned the murder capital of the world, that was the journalists call it, right? Murder capital of the world, into the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. And, you know, sometimes they say that we imprison thousands. I like to say that we actually liberated millions. So, you know, like,
That's very good. Who gave him that line? Do you think I can use that?
yes. And in fact, Mr. President, you have 350 million people to liberate. Yeah. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some. You know, that's the way it works, right? You cannot just, you know, free the criminals and think crime is going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism. And it can be done. I mean, you're doing it already. And I'm sure that people have seen the change.
Why is he sucking Trump / America's boot? What do you mean? This is the dream for him. Everybody knows that if you want to have a permanent dictatorship till the end of time, you, especially in a Latin American country, you have to be America's dog. That's how you get all the benefits. You get money, you get political support. That's it. These are all of his wishes being realized in broad daylight in real time. Bukele has been able to generate a lot of goodwill, partially as a consequence of how violent MS-13 was, and how much people were, you know, how much people just could not deal with the impact of MS-13's violence, and basically turned his police apparatus into a gang that is even more powerful than MS-13, partially while collaborating with MS-13, potentially collaborating with MS-13 as well. This is the suspicion that people have.
The streets, a long way to go because you're just initiating your second term, but it's clear that, you know, with the numbers.
What is this? Oh my God, you guys shit on Bukele way too much. Yeah, he's authoritarian, but you guys don't shit on Xi Jinping like this. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? What kind of industrial policy has Nayib Bukele implemented in El Salvador? Like, what do you mean? He's just like a straightforward right-wing dipshit fascist. Like, that's it. His claim to fame here is basically building slave labor prisons and holding people unjustifiably in said slave labor prisons, like no due process whatsoever. Virtually every single humanitarian organization has been writing extensively about the CICOT facility and how horrifying it is. I think the horrifying aspect of CICOT in and of itself is obvious to everyone, right? You either get put into the slammer where you have no daylight, you don't see any light whatsoever, you're in pitch black darkness, isolated from everybody else, or when you're in general population, you're under constant surveillance and constant light where you can't even sleep. Okay, sleep deprivation is the norm in these facilities. But outside of that, you have very little opportunity to speak with the outside world, very little opportunity to speak with your lawyers, and no way to combat an unjustifiable imprisonment. You don't have to sympathize with MS-13 in this process. You have to recognize that, one, these are torture facilities, okay? And two, more importantly than the fact that these are torture facilities, the people that are being put into these torture facilities, it's because Hasan can't relate. He never went when crime was rampant. Oh, yeah. He got rid of crime. I don't know. You think you understand how bad it was? Chatters, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, listen to my words, okay? I'm explaining why people still believe in Bukele. And I'm also telling you how fucking stupid it is to make the assumption that crime is gone now. It's done in El Salvador. It doesn't exist. When you got the government doing the fucking crime. What will it take for one of your fucking family members to get black bagged and falsely considered to be MS-13 for you to go, okay, maybe this wasn't the best idea? He imprisoned 2% of the fucking population, dude. What are we talking about? There's already plenty of evidence to show that his police force goes in. Yeah, that's why I said my family's from El Salvador. Yes, dumb fuck. That's why I said, what will it take when one of your family members gets fucking black bagged and sent to CCOT and you know that they're not a part of MS-13? Well, is that when you will comprehend what is happening? I'm not saying the situation was better in the past. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that the heavy-handed nature of these apprehensions and the lack of due process and the torturous conditions within the facilities implies that the criminal leadership has exchanged hands. It went from MS-13 to fucking Nayib Bukele. Salvadoran that studies violence here. First of all, double fuck Bukele forever and always. And I doubt Kilmer is dead, despite what TikTok believes. And if he is, then it was the state that killed him. People overlooked it in CCOT. Rival gangs are incarcerated next to each other. And there has not, to my knowledge, been an issue with that. Instead, the state has been responsible for killing and torturing people. Yeah. There's also suspicion that Bukele himself, in a deal not dissimilar to like previous deals that Mexican leadership have done with the cartels, most likely also cut a separate side deal with MS-13 as well, which is part of the reason why he wanted the American MS-13 leadership that was apprehended to be sent expeditiously to El Salvador before they were able to make public statements about the collaborative nature of MS-13 and Nayib Bukele. I feel like gang unity might arise because of such horrific treatment. I mean, there's not really much you can do. It's a concentration camp. Yeah. This is the size of El Salvador overlaid over Dallas, Texas. Why would we send anyone there besides nefarious reasons? Is Guantanamo, without having to talk to Cuba, it's ideal for Trump? Exactly. You think we don't have facilities to deal with this shit? Of course we do. It's just this way you get to wash your hands over the death camp happening on U.S. soil. Did you not see that I said only the worst are sent to CCOT and the rest focus on rehab? CCOT is the worst. No, you're wrong. You're just, I think you're delusional. You're absolutely wrong. No, it's not the worst of the worst that are sent to CCOT, dumb fuck. What are you talking about? That's the entire problem here. No, it's random people, random street vendors, for example. It's whoever the fuck the police decide is MS-13, and there's no due process. That's kind of the whole problem here happening in America as well. You're just making shit up. No, Nayib Bukele initially wanted to focus on rehabilitation, focus on solving the underlying economic problems where crime manifests. That's true. That is how Nayib Bukele actually rose to power, and then very quickly was like, yeah, fuck all that. They literally grab people for tattoos, even if it's not MS-13 related tattoos. They grab people for being street vendors if they've been threatened by MS-13. It has nothing to do with actual MS-13 gang activity. The idea that it's like the most rugged of the MS-13 criminals that are being shipped into the facility is wrong. And that is just for the Salvadorans. Like, we're not even talking about the people that we've shipped over there. Okay? It's outlined in this article. El Salvador named one of the world's safest countries. At what cost? El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele declared an initial month-long state of emergency in March 2022 due to heightened gang violence and a wave of murders, according to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. So far, the state of emergency has been renewed 30 times, the latest of which was announced by the Salvadoran Legislative Assembly on October 4th. To date, this tool has allowed 604 days without homicides and the arrest of more than 82,000 people linked to gangs. In addition, it has positioned the country among the safest in the world. The state of emergency suspended several Salvadoran rights and freedoms as per the OAS. 1. Right of assembly, freedom of association, right to be informed of the reasons for detention, inviolability of correspondence and telecommunications. Regardless, the entity does recognize a constant decrease in homicide cases, with the rate per 100,000 people going from 21.2 in 2020 to 4.9 in 2023. Okay? The alleged human rights violations. El Salvador has been called out for massive human rights violations, including thousands of arbitrary detentions and violations of due process, as well as torture and ill treatment, according to Amnesty International. In a report published on December 2023, the organization detailed a rise in systematic detentions, forced disappearances, and instances of torture since the introduction of the state of emergency. There's also suspicion that he most likely did a secret deal with MS-13 The other suspicion also is that the government is not correctly clocking the murders as well. They're just not they're just not reporting the murders potentially and the disappearances to artificially lower the fucking murder rate as well. And it's been successful in terms of propaganda. It's been successful. The remaining Salvadoran population that isn't imprisoned love it. They love him and they love this. That's how terrifying the MS-13 crime situation was to begin with. Okay? So you're just going to speculate? No, there's plenty of evidence as to why there is a secret side deal that he... wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. I just got to do something here. Okay. Washington Post covered it as well. Bukele agreed to accept hundreds of suspected gang members living in the United States. In return, he wanted the U.S. to send him less than a dozen MS-13 gang members in U.S. custody. Why was he so intent on getting the MS-13 guys? Washington Post reports. Some Salvadoran analysts believe Bukele wants the gang leaders back so they won't testify about his government's involvement with them and potentially put him in legal trouble. If these returns of Salvadoran gang members continue, it takes away the possibility that the U.S. judicial system will open a case against Bukele for negotiations and agreements with terrorist groups, said Juan Martinez de Bucion, an anthropologist who has studied the gangs. Bukele has denied making deals with gangs. Such negotiations by his predecessors were highly unpopular domestically. A lot of ultra conservative people and even non-conservative people in El Salvador like Bukele. They think he has been able to put a dent in the crime that MS-13 is engaged in, and to a certain degree, it has been successful. The problem here, however, is not that the incredible torture prison scheme that he has created is horrifying in and of itself. The issue also is that they're grabbing random people off the street with no due process. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, if you become the crime, if the government becomes the MS-13 gang, then yeah, technically there is no crime because it's a fucking police state. Operational autonomy. Just curious, what kind of deal would he make with MS-13? What does MS-13 get? Yeah, this is similar to what narco politics looks like in Mexico as well, as the chatter correctly points out. Operational autonomy and legal immunity in some cases, as long as they stay within government boundaries. Don't fuck up the bag too much. Then why are his approval ratings so high? I don't know. Think about the United States of America. The United States of America is an even better analog to this, because the rates of crime, specifically violent crime, are nowhere near as high as El Salvador. And yet the people were made to believe that there is like an undocumented migrant crime panic that has taken place in this country, and therefore are totally fine with these sorts of insane, unprecedented schemes that the Trump administration is engaging with right now. It's directly Hitlerian policy, and most people are either A, oblivious to it, or B, the ones who are aware of it are in support of it. So think about how that can happen. Try to analyze how that can happen in a country where there isn't the same level of fucking crime. And then think about what it would look like, how bloodthirsty normal Americans would be like if there was that level of crime as well. The United States Department of State also recognized these allegations in their El Salvador Human Rights Report in 2023, signaling arbitrary killings, cruel treatment by security forces, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, and extensive gender-based violence as some of the barriers which have undermined President Bukele's security strategy. The Socorro Judicio Humanitario Foundation, which provides free legal advice to innocent Salvadorans criminalized by the state of emergency, has reported 315 deaths of incarcerated people since the establishment of the measure in 2022. The most prevalent causes of death signaled by the association are violence and lack of medical attention, although unknown causes of death have increased in 2024. These people only had the right to a hearing for the imposition of captivity measures, after which they died under the guardianship of the state. Amnesty International also explained that the widespread pattern of arbitrary arrest targets people from marginalized communities especially, which already suffer from crime and extreme poverty. The conditions that inmates experience within these prisons has also been heavily denounced by human rights organizations. As per the OAS, incarcerated individuals are stripped down to their underwear, placed in small cells where they sleep on the floor, and do not have access to clean water or food. So the torturous conditions are already fucking inhumane and unacceptable. Even when they are torturing MS-13 gang members, by the way, just so you understand. But the major problem here on top of that is that it's not all MS-13 gang members. It's not all rugged criminals. It's just what the state has decided is a fucking rugged criminal. Yeah, Salvadoran here who's been and is going again this year. Reason for Bukele's high popularity is because living conditions have improved. It's just that simple. So they see the improvement and think, well, it's working, and either don't care or see it as necessary. They've fallen for the propaganda. And for the record, we're talking about what's going on in El Salvador, but what's happening in El Salvador is no longer just about El Salvador, because we're sending Americans to this torture facility. Okay? And the reasons as to why we're doing that, the reasons as to why we're sending Americans or, legal permanent residents and potentially Americans down the line to this torture slave camp without due process, with no mechanisms to bring back these people, even if the Supreme Court demands that they bring back these people, is because we want to have an unaccountable torture slave labor colony that is not on U.S. soil, where we can just like ship enemies of the state to. And considering that the Trump administration is entertaining the notion of even drawing fucking penises on a Tesla as an act of terror, that can mean anyone and everyone. It's very weird that a lot of people refuse to recognize how this will fuck them down the line. It is shocking.
The border, you know, when even in Democrat-run cities, they get a help from the work you're doing. So I'm really happy to be here, honored, and eager to help.
Well, we had a terrible thing happen. We had an administration that allowed people to come in freely into our country from not only South America, but from...
Tip, don't blow up a car. Yeah, okay, man. Blowing up a car, by the way, is a crime. It's just totally separate from a crime that can get you as an American citizen to be black bagged and shipped without due process to a fucking slave camp where you might die. Okay? What are you talking about? Like, what are we doing? What is this attitude? Just fucking kill everyone then, you know? That's the, like, this is the logical conclusion that so many dumb, mouth-breathing fascists come to, where it's just like, oh, you did a crime? Fucking die. I'm gonna kill you. Like, that's what you're saying. No reason. I've just decided you've done a crime, and therefore, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna shoot you dead. And it's awesome that they're doing that. Like, you have no imagination on how this could one day harm you, okay?
All over the world, many from the Congo in Africa, Asia, all over the world, Europe, rough parts of Europe. And they came from prisons, and they came from mental institutions, and they came from gangs, and the gangs of Venezuela and other places.
I don't do crime.
And
dog. Normal daily activities that you engage in today could be considered a crime tomorrow. How is this difficult to understand? You are a fucking idiot. Also, it doesn't matter if you do a crime. If there's no due process, someone can just say you are doing a crime and black bag you anyway. That's the whole point of eroding due process. If there's no free speech, for example, and no due process, for example, these are two things that the Trump administration is eroding at this moment. Someone could just decide that they don't like the thought crime that you engaged in and black bag you. The only thing holding this entire structure together for you in your mind is the fantasy that it will never happen to you or a loved one. You don't actually need to do something. If there's no due process, someone could just claim that you did something and it's enough for you to get fucking sent to the slave labor camp.
hundreds of thousands and even millions of them came. 21 million people altogether, but many of the people that came, just a tremendous percentage of them were criminals, in some cases violent criminals. We had 11,088 known murderers. Half of them murdered more than one person. This was allowed by a man who, what he did to our country is just unbelievable. So we're straightening it out. We're getting him out. But what they did and what that party did to our country, open borders, anybody could come in. As soon as I heard that, I said, every prison's going to be emptied out into our country. That's what happened. And we're straightening it out. And we just had numbers. We had the highest recruiting numbers in the history of our country going into police departments. And a year ago, we had the lowest numbers. You couldn't hire a
biggest
police.
change. Yeah.
Nobody's
From
ever
the
seen.
lowest to the highest.
And the military
said,
now,
okay.
Marines, the Army.
Okay, do you understand the point, though? Do you understand how this is dangerous for everyone, including yourself? No matter how dumb you are, even the dumbest person, I think, can be convinced that they are also under threat.
Air Force, Coast Guard. Every slot is, I mean, we have the best numbers we've ever had. We call it recruitment numbers, and we've never had anything like it. We had records on at every single level. But very important, the policemen. The policemen are joining forces now that we're having a hard time with policemen because we weren't protecting our police.
Yeah.
And we cherish our police. The police are great, and the firemen and everybody else. But we have the highest numbers that we've ever had, the most enthusiasm. We have great enthusiasm and on trade and other things. We're doing great. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars. We made 2 weeks ago. I gave them a little bit of a pause because you have to show a little flexibility. But we go back to what we have to do. The markets have been very strong once they got used to it. But we were losing $2 billion a day. There's no company big like this, but this is the biggest deal ever made. Now we're making $3 billion a day. We're a great country, but we had stupid people running this country, and I can say it. What they've done to us at the border should never and can never be forgotten. It's a sin, what they did, and you are helping us out, and we appreciate it.
Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable. It has dropped, what, 95%? It's incredible.
Okay. As of this morning, 99%, 99.1% to be exact.
Why are those numbers not in the media?
Well, they get out with the fake news, like CNN over here doesn't want to put them out because they don't like putting out good numbers. They only like putting out because I think they hate our country, actually.
Yeah,
but it's a shame. You're right. Isn't that a great question? Why doesn't the media? Why don't they put out numbers?
Yeah, 99%. I mean, it's crazy, right?
We're doing
it's
great.
A crazy turnaround.
Christy, could you maybe say a couple of words about the border? How we're doing?
It's just been absolutely phenomenal what a great leader can do. Clear direction. Our laws matter. We should only have people in our country that love us, and the Border Patrol and our ICE officers and law enforcement officers have done fantastic work. So we're proud of them. Now we just need to get the criminals and murderers and rapists and dangerous gang members and terrorist organizations out of our country. So, Mr. President BUKELE, we thank you very much for your partnership. It has been wonderful for us to be able to have somewhere to send the worst of the worst and someone to partner with.
This entire conversation is happening on the heels of a person who demonstrably is not the worst of the worst, that the American federal government has actively admitted was not the worst of the worst. The El Salvador president refusing to order the return of the wrongly deported U.S. man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, okay, despite a unanimous Supreme Court decision, 9-0 Supreme Court decision, in direct violation of the Supreme Court's orders, that the Trump administration is utilizing the language surrounding the Supreme Court's unanimous decision to their advantage, while also simultaneously saying that they have no interest in facilitating this anyway. The president of El Salvador said in a meeting with Donald Trump at the White House on Monday that he would not order the return of a Maryland man who was deported in error to a Salvadoran mega prison. The question is preposterous, Nayib Bukele said in the Oval Office on Monday, where he was welcomed by Trump and spoke with the president and members of his cabinet. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I'm not going to do it. This person is not a terrorist. This person is not even in MS-13. This person is in the crosshairs of MS-13. The American judiciary, the American justice system found that this person was not only not MS-13, but also simultaneously in under threat from MS-13 if he were ever to be sent back to El Salvador. Okay? The government said, we cannot deport this person because you don't usually deport someone to another country in any case. But even if there was a situation where this person committed an act so vicious that they were deportable, they cannot be deported to El Salvador. Okay? He was in the process of going through his asylum application when he was black bagged and shipped away. And not only did all that happen, not only did all this happen, the federal government also admitted They admitted that it was wrong. They engaged in an administrative error and falsely deported this person to El Salvador. He added, I don't have the power to return him to the United States, and said he would not release the man into El Salvador either. I'm not very fond of releasing terrorists into the country. The comments came a day after the Trump administration claimed that it's not legally obligated to secure the return of Alberto Garcia, despite the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that the administration should facilitate bringing him back. Lawyers for the Justice Department argued in court filings on Sunday that asking El Salvador to return Alberto Garcia from a notorious mega prison should be considered foreign relations and was therefore outside of the scope of the courts. How is the ruling enforceable? No ruling is technically enforceable. The judiciary has the power to persuade. That's it. Nothing else. No, the judiciary, the Supreme Court does not have any mechanism of enforcement beyond what it says goes. If the federal government refuses to follow through on the Supreme Court's decision, you create a constitutional crisis. There is no, that means the entirety of the judiciary is done. It's over. There's no power anymore. Yeah, the judiciary requires a buy-in from the executive and society at large. They have no enforcement mechanism. This is a true constitutional crisis in every sense of the term. Yes. So what's happening right now with Nayib Bukele is the Trump administration basically saying, fuck you going to do about it?
We'd like to continue that partnership because it's been a powerful message of consequences. Mr. President, you wanted people to know that there was consequences if you break our laws and harm our people and endanger families. And this is a clear consequence for the worst of the worst, that we have somewhere to put them.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we even had this gang member from Venezuela, one of the ones you sent, and we interviewed him just to get some information, etc. from them. And he said, oh, well, I got arrested 6 times, but they released me the 6 times, so I should be released again. And then I said, well, what's the last thing you do? And he said, well, I shot a cop in the leg, but I didn't kill him. I just shot him in the leg. And we're like, this guy was arrested 6 times here in the United States, 6 times. He was released 6 times, and in the he was released 5 times, and the last time he was sent to El Salvador, right? So he's not getting released. But the last time he shot a cop, actually, and he shot him in the leg. So these are, like you said, yeah, there's something broken.
It's the liberal establishment, but they're not running things anymore in this country, and we're run by, and I don't say conservative, I don't say anything, we're run by people with great common sense.
Yeah, common sense.
Yeah, that's not the point, is it? That's not who we're talking about right now, is it? Even that guy should still go through the criminal justice system here in the United States of America. If he shot an American cop, he needs to go to American prison. That's my attitude on this issue, but like sending him to fucking El Salvador is insane. It doesn't make any sense. Having said that, however, the overwhelming majority of people that we've sent down to the CCOT facility so far are not even convicted of any sort of wrongdoing. They're not even accused of any sort of wrongdoing. The overwhelming majority have no criminal record whatsoever. They've been grabbed off the streets for erroneous claims with this like incredibly stupid, arbitrary point system that they've designed to be like, oh, you got a tattoo and you're brown? It's over. You're going to fucking CCOT. It's not even about deporting them at this point back to their nation of origin. It's just straight up permanently jailing them in a slave camp. It is fucking insane.
It's all common sense. Yeah. It's not liberal conservative. It's common sense. And, do you allow men to play in women's sports? Do you allow men to box your women and box? Because I know you have a lot of boxing.
That's violence.
That's abuse of a
Violence
woman.
against women,
It's
yeah.
abuse of a
Totally.
woman. But we have people that fight to the death because they think men should be able to play in women's sports.
Why should he get fed in American prisoners with taxpayer money? They're not even citizens. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God. Oh my God. How are we having this conversation over and over and over again every single time? Okay. The American criminal justice system has a higher standard until Donald Trump had a higher standard. Okay. The entire purpose is to make sure that justice is served. You understand? If an undocumented migrant shoots and kill, I doubt that. What do you mean you doubt that? Well, that's not an argument. Okay, never mind. You doubt it. Okay, well, I guess fucking owned. If you or one of your loved ones was wronged by an undocumented migrant or a documented migrant or a U.S. citizen, you want the American courts to at the very least go through the process and punish these people, convict them and charge them of the crimes and the wrongdoing that they engaged in. It's so fucking stupid. I hate that because Americans are so vindictive and so insane when it comes to crime and punishment that they straight up, no, I would want the death penalty. Dude, it's over, man. We are just a nation of bloodthirsty fascists, okay? Every fucking suburb has Adolf Hitler. Like 9-month subscriber, okay? 9-month subscriber, just straight up Adolf Hitler when it comes to crime and punishment. No, I would want the death penalty. Sick. When I hear stuff like this, I do think, you know, not the worst. Not the worst that we have Donald Trump. We kind of do fucking deserve it. Why should legacy Americans care? That's what they want, no? Wait, what? Don't forget, USA is scaring the immigrant working force. How about we stole the most brilliant peoples from the vassal states? What? What are you fucking saying? Did you get hit in the head over the course of the past 3 days? Legacy Americans? Are you LARPing as a Tucker Carlson fan? Like, what the fuck's happening here? İki. 2,5'ta yap. Yaparsan yerim. God damn it.
Sports, and some of those sports, it wouldn't matter much, but it still matters. But some of them are very dangerous for women.
Some years ago, like you said, a decade ago or so, women rights movements were pressuring so that we enacted specific laws to avoid men abusing women. And I think those laws were great because there were a lot of men abusing women. But now some of the same people are trying to backtrack on that and actually trying to make new laws allowing men to abuse women in sports. So actually, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
It's crazy. You know, they have weightlifting records, right?
Yeah.
A woman gets up and sways. She's incredible.
Oh my God. They're fucking talking about like trans athletes. I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. This is such. Ugh. this is what we deserve. This is what we deserve. We deserve the divine punishment that Donald Trump is dishing out to all Americans. We really do deserve it. We're so fucking stupid. We're such dumb hogs, dude. We're fucking championing this. We're like, this is great. This is awesome. Look at our brilliant president doing what's right, combating the real issues, you know? Trans athletes.
Each about 100 pounds. What are you going to do? A record that hadn't been broken in 18 years. You know, they put on an ounce, quarter of an ounce, eighth of an ounce for 18 years. Now they have a guy come up, ping. The whole thing is crazy. But they continue to fight. And I don't like talking about it because I want to save it for just before the next election. I said to my people, don't even talk about it because they'll change. And but I watched this morning, there was a congressman fighting to the death for men.
Documented New York reports that one of the Venezuelans deported to El Salvador was a 19-year-old with no criminal record, no tattoos, and who wasn't even a target of the ICE operation, but ended up sent there anyway. An ICE agent even said he's not the one when arrested. Wilmer only found out his son had been detained after receiving a phone call on March 15th from his nephew, Luis, who lives with them. That morning was their last time together. They had gone around the corner to do their laundry. Later that day, Wilmer said his son met with a friend to get some help with some errands at the American Red Cross. He learned this from Luis, who looked at the situation from inside the apartment. When his son was on his way back, just steps from his home, ICE agents stopped him. The officers grabbed him and two other boys right at the entrance to our building. One said, no, he's not the one, like they were looking for someone else. But the other said, take him anyway. That moment marked the beginning of Wilmer's search for answers. Answers he's still waiting for. This is 19-year-old Merville Gutierrez, who was grabbed off the street in New York City days before he was sent to El Salvador. His family insists he has no connection to Tren de Agua. He doesn't even have any tattoos. 19-year-old, take him anyway. This is Gestapo shit. This is stuff that we learned about in history books. Many of you in this community learned those lessons and are terrified. But some, I think, learned those lessons were like, why don't we do that here? It would be awesome to do that here. And that's why they're championing the doing of that here. Dude, come on, man. Come on. Like, you take a week off. In the midst of all of this, you're like, here's the poop sock. Like, you think this is a good opportunity for a poop sock chatter?
To play against women in sports. And you say to yourself, why? What are they doing, right? What are they doing? But your country's not too big in that.
No, of course not. We're big in protecting women.
Good. Yeah. That's right. It's a very important form of protection. Yeah.
And as you can see, most of my cabinet are women. So
that's impressive.
Yeah.
That's why you're.
And they're not DEI hires or anything. They're just great at what they do. Right?
That's right. This is very impressive.
Yeah,
this is a first. We've had women, but we've never had three of them right here. That's
4 and 3 men.
Look at what we have. You guys feel a little bit mistreated? That's good. I like it. We've been advanced. I've been very advanced in that regard too. We have Pam, who's been so fantastic. Christy, and the most powerful woman they say anywhere.
I know, exactly. They're all afraid of
Susie Wells. They say, oh, she's tough. Yeah. Most powerful woman in the world, according to magazines. What do I know? Yes. But I think she probably is.
Yeah, she probably is.
Yeah, she probably is.
Congratulations.
And you know, Stephen, who's done such a great job. Thank you, sir. We have great people.
Very famous, too.
But we love working with him. He really lets him have it. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's no games.
No. It's very good.
He knows. Do you have any questions, please?
President Trump.
No, let's not start
Mr.
with
President.
CNN because they're just so
Mr. President.
wrong. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. You repeatedly mentioned last night that Russia's attack on Ukraine was a mistake. What is the exact mistake? And have you given Putin a deadline to actually move toward a ceasefire?
The mistake was letting the war happen. If Biden were competent, and if Zelensky were competent, and I don't know that he is. We had a rough session with this guy over here. He just kept asking for more and more. That war should have never been allowed to happen. That war, I went 4 years and Putin wouldn't even bring it up. And as soon as the election was rigged and I wasn't here, that war started. There was no way that war should have been allowed to happen. And Biden should have stopped it. And you take a look at Putin. I'm not saying anybody's an angel, but I will tell you, I went 4 years and it wasn't even a question. He would never, and I told him, don't do it. You're not going to do it. And it was the apple of his eye, but there was no way that he would have done it. All you had to do is lower oil prices. If you lowered oil prices, Biden kept the prices so high because he made it impossible to get it. If you lowered oil prices, you would have never had the war. But you wouldn't have had it with me anyway. That war would have never happened. And I think it's a great abuse. So now what do? You get a country where 25% of its land is gone, and the best locations, where millions of people are killed. You know, you haven't reported accurately the death. And this was Biden's war, and I'm trying to stop it. And I think we're going to do a good job. I hope we're going to do it. They lose 2,500 young people a week, think on average. Now they're Russians and they're Ukrainians, but it's 2,000. We don't care. It's like whatever it is. They're not from your country. They're not from mine. But I want to stop it. 2,500. It's a killing field. It's like the Civil War. You take a look. I look at the satellite pictures. This should not be happening in our time. Of course, our time can be pretty violent, as we know. But that's a war that should have never been allowed to start. And Biden could have stopped it, and Zelensky could have stopped it, and Putin should have never started it. Everybody's to blame.
Have you spoken to President Zelensky, sir, about his offer to purchase more Patriot missile batteries?
Oh, I don't know. He's always looking to purchase missiles. You know, he's against. Listen, when you start a war, you got to know that you can win the war, right? You don't start a war against somebody that's 20 times your size, and then hope that people give you some missiles. If we didn't give them what we gave, remember, I gave them javelins. That's how they won their first big battle with the tanks that got stuck in the mud, and they took them out with javelins. They have an expression that Obama at the time, Obama gave them sheets and Trump gave them javelins. But there's something that should have never happened. It's a really shame. The towns are destroyed. Towns and cities are, largely destroyed. They have the spires, the beautiful spires that go up. They say they were the most beautiful in the world in Ukraine for whatever reason, but the most beautiful in the world, they're mostly laying on their side, shattered and broken. And most importantly, you have millions of people dead. Millions of people dead because of 3 people. I would say 3 people. Let's say Putin, number 1, but let's say Biden, who had no idea what the hell he was doing, number 2, and Zelensky. And all I can do is try and stop it. That's all I want to do. I want to stop the killing. And I think we're doing well in that regard. I think you'll have some very good proposals very soon.
Last question, sir. Have you attributed a motive through the FBI investigation behind the attack on Governor Josh Shapiro over the weekend?
No, I haven't, but the attacker was not a fan of Trump, I understand, just from what I read and from what I've been told. The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. It's probably just a whack job. And certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen.
Is your good relation with President Bukele the best guarantee that this time you won't terminate the temporary protected status?
I have a great relationship with this man. I have the best relationship with him. We've known each other. I've known him since he was a very young man, as I said, very, very young, and I was impressed. I said, look how this guy is. In fact, you sort of look like a teenager. You look like a teenager. I said, what kind of a country is this? He grew up well in the last 5 years.
Do you support the extension for nationals of El Salvador under temporary protected status?
Do you plan to ask him?
Let's hear the question from this very low-rated anchor at CB.
Thank you, President. Do you plan to ask President Bukele to help return the man who your administration says was mistakenly deported? The man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador?
Well, let me ask Pam, would you answer that question?
Sure, President. First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, 2 courts, an immigration court and an appellate.
This is insane to me. Like, the government openly at this point recognizes that they did the wrong thing. And a part of recognizing that this was an administrative error means recognizing the lower court decision, the immigration court decision, to offer this person protected status against deportation from the United States of America, specifically to El Salvador. And they just simply lie over and over again. In the court proceedings that took place, they found out that this person was not a part of MS-13, that the confidential informant that lied to the police that he was MS-13 claimed that he was in New York. This person had never been in New York. On top of that, he was able to prove that if he were to be sent back to El Salvador, his life would be in danger. This is precisely the reason why they got the protections. It's crazy. Why won't reporters fact check them? There is nothing you can do. There's not really much you can do in terms of fact checking. I mean, he also said that Zelensky started the war again. You know what I mean? He's just like lying about so many different things. I mean, look, here it is. The war between Russia and Ukraine is Biden's war, not mine. I just got here and for 4 years during my term had no problem in preventing it from happening. President Putin and everyone else respected your president. I had nothing to do with this war, but I'm working diligently to get the death and destruction to stop. If the 2020 presidential election was not rigged, and it was in so many ways, that horrible war would have never happened. President Zelensky, crooked Joe Biden did an absolutely horrible job in allowing this travesty to begin. There were so many ways of preventing it from ever starting, but that is the past. Now we have to stop. Now we have to get it to stop and fast. So sad. Everything he says is incorrect. Everything he says is a lie. On every issue. Whether it be tariffs, saying that there's going to be exemptions, but no exemptions, saying that like, Xi Jinping's going to call me any day now, and then being like, why won't Xi Jinping call me? Everything. He's just breaking everything. And it's not like things were great already. They weren't. They certainly weren't. Kaya, place.
Appellate Immigration Court ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it. Meaning provide a plane.
So will you return him?
And you are doing a great job. Thank you.
Usted estaría dispuesto
Stephen
a
Miller, wait a minute. Can you just also respond to that question? Because, it's asked by CNN, and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanted because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. But would you answer that question also, please?
Yes, gladly. So, as Pam mentioned, there's an illegal alien from El Salvador. So, with respect to you,
your indigestion is wild. Tums, Xantex, Prilosec. I know this is annoying, but I see you struggle with it every day. You're eating tons of protein for the gains. You got to help out your digestion a bit. Please don't yell at me. What? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't have any indigestion. What the actual fuck are you talking about? You think I use any of those things? I don't know if I should permanently ban this person or give him a week off. Don't yell at me. Dude, be fucking normal, dude. What the fuck is that? Jesus Christ, dude. I think he thinks that I'm, the zins I'm popping are maybe Tums or something. That's what he thinks. Oh, fuck.
He's a citizen of El Salvador. So it's very arrogant even for American media to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States.
That's not true. Every part of what he stated here is wrong. And I know Charlie Kirk posted this as like, oh, he really popped off on this one. He just fucking, I guess that it's cool. You can just lie about all this shit.
As a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13.
That's not true. First of all, that is straight up not true.
When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know, you're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then, by a district court judge, completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and fly him back here. That issue...
Oh, that's kidnapping. That's actually the kidnapping. It's not what we did. What we did was a legal enforcement that we recognized wasn't legal now. But returning that person would be the real kidnapping. Okay, kidnap him and return him then. Who are they talking about? Is this guy's name public? Yes. His name is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. His name is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He's a Maryland resident with a wife and a child. He was a member of a union. It's so insane that they're acting like this is the sovereignty of El Salvador issue. Like, what is this?
She was raised to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0.
This is also an inversion of the truth once again. Here's Ed Whelan's statement on the matter. Outrageous misinterpretation of the Supreme Court ruling. The unanimous court ruled that the district court order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador. Yes, the court also stated that the intended scope of the term effectuate in the district court's order is, however, unclear and may exceed the district court's authority. And it told the district court to clarify its directive with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. But one, due regard doesn't mean that the district court couldn't have any teeth to effectuate. And two, in any event, the district court dropped effectuate from its revised order, so this is all irrelevant. Duty to facilitate continues. As I've said, the Trump administration will probably be able to get away with its bad faith defiance of the court on this matter, but it's appalling that it thinks that anyone is stupid enough to believe that it is actually complying with the court's ruling. Or rather, reversing the court's actual ruling by saying, no, the Supreme Court actually is on our side. The unanimous decision is there to defend our our immigration enforcement action. It's not. It's the exact opposite. If it was in defense of your immigration enforcement action, you wouldn't be playing legalese semantics with the decision. You would just say, the decision is clear as day. The Supreme Court thinks what we did was totally permissible. Instead, you have to hyper focus on what facilitate versus effectuate means. Facilitation doesn't mean that this is an enforceable action, for example. Like that's what it. That's the entire point of contention here. If the unanimous Supreme Court decision was stating that the federal government has the power to do this, they would not have said the federal government has to facilitate a return of the Maryland resident immediately.
Unanimously.
What do they gain by keeping him there? A million different reasons. One, they stand firm and test out the boundaries of the Supreme Court. Two, they basically violate Supreme Court orders without triggering a constitutional crisis, which gives them more opportunity to do this down the line. Three, if he were to be returned, he talks about the horrifying nature of the prisons. You got, 60 Minutes doing a... You set a precedent, you set a scary precedent for the Trump administration that like some of the people that they are interested in unjustifiably sending over to the slave colony can be returned to U.S. soil. And on top of that, they talk about the horrifying conditions there and the horrifying mistreatment that they experience as a Maryland resident. All of a sudden, it destroys the secretive nature of these operations. Because you don't want any microscope on this, okay? You don't want any sort of attention being brought forward here. They're trying to basically start a process in which they have enough utilizing the pre-existing legal restrictions to their advantage to slowly but surely erode the last mechanisms of safety that would stop the administration from doing stuff like this, whether it be due process, whether it be, violating court orders. So if they were to actually return this person and he comes back, it's horrible propaganda against the administration. It ruins everything that they're trying to do. It makes them look weak. It sets a precedent that they have to abide by court. They have to abide by the authority of the courts. Why did they even admit they made a mistake? Also, was he really the only one? No, of course not. He's not the only person that was sent there under false pretense. He's the only one that a immigration attorney of the state accidentally admitted to the administrative error on. That attorney has also literally been fired, I think. I think they fired him, right? Like Pam Bondi literally said, "You're done. You're out." Why would you have ever why did you ever admit to this? That's the problem. Virtually all of the people, with the exception of like a handful, are actually sent to El Salvador under similar conditions. This one is the most egregious because there was a directive from the court to not send him to El Salvador. It's the tip of the iceberg.
Stating clearly that neither Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which, as I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world, and I can promise you, if he was your neighbor, you would move right away.
So you don't plan
But
to
the
ask
Supreme
for
Court is
to get him
asking
back?
to...
And
that-
what was the ruling
Facilitate-
in the Supreme Court, Steve? Was it 9-0?
Yes, it was a 9-0
in our favor.
In our favor, against the district court ruling.
That's not what happened. It's the exact opposite of what happened. That is
saying
incredible.
that no district court has the power to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. As Pam said, the ruling solely stated that if this individual, at El Salvador's sole discretion, was sent back to our country, that we could deport him a second time.
Well,
no version of this legally ends up with him ever living here because he is a citizen of El Salvador. That is the president of El Salvador. Your questions about it, per the court, can only be directed to him.
I asked President Bukele,
what is
your, can President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to be suggesting that I smuggle a terrorist into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle him into the United States, or what do I do? Of course, I'm not going to do it. It's like, I mean,
but again, everyone is just saying he's a terrorist. He's not. It's insane.
It's preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
But you can release him inside El Salvador.
Yeah, but I'm not releasing. I mean, we're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. I mean, we just turned the murder capital of the world into the safest country of the Western Hemisphere, and you want us to go back into the releasing criminals so we can go back to being the murder capital of the world? No, that's not going to happen.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's a fascination.
They would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people. Marco, do you have something to say about
Yeah, I mean, Stephen outlined it. I don't understand what the confusion is. This individual is a citizen of El Salvador. He was illegally in the United States and was returned to his country. That's where you deport people, back to their country of origin. Except for Venezuela, that wasn't refusing to take people back, or places like that. I can tell you this, Mr. President. No, the foreign policy of the United States is conducted by the President of the United States, not by a court. And no court in the United States has a right to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. It's that simple. End of story.
And that's what the Supreme Court held, by the way, to Marco's point. The Supreme Court said exactly what Marco said, that no court has the authority to compel the foreign policy function of the United States. We won a case 9-0, and people like CNN are portraying it as a loss, as usual, because they want foreign terrorists in the country who kidnap women and children. But President Trump, his policy is foreign terrorists that are here illegally get expelled from the country, which, by the way, is a 90-10 issue.
Well, Mr. President, you said that if the Supreme Court said someone needed to be returned, that you would abide by that. You said that on Air Force One just a few days ago. And they said that it must be facilitated.
Why don't you just say, isn't it wonderful that we're keeping criminals out of our country? Why can't you just say that? Why do you go over and over? And that's why nobody watches you anymore. You have no credibility. Please, go ahead.
President Trump, thank you so much. How many illegal criminals are you planning on exporting to El Salvador? And President Bukele, how many are you willing to take from the U.S.?
As many as possible.
Yeah, why won't you cover the news in a way where it suits my propaganda purposes is a crazy way to redirect the question. It's not even redirection. It's just like, why don't you just feed my ego? That's crazy. Like, doing this while he's openly defying a unanimous decision from the Supreme Court and simultaneously, without evidence, with only evidence to prove the opposite that's readily available, claiming that the guy that they're defying the Supreme Court order for is actually a terrorist, and also admitting that they want to do this to American citizens as well. How the fuck does nobody understand how terrifying this is? It's not like they're sheltering you from the truth. They're saying this is the goal. This is the purpose. This is what they are moving in the direction of. And it seems like a lot of Americans are oblivious, and the ones who are not oblivious are actively fantasizing about this. I don't even know how you combat this. I truly don't know how you... Like, I don't know what to do in this situation. This is just unprecedented territory. Yeah, meanwhile, the army is arriving at the southern border as they're gearing up potentially for an invasion. I don't even know what the fuck they're going to do there. This is openly defiant of the Supreme Court, which specifically upheld in a unanimous decision an order that requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. Here it is. The order properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. They just wrote it. Clear as day. Trump administration claims SCOTUS ruling doesn't compel it to actually seek illegally deported man's release from prison, only to let him into the U.S. if he manages to get out.
And I just asked the president, you know, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please? As many as we can get out of our country that were allowed in here by incompetent Joe Biden through open borders. Open borders. You probably hear open borders and you can't even understand it because nobody can understand. Nobody smart or with common sense can understand it. So we have millions of people that should not be in this country that are dangerous.
The only person that I've seen that is like actively doing something about this is Van Hollen. Okay. Respect to Chris Van Hollen on this. Requests meeting with President Bukele to discuss the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Announces intent to travel to El Salvador this week if Abrego Garcia is not returned. U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland has requested a meeting with Nayib Bukele when he's in the United States. And if he is not returned by the end of this week, he's going to go down to El Salvador. This is actually 100% something I am in support of 1,000,000%. As an American senator, you have a lot of opportunity to bring attention to issues, and putting yourself directly in the crosshairs is a fantastic way to do that. And I'm glad that there is at least someone out there that's willing to do this. Imagine if Booker did this for Mahmoud. Yeah, he would never in a million years do that because Cory Booker is Israel's guy. Okay, that's the reality. But yes, that is the expectation from our senators. This is the right thing to do. This is the smart thing to do. I'm very happy that there's at least someone demonstrating the courage necessary. Partially because when you're an American senator and a country like El Salvador, let's say, denies you entry into the country, you're basically taking an action not just against an American senator, a member of the Democratic Party, but you're taking action against America. And I think that will have a profound impact on the way that this is treated in the media and the way that Americans will respond to this. It will create a situation where Americans who run off the notion that we're the number one country on the planet, with our citizens having extra rights in comparison to everybody else, will get mad at the Trump administration if the Trump administration doesn't turn around and defend an American senator. But can he actually get him out? Trump won't approve of this and won't care if they don't let him in? No, I'm saying that, let's say Senator Chris Van Hollen goes to, but this is a 2080 issue. Most Americans support that. No, they do not. No, they do not. You are crazy for just simply repeating something that Stephen Miller is saying. Americans don't know what the fuck they're in support of until it becomes an issue that is in front of their eyes. That's why I place a lot of importance on senators like this taking action against this, to put this in the forefront of American consciousness. Do you not understand? How many times do we have to experience this until people recognize that something being considered a 2080 issue doesn't necessarily mean it will stay a 2080 issue? This is at the heart of my anger towards the Democratic Party in terms of immigration. No counter messaging on immigration has created an environment, a media landscape that is heavily dominated by right-wing lies on the issue. This is precisely the reason why Americans are either, like I said, oblivious to the actions that the Trump administration is taking, or at the very least entertain it or enjoy it and support it, the ones who are knowledgeable on the actions being taken to begin with. But that is only because they do not comprehend the full scope of what is happening. Yeah. Also ironic to say this exactly. These dumbass shadows don't realize that 2 years ago, Israel had 80% of American support. Yeah. Now it's become a 2080 issue in the other direction, at least in the Democratic Party. Now, this doesn't stop the Democrats from refusing to recognize the popular support towards Palestinian emancipation that is in their base, because, you know, their careers rely on them refusing to recognize it. But these kinds of actions, unironically, when paired up with the reality that every American can experience, every American can see, will quickly change the attitude. Look no further than the fucking tariffs. Donald Trump ran on tariffs. He could say he won on tariffs. Look at the Americans' attitude towards tariffs now. Because once implemented, everybody realized, oh my God, this is going to have a horrible impact on both the stock market and also the price of goods. Please drop this fucking, this is a 2080 issue nonsense. We are a particularly stupid country, okay? We're a particularly dumb and stubborn nation.
Not just people, because we have people, but we have millions of people that are murderers, drug dealers. They've been allowed to come into our country by other countries that were very smart. When they heard that this very low IQ president, and by the way, I took my cognitive exam as part of my physical exam, and I got the highest mark, and one of the doctors said, "Sir, I've never seen anybody get that kind of, that was the highest mark." I hope you're happy with that, although they haven't been bugging me too much to take a cognitive, but I did do my physical and it was released. I hope you're all happy with it. I notice there's no question, so probably you are. But the cognitive, they said to me, "Sir, would you like to take a cognitive test?" I said, "Did Biden take one?" "No." "Did anybody take one?" "No, not too many people took them." I said, what about Obama? Did he take one?" "No, he didn't take one either." I said, "Let me be the only one to take one." But I've actually taken them 3 times already. I like taking them because they're not too tough for me to take. But we had a great physical exam, so I know you're going to ask that. And the doctors, who are total professionals, Walter Reed Medical Center, they're great people. And I visited a soldier that was badly wounded, incredible soldier, lost his leg, and spent a lot of time with him. I mean, great with his mother. And it was really a very great thing. They do a phenomenal job. I just want to say, Walter Reed, I was there for, 5-6 hours. You were there with me. But I took a full physical, and it came out perfecto, so that's good. That means you've got me for a little longer.
Would the U.S. be willing to pay for those facilities to be opened if new ones were going to be built?
I'd do something. We'd help them out, yeah. We help them. They're great facilities, very strong facilities, and they don't play games. I'd like to go a step further. I mean, I said it to Pam. I don't know what the laws are. We always have to obey the laws, but we also have homegrown criminals that push people into subways, that hit elderly ladies on the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that are absolute monsters. I'd like to include them in the group of people to get them out of the country, but you'll have to be looking at the laws on that, Steve, okay?
How essential is it for you guys to be locking up these prisoners? And do you think more presidents should follow suit like you guys as far as taking a hard stance on crime here in the United States?
Well, I do. I think everybody has to. I mean, the president said it better than anybody. He said, you know, you have liberty and you have to have liberty, but to have liberty, not everybody is going to be good. And, you know, some are bad because they're sick. They're mentally deranged. They're bad. Then you have to take them. If you're going to have a country, you're going to have to take those people out. And we've been doing that. But this was like an unforced error, they would call it, where we had people that may hate our country, or maybe they're just stupid people. I think they're probably stupid people more so. A lot of people said they did it for the vote. But I did better with Hispanic people than they did, because they always use Hispanic. I did better. You people love me. I saw my poll numbers in your country. I'm through the roof, right? 91%. Some people think they do it for the vote. But they don't have to do it for the vote. They're cheap. You know?
How dangerous is the U.S. for tourists right now? Incredibly dangerous. Straight up. I never thought I would say this. Insanely dangerous. Because they don't just deny you entry into the country, okay, which they have already. That's a saving grace. You getting denial of entry into the country saves your ass. Because we don't just deport anymore. We just send you to a slave labor prison and then actively say, we can't bring you back. Sorry, sucks to suck. Actually, do not come. If you think you have legal protections, let me tell you right now, you do not have any legal protections. And American citizens themselves will no longer have legal protections either. This has also obviously led to travel falling off of a fucking cliff here. The U.S. Is one of the world's top travel spots, pulling in over 72 million visitors last year, generating 1.3 trillion. But lately, travel from Europe and Canada is down up to 35% thanks to Trump's talk and scary border stories. Trump is bankrupting the U.S. It's down 30% for most countries. 20 to 30%. It's okay, V. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. They're also showed up seizing mobile devices of people they suspect just to look at contacts. They're doing this to American citizens too, by the way. They did this to an immigration lawyer. They literally sat him down and tried to go through his phone. And they said they knew he was an immigration lawyer. There's also the other side of the story where they're incredibly incompetent. They sent out a mass blast of emails to American citizens telling them to self-deport in 10 days. That also happened this past week. And it was so stupid that I initially thought it can't be real. There was an immigration attorney in the United States of America that revealed that her wife, who's also an American citizen, got a immigration enforcement email demanding that they self-deport in 7 days, saying that their citizenship, or not citizenship, saying that their legal permanent residency had been revoked. This person was not a legal permanent resident. They were a citizen. So not only is it horrifying, it's also incredibly stupid and incredibly incompetent as well. Yeah. How is this country going to host a World Cup is a real question. This is supposed to happen in a couple months. A well-respected MMA coach who always posts training tips and is based out of Australia says he arrived in the U.S. for an already scheduled seminar, but was detained at the border, thrown in a federal prison, and ultimately deported. Like, why the fuck would you come here, dude? Oh, next year. Sorry, not this year. Next year. I don't even know how we get to next year at this stage. At this point, I don't know what next year looks like even. World Cup next year. Club World Cup is this summer. Yeah, there's a 2025 Cup in June and July, right? Are you afraid of being targeted by the Trump administration? Chatters, I am an American citizen. I was born here, okay? By the time the Trump administration decides to take illegal actions and enforcement against someone like myself, it's already over. I'm definitely on the list. Like someone like myself would certainly be on the list with someone of my background, but I'm on the lower side of said list. Understand that many of you will have already been packed up by the time they fucking get to someone like myself. I hope that we will at some point dial this back dramatically.
You know, they're professional cheaters. That's about the only thing they do well. So we just have had a great relationship, and it's become bigger because of a strange thing that happened. You know, I came back. We had no war in Ukraine. We had no war we had no October 7th Middle East problem. We had nothing. We had no inflation. We didn't have the Afghanistan, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, the Afghanistan, not withdrawing, because I would have been out, you know, I had it all set to bring people out with dignity and pride. That was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan.
God damn it. What the hell? Little F there. Minor F. Minor F, but we're back. We're back. No, they didn't get me. The CIA heart attack gun did not get me. Everybody calm down. It wasn't that significant of a drop. God damn, everybody loses their freaking minds anytime there's a little bit of a F. There was a blip, okay? Calm down.
Middle East, we didn't have any of that. You wouldn't have had the war with Russia, Ukraine. You wouldn't have had the Middle East problem because Iran was broke. They had no money because we had secondary sanctions on and lots of other sanctions. And now every single thing, got a problem with Iran, but I'll solve that problem. That's almost an easy one. We got to solve a war that should have never started, Ukraine and Russia, and we'll get that solved. And we have to solve problems, and we already solved inflation. You know, if you look at the numbers are incredible, actually. The stock market's up, and we're not letting other countries take advantage of this country like they have for the last 40 years. So thank you very much. You have a question, please?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you so much. You scored another major investment win this morning when NVIDIA pledged to build its AI supercomputer, the first time ever, right here in the United States.
Thank you. That's a question I like. That's true.
What is your reaction to this announcement, sir, and how will this positively benefit Americans across the entire country?
Well, it's one of the biggest announcements you'll ever hear, because NVIDIA, as you know, controls that almost the entire sector, which is one of the most important sectors in the world, between chips and semiconductors and everything else. And they're the biggest. And the other biggest we already have coming in is spending $300 billion, as you know. They announced 2 weeks ago. But NVIDIA is so highly respected. And this was an announcement that a lot of people, I knew it was going to happen, but not to the extent that it happened. It's big. And the reason they did it is because of the election on November 5th and because of a thing called tariffs. As I say, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. After love, God, relationship. The press actually hit me and said, tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. What about family, love, God? I got hit even on that. You understand? I said, okay. So now I say it's my fifth most favorite word. because they get you on anything. But no, that NVIDIA, it's one of the great companies of the world, modern, super modern companies, controls segments that nobody, you know, sort of controls the world in a sense, and they're coming in here in the biggest way with hundreds of billions of dollars. Not like millions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, and I'm honored by it. And I want to thank Jensen and all of the people that we deal with. They're great people, they're brilliant people. And without tariffs, they wouldn't be doing it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Are you considering additional sanctions against Russia after their latest attack? And do you have an update on the rate and when you might announce semiconductor
Well, I already have
tariffs?
sanctions on Russia. I put them there. If you remember, Nord Stream 2, that's the big pipeline that goes through Europe. I stopped it. That's Russia's pipeline, the largest pipeline, I think, in the world. Goes to Germany. And I stopped it. And when Biden came in...
Well, Biden blew it up, so... I mean, who took more significant action, one must ask.
He approved it. And then they say, oh, I'm friendly with Russia. No. Putin said, you know, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you when you're my enemy. I stopped the biggest economic job they ever had. I stopped it cold, right? It was dead. You know that, right? And Biden came in and he immediately approved it. What was that all about? And it's a pipeline that takes care of a lot of the needs. Now, you know, it was a very controversial thing, but I stopped it and Biden approved it. Question?
On tariffs?
No, not you. Not
Update today on potential semiconductor tariffs and potentially pharmaceuticals. Semiconductor tariffs and potentially pharmaceuticals.
Pharmaceuticals we're going to do. We don't make our own drugs, our own pharmaceuticals. We don't make our own drugs anymore. The drug companies are in Ireland and they're in lots of other places, China. And all I have to do is impose a tariff. The more, the faster they move in. The higher the tariff, it's very simple. It's inversely proportional. The higher the tariff, the faster they come. And yeah, we're going to be doing that. That's going to be like we have on cars. We have, as you know, a 25% tariff on cars. We have a 25% tariff on steel and aluminum. And that's what that category fits right now.
Do you have a percentage in mind and the timeline?
I have a timeline, yeah, not too distant future. And we're doing it because we want to make our own drugs. We're doing it because we want to make our own steel and aluminum, lumber, other things. And they're all coming in. We have record numbers, $7 trillion. Since I announced, like a month and a half ago, since I came in, we have over $7 trillion being invested in the country. We didn't have $1 trillion. We didn't have $500 billion for some of these guys. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So we have the largest investment that we've ever heard of, and we're only 2 months in.
Is any of this true? No, of course it's not true. Of course, none of this is true. What has Donald Trump ever said that's correct? I mean, what he's going to do, when he says he's going to do something, I guess there is some veracity to that, but that's not like if he says he's going to engage in ridiculous deportations of people, or when he says that he's going to do this to American citizens as well, yeah, treat that as the truth. He will try. But as far as like things that he claims have happened, everything is a lie. In terms of the economy, tariffs, its impact, everything that he's saying is a fucking lie, straight up.
And that'll continue at levels that you've never seen before. That's what's going to happen. And even the stock market.
When he says this is going to fix the trade deficit, that's a lie. When he says he's going to bring manufacturing to the United States with this action, that's a lie. It is physically impossible for him to do so. Okay? It is not possible for him to do this without severe government-funded initiatives to build a robust base of manufacturing in the United States of America. He will not be able to do any of these things.
Market's up today. It's we also had, you know, we a lot of people didn't say it the way it was. We had the largest gain in the stock market in history on every single category.
Yeah, after the largest cataclysmic dip of the stock market, there was a brief moment of recovery, and yet it's still incredibly unstable due to his administration going back and forth. That's the other side of this. The instability caused by Donald Trump going back and forth on the tariffs and exemptions, and then going back on the exemptions. That in and of itself does not exactly spell order, instability, and therefore causes people to go, yeah, I will invest trillions of dollars into this magical American manufacturing. Why should it?
That was a nice game because we get a little hit because people didn't understand the power of our our country economically if you use it right. Do you have something to say on that, JD?
Yes, sir. I mean, look, for 40 years we have lost manufacturing capacity. Workers have seen their wages stagnate, and some of the most critical things that we need, from the pharmaceuticals, the drugs that we give to our children, the antibiotics that we give to our kids, to the weapons that we actually need to fight a war, if God forbid we had to fight a war, we don't make enough of that stuff. And so President Trump ran explicitly on changing that. Yes, as the president mentioned, it caused a little bit of disruption in the market, but I actually think over the long term, workers are going to benefit, stocks are going to go up, American businesses are going to benefit as we reinvest and reindustrialize our country.
And the auto workers and the Teamsters and all of the unions, you know, not traditionally Republican, but I'm winning those unions by, we're up 40, 50 points on the Democrats. They're losing everything. They're losing everything because they just have policies that are not believable. They fight for policies that are 5% popular.
He embarrassed himself a couple minutes ago. Oh, he broke the trophy, right? I saw that. The CFP National Championship trophy falls apart as JD Vance tries to hold it afloat. Fucking idiot. The trophy was made in America by UAP Polic Talix in New York. The award is two separate pieces, the trophy and the base, with the idea being that the trophy is what's held aloft, not the base.
And nobody knows who the 5% are. I mean, nobody can find the 5%. But if you go back to Ohio, and by the way, we have the great championship team from Ohio coming in today, right?
Very big day.
And that's going to be a little bit later. And that'll be, if you want to stick around, I'll introduce you to some nice people. You'll see some very large people, right? You'll see some people that even you have not seen people like this. These are big, these are 6'7", 380 pounds with no fat. Okay, that's pretty good, right? But the team, the national championship team, is being honored today at the White House, so that'll be exciting. If you're around, you want to stay around, I'll have you up there. You can tell them all about your prison, how you have to behave. Okay. Who else?
On electronics.
Yeah, you said yesterday that you're making a decision on Iran very quickly. What do you mean by that? Is that a decision to strike Iran?
Solve their problem very quickly. Iran wants to deal with us, but they don't know how. They really don't know how. We had a meeting with them on Saturday. We have another meeting scheduled next Saturday. I said, that's a long time. You know, that's a long time. So I think they might be tapping us along. But Iran has to get rid of the concept of a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. He can't have a nuclear weapon. Nobody can have. We can't have anybody having nuclear weapons. You know, we can't have nuclear weapons. And I think they're tapping us along because we're so used to dealing with stupid people in this country. And I had Iran perfect. You had no attacks. You would have never had October 7th in Israel. It was broke. It was stone cold broke when I was president. And I don't want to do it. I want them to be a rich, great nation. The only thing is, one thing, simple. It's really simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. And they got to go fast because they're fairly close to having one. And they're not going to have one. And if we have to do something very harsh, we'll do it. And I'm not doing it for us. I'm doing it for the world. And these are radicalized people, and they cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Does that include a potential strike on Iranian nuclear facilities?
Of course it does.
And just a follow-up question, a clarification. You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What do you think? There's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in. We have bad ones too, and I'm all for it because we can do things with the president for less money and have great security. And we have a huge prison population. We have a huge number of prisons, and then we have the private prisons, and some are operated well, I guess, and some aren't. But he does a great.
This is him once again reconfirming that he's interested in sending American citizens to El Salvador in an unprecedented fashion as well.
Great job with that. We have others that we're negotiating with too. But no, if it's a homegrown criminal, I have no problem. Now, we're studying the laws right now. Pam is studying. If we can do that, that's good. And I'm talking about violent people. I'm talking about really bad people. Really bad people. Every bit as bad as the ones coming in. And I made the statement when I heard about this a long time ago now, 4 years ago. When I heard that this guy was having open borders, I said every single criminal from all over the world is going to be dumped into our country. And that's what happened. Jails. The jails of the Congo were emptied out. The jails of Venezuela were emptied out. And you know what happened?
He used to say the jails in El Salvador were emptied out too. I thought it was really strange when he would shit on Nayib Bukele. I remember him doing that, claiming that Bukele was doing this as well. He said it at CPAC too, which was odd because like Bukele had attended a bunch of the CPAC conferences and was getting a lot of love from American Republicans. Seemingly that has changed.
I went way down. But
I
now
feel like he's lying. Yeah, of course he's lying. What are you talking about? These people are not opening up their prisons and dumping their prisoners into the United States. You can't do that. That's not a thing that. That's not even a thing you can facilitate.
Venezuela has other country problems. You know what the problem is?
The irony, of course, is that the only time a country that is capable of doing that has done that is the United States of America. That's how MS-13 was created. MS-13 was a gang that was created in the American prison system, and we sent all of the MS-13 prisoners to El Salvador. We flew them in on flights, commercial jets, without telling the Salvadoran government that these were MS-13 gang members, and we just simply deported them without informing El Salvador that these were MS-13 gang members. So when Donald Trump says, like, this is something that other countries are doing, he probably doesn't even know that we did that. He has no idea that we literally did that to El Salvador. But that is how MS-13 became such a powerful organization. That's how it happened.
I have no money because I shut off their oil, and we put secondary tariffs because they're not doing what's right over there. They know what to do. We spoke to them. I spoke to them. They know what to do, but they have no money. Venezuela has no money, but Iran had no money, and Iran behaved so beautifully. And then Biden took all those secondary tariffs on. I told China, you can't buy oil. If you buy oil from Iran, China, I told it to President Xi, then we no longer want you to do business with the United States of America. And those ships disappeared from that harbor so quickly. China. Get along great with China.
Are the talks with Iran productive? Do you want to continue that? The talks with Iran, do you believe those are productive? Do you want to continue that?
I think Iran could be a great country as long as it doesn't have nuclear weapons. If they have nuclear weapons, they'll never get a chance to be a great country. They will never get a chance. It won't even come close.
Sir, on tariffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday you mentioned short-lived product exemptions. Which specific products are you considering, and how long is short-lived? Weeks, months?
I'm looking at something to help some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in Canada, Mexico, and other places, and they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here, but they need a little bit of time. So I'm talking about things like that.
What about any Apple products, other cell phones?
Look, I'm a very flexible person. I don't change my mind, but I'm flexible. And you have to be. You just can't have a wall and you'll only go. No, sometimes you have to go around it, under it, or above it. There'll be maybe things coming up. I speak to Tim Cook. I helped Tim Cook recently, and that whole business. I don't want to hurt anybody, but the end result is we're going to get to the position of greatness for our country. We're the greatest economic power in the world if we're smart. If we're not smart, we're going to hurt our country very badly. We lost with China over the Biden years trillions of dollars on trade, trillions of dollars, and he let them fleece us, and we can't do that anymore. And you know what? I don't blame China at all. I don't blame President Xi. I like him. He likes me. I mean, who knows? Who the hell cares?
Do you have any updates on?
Oh my God, he's literally like a scorned lover, dude. His behavior with Xi now has dramatically shifted. He went from he's so scared, he'll call me, we have good relationships. We have a good relationship to please call me Xi. Xi, it would be really nice if you call me, to like, who the hell cares about him? I don't care about him. I no longer care about him. I don't love him no more. This keeps going. This keeps going, and Trump is going to be begging for Xi to call by next week. Like, come on, please. What are you doing, Xi? You're ruining the global economy. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why would you let me do this, Xi?
You know what? What?
Do you have any updates with talks with China?
No, let me just tell you this. I don't blame China. I don't blame Vietnam. I see their meeting today. Is that wonderful? That's a lovely meeting. The meeting, like trying to figure out how do we screw the United States of America. Don't forget, the European Union was formed to do just that. The European Union was formed to hurt the United States and on trade. And they get us on NATO because they don't pay their bills. But now, since I got involved, they have been paying their bills. I took in over $600 billion for NATO. Nobody took in anything. I mean, they were all delinquent. They had 8 nations out of 28 paid their bills. The rest of them were way delinquent.
Don't do
and
NATO.
I said, if you don't
Don't
pay your
do
bills, we're
NATO
not
to
going to
me,
protect
Xi.
you
Don't
anymore.
do
And the
EU
money
to
poured
me.
in over 600. The Secretary General last week made that statement. He said, I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't get anybody to pay because the United States was footing the bill for NATO. Well, we got hurt there, and we got hurt on trade, likewise, European Union. And they've got to come to the table, and they're trying to. They're trying to. But the European Union has taken terrible advantage. They don't take our food products. They don't take our cars. We have millions of their cars, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, many others. They come in by the millions. They don't take. There are no Chevrolets in Munich, I can tell you that. I said to Angela Merkel when she was there, as she was letting millions of people infiltrate Germany, which was not so good from, we would call them illegal immigrants, but she made them legal. But I said to her, and I get along with her very well, I said, how many Chevrolets do we have?
So they're not illegal immigrants, then. I like that we have changed our own designation for what we consider to be illegal versus legal immigrants, and we want to do that for other countries too. Like we gotta control what they do in terms of their own domestic policies, in terms of their own fucking asylum processes too. It's just like we gotta dominate the whole world. You need to change your food regulation so you can get our meat, our big beautiful meat, our big beautiful beef. You must get our poultry. You must get our chickens in our factories. You must get our cars, change the roads, widen those roads, make it into a parking lot. I will not stop until Barcelona is one big parking lot.
Have in Munich or Frankfurt.
You remembered right on Trump
Venezuela
shitting on Bukele? Yeah, of course.
Crime is down 72%. You know, Caracas, Venezuela was a very, very dangerous place. And now, because of the great job they've done in removing their criminals into the United States, next year we're going to have our Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's nice and safe. Okay? Does that sound like a good idea to you? Because we want safety. Now, the press is going to write that. They're going to say, Donald Trump proposed next year's Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela. They'll say, isn't that horrible? Isn't that unpatriotic? You understand. This is what I have to go with. I'm only kidding, press. I'm only kidding. Although maybe it's not a bad idea. So El Salvador is an interesting one because I know the president. He's a young guy, and he's been getting this great press that his crime rate's way down. And they're training their criminals. Well, you don't train criminals, okay? You know, maybe every once in a while you get lucky, but you don't. So in El Salvador, murders are down 70%. He's saying, yes, we're teaching. He's different. Most of them just say, well, the United States is stupid, so we're dumping all our criminals there. He does it differently, smart. He goes, we're working with our people that are causing problems and crime. And he's not working with them. He's dumping them in the United States. And their crime rate, their murder rate is down 72%.
See?
%73% and going up. And I don't blame him because of...
Yeah. He used to falsely claim that Nayib Bukele was also dumping prisoners into the United States of America. Anyway.
Why? None, Donald. None. I said, you're right. And yet we take in millions and millions of cars. No, those days are over.
How long
okay.
did the exemption
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
So that was the convo. Here is a Wall Street Journal report on why the El Salvador President Bukele is so popular with Trump's inner circle and also so popular with like conservatives across the board.
Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele has become one of the biggest right-wing icons in the world. His crackdown on El Salvador's gangs has inspired many in the U.S. conservative movement, especially members of Trump's inner circle.
A lot of us in the MAGA movement believe that the good ideas we've seen in El Salvador, we can learn from.
Bukele has agreed to accept U.S. detainees at El Salvador's megaprison, making him a key player in Trump's mass deportation strategy.
I have great respect for him. I know him. He's very tough on crime.
But concern is growing over Bukele's increasingly close relationship with Trump and many of his allies. Since taking office in 2019, Bukele has helped turn a country that was once the murder capital of the world into one of the safest in Latin America.
We did the unthinkable to cleanse our society.
He has jailed over 1% of the population, giving El Salvador the highest incarceration rate in the world. He also built the world's largest prison, known as Secot. But the country's transformation hasn't come without criticism. Since 2022, Bukele has ruled under emergency powers that suspend
insane. Like, implemented martial law, and it's also more than 1%. So it was almost 2% of the population. Think about how insane that is, bro.
Civil liberties, including due process.
Yeah, no due process. It's crazy. And our right-wing politicians are looking at that and going, this is fantastic. This is an incredible idea. This is amazing. We need to do that. And they are doing that.
Rights groups say his time in office has been marked by an erosion of checks and balances, widespread human rights violations, and arbitrary detentions, along with the weakening of opposition parties and attacks against freedom of expression and independent media. Bukele's press office denied the allegations and said that before Bukele took office, there were widespread human rights abuses by the gangs on law-abiding citizens. The president addressed the concerns of rights groups in 2024, saying this.
They were worried about the human rights of the killers. which, you know, they have human rights. I don't say they don't, they're humans. But if you have to prioritize, what will you prioritize?
He's a democratically elected president.
Damian Merlo has been working with Bukele since 2018 and acts as the president's advisor and his link to D.C.
If people aren't happy, then the next election they can vote for someone else.
People are participating at a very high rate in these elections, and they are voting for his party and for his allies.
Former Congressman Matt Gaetz led the launch of a bipartisan El Salvador caucus in 2024.
My friends.
He owns a home there and visits several times a year.
Oh my God. Oh God.
Bukele's landslide victory in 2024 came after the courts allowed him to seek re-election, despite a constitutional ban on running for a second consecutive term.
I believe El Salvador should amend their constitution, should remove the presidential term limit, and should allow President Bukele to continue this transformation.
Woo! This is like the Xi Jinping but for fascists, okay? What social democrats and democratic socialists and socialists alike look towards, like the governance of Xi Jinping in China, for fascists, like they're like, oh, Nayib Bukele is the method. He is the man for the moment. No wonder they fucking love collaborating with this guy.
That will lift people up.
A big part of Bukele's appeal is his use of social media to rebrand El Salvador in the eyes of the world. Bukele now markets the country as the land of surf, volcanoes, and coffee. He hosts international events like
the 72nd Miss Universe competition!
He comes from an advertising background, and he knows exactly how to market not just to his own country, but increasingly to the outside.
Vera Bergen-Gruen is one of 2 U.S. journalists who have interviewed Bukele in the last 5 years.
When he became president, there was quite a noticeable shift where he started, for example, tweeting a lot more in English. And even the videos that are in Spanish tend to have English subtitles.
La criminalidad.
He knows that's where his growing fan club is. One of the other things that really struck me is also how he's changed some of the rhetoric he uses. For example, in his interview with Tucker Carlson and also in general, he speaks a lot more about God.
All my security cabinet are believers. They all believe in God. We're a secular country, of course, but we all believe in God.
He speaks a lot more in the language of kind of the Christian right wing in the United States. And
this shit is totally fake, by the way. Like, all this God stuff is... He's just... I mean, I guess he's similar to Donald Trump in that vein. Trump being like, I love the Bible. I love the Bible. It's my favorite. I love all the verses.
And everyone I spoke to in El Salvador and elsewhere who's tracked him for a long time says that kind of language is quite new.
President Bukele sort of first was noticed by the MAGA movement when we did the visit to the Heritage Foundation.
That's the Conservative Research Institute in D.C. behind Project 2025, a controversial policy blueprint for the federal government.
El Salvador needs the support of the most influential think tank in the world.
The big turning point was...
So for you, to the right of social democrats, there's only fascists? What the fuck, dude? Wait, first of all, I think social democrats can also entertain social fascism. Okay, that's number one. But number two, I didn't even fucking say that. I don't know where you derived this information from. Everyone has a little bit of a fascist dog in them, I think. Hitler particles inside of their soul, waiting to unlock.
Was when he traveled to Maine to do the interview with Tucker when he was still at Fox.
I think most governments would rather let people have guns than free speech. Free speech is a real threat to them.
Well, that's why they hate free speech.
Yeah, also, this guy literally disbanded free speech with martial law.
He was invited to CPAC, which is sort of an annual Woodstock for,
like, thank God Wall Street Journal is talking about this, right?
Republicans. What I remember so vividly is as President Bukele was coming in the back room in the kitchen, the entire hotel staff, it seemed, was there holding "We Love You, Bukele," holding their Salvadorian flags. And he gave this remarkable speech.
They say globalism comes to die at CPAC. I'm here to tell you.
Dog, you are literally the El Salvadorian president. You are the Salvadorian president. What do you mean globalism? Dude, one of the funniest things that I used to point to is when Nayib Bukele would say we're killing globalism, or when Viktor Orban does the same. They do the same thing. They go to CPAC and they talk about how, like, we're killing globalism in America. You're just global at that point. What the fuck do you mean?
That in El Salvador, it's already dead.
He probably had the second longest line for pictures after President Trump.
Bukele has done quite an impressive job making inroads with the MAGA wing of the Republican Party.
Donald Trump Jr. and Alex Brusewitz, the digital strategist behind Trump's podcast strategy, were among many MAGA Republicans at Bukele's second inauguration. Bukele has also developed a relationship with Elon Musk.
I was like, how did you put all those thugs in prison without dying? Because it seems like that would have been not easy.
They met in person for the first time in Texas in late 2024.
Welcome to Tesla. Thank you.
Bukele and Trump have kept up a relationship over the years, despite having only met in person once before in 2019.
Bukele, makes no secret of the fact that he's a big fan of Donald Trump.
President Trump is very nice and cool, and I'm nice and cool too. So we both use Twitter a lot, so we'll get along.
He shares a lot of his ideas about being tough on crime, but really it's the global right-wing language of being against international institutions.
The EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
The corrupt system work in tandem with the so-called international community, the NGOs, and of course the fake news.
Bukele, he's a strong critic of aid in a lot of ways. In the past, these nations have defined their relationships with the United States and other hegemons through the distribution of foreign aid. The chance for that type of nationalism to resist the globalist impulses does inspire some of us.
Bukele's allies also fired top judges and packed the courts with loyalists.
That is incredibly appealing to a lot of people in Trump's orbit as well. The idea that if a judge is trying to block you, then you can just basically get rid of them and just carry out your agenda.
Bukele's new court allowed him to run again in a consecutive term. Trump himself hasn't ruled out running for a third term.
People are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it.
In the last few months, Trump has been praising Bukele, calling him a model for others seeking to work with the United States. But just last year, Trump's opinion of him was quite different.
He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States.
It does remain to be seen if Bukele keeps getting all of this global credit as being the greatest crime fighter and, in the hemisphere, whether Trump will want to keep praising him or whether he will kind of go back to what he tends to do, which is just kind of go after basically any Latin American country as a bad place that is sending criminals to the United States.
For now, though, Bukele remains an important ally of the Trump administration, especially with Bukele's influence spreading across Latin America.
I think the Trump administration has realized that he's a reliable partner on rebuilding the economy of El Salvador, which is
the fuck? Second time this happened. Weird. Oh, I don't know what it is. It's just like randomly keeps happening. Strange stuff. When I say I don't know what's happening, this is not an invitation for you to speculate. Oh my God. I'll never be able to stop people from speculating regardless, though. Yeah, check your PC temps. You're getting DDoSed. Change your passwords. It's over. They're testing the CIA kill switch. All of that is real. That is what happened.
Nationalism that invigorates the opportunities for people like Melee, Bolsonaro, if he's allowed to run again. That does give us comfort in the United States that there is someone of common mind who doesn't believe that China is the ideal partner on every project.
But he's still ruling under a state of emergency. And there's a lot of people who are concerned that by, this kind of Bukele worship or making him an icon, people are encouraging the routes that he took, which would be pretty unlikely in the United States. But a lot of critics would say that we're already seeing a lot of that in the second Trump term.
I'm going to talk about the situation in Vermont in a second as well. I will cover that as well. Mohsen Modawi, a Palestinian-born green card holder and student at Columbia University, was apprehended at a regular immigration court date that he attended. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second.
Is the president going to ask for him to be returned to the United States or not? Like, yes or no?
So first of all, it's not a question for me to answer, but I think that the assumption that underlies the question is what needs to be corrected, which is that there was no mistake that was made. He was sent. So what? Let me ask you. So what do you think would happen to him if he came back to this country? As your understanding of immigration laws, what do you think would happen?
But I'm just asking.
Oh, it wasn't any court date. He was about to get citizenship. Jesus Christ.
You're asking a lot of questions. You were all asking a lot of questions about this, and you all seem to care about it a lot. So let's see if any of you have researched anything about this issue at all. Can anyone here tell me what would happen to the illegal alien from El Salvador if he came back to the United States? Does anyone here know? Does anyone want to guess? Any of you?
He could be with his family.
Does any of you know the answer to the question? Legally, what would happen if he came back here? Does any of you know? Any of you?
He goes through the court system once again to get his asylum application processed. Yeah, and he lives with his family and continues to work at the union job that he had. He's not illegal. He's quite literally not illegal. This distinction, the saddest state of affairs here is always that these guys recognize that the distinction between someone who is a documented non-citizen and an undocumented non-citizen is simply a piece of paperwork. And these guys refuse to entertain the notion of said paperwork ever being given out to people, assuming that if you are at any point a non-citizen, naturalized or not, you are just not a real American and you can be deported and you should be deported. That's the point. That's it. That's it. So when people say, like, why don't they come the right way? Like, this is a person who actually is going through the process. This is a person that was going through the process and went through the process and got protections against being deported. Asylum seekers are here legally. Do you understand? Asylum seekers are here legally. When people say, oh, no, don't care, they're non-citizens, like, they are here legally.
Do you really believe the Supreme Court?
I'm talking.
Do you really believe the Supreme Court doesn't?
I'm talking now.
Doesn't think he should be returned? Why was it unanimous?
You're done. Does any of you know the answer to the question? Does any of you? You've been talking about it for days.
All would deport him again. No.
He would be arrested. Okay. He'd be put in confinement. He would be deported the second time to El Salvador again, because there's no withholding order for an alien who's a member of a foreign terrorist organization, number one. Number two is the gang that he's a member of doesn't exist in El Salvador anymore. So what you're asking for is to be deported twice. But additionally, if we chose to pretend, just pretend, that the withholding order was real, he would be deported to a different country. So, for example, he could be deported to Egypt. So I'm just trying to understand, is it your view?
No, that's not how that. Why would that happen? Like this is psychotic. I don't.
In other words, you have to find a country that would be willing to take a MS-13 member from El Salvador. So I'm trying to understand from you all is
not an MS-13
so if he came
member.
back and under our laws, he was then deported to Egypt or
If he had actually done something severe enough to be deported, then yes, he would not be deported to El Salvador. He would be deported to a different country. Having said that, he has done no crimes. So why would he ever be deported? The only thing that the courts have actually agreed on is that he should not be deported. He has done nothing that is deportable, and that he definitely should not be deported to El Salvador. That's what the courts have declared. And yet this administration, in direct violation of previous court orders, did deport him for no reason whatsoever, falsely claimed that he was MS-13, and also deported him to the one country that the previous court hearings had determined he should not be deported to.
To Somalia, would you then be saying, great, I'm so glad that you deported him to another country? Is that what you'd all be saying? Like, do you understand our immigration laws at all? But you're
No, he doesn't understand. Well, he doesn't care about what the immigration laws are, obviously. That's not a thing that he gives a shit about.
the premise of your question, the gentlemen, the return, guys, do you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order? Do you know the difference? Any of you, please. Do you?
Well, we're not in the government.
But you couldn't even spend 72 hours over the weekend learning the distinction, even though you've been writing and talking about it this whole time.
Steven, we're not going anywhere.
Please.
On the gold cards.
Just raise your hand. Does any of you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order?
Everyone, my name.
Speaking of deportation orders and withholding orders, we're going to talk about another horrifying case that just took place. Mohsen Madawi, a Palestinian-born green card holder and a student at Columbia University deeply involved in the pro-Palestinian activism, who had previously been interviewed by 60 Minutes, as a matter of fact, has been arrested by HSI agents in Vermont in the middle of his appointment to become a U.S. citizen. Remember, this is a naturalization appointment. Madawi grew up in a Palestinian refugee camp in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, where his childhood was shaped by the Second Intifada. He experienced significant personal losses, including the death of his best friend during a confrontation with Israeli soldiers when he was 10 years old. He later studied computer engineering at Birzeit University in Palestine from 2008 to 2014, before enrolling at Columbia University in New York, where he pursued studies in philosophy at the School of General Studies. At Columbia, he has organized protests and events addressing the Israeli genocide. Madawi has also emphasized the empathy and dialogue as pathways to justice and peace. He has participated in initiatives fostering cross-cultural understanding between Palestinians and Israelis on campus. Here is how he was, here is what took place. Exclusive footage. Columbia student and Palestinian Mohsen Madawi, who is an American green card holder in the process of getting his naturalization, was just arrested in Colchester, Vermont. Now that we've seen Chris Van Hollen take action, strong action against this, my expectation is that Bernie Sanders does something similar here, by the way. I think he should. He absolutely should. This happened 4 minutes away from my office, only like an hour after Rameza's hearing in Burlington. Yeah, Rameza's hearing happened in Burlington, Vermont as well today.
Your initial.
Here he is giving an interview to 60 Minutes. Let's take a look at what he had to say in this interview at 60 Minutes.
What was your initial reaction when you heard about the Hamas attack on October 7th?
I could not believe what my eyes were seeing, where I see Hamas members getting into settlements and so on. But also the first moment I saw that, I put my hand on my heart. And I started praying, knowing that there will be a huge level of revenge from the Israelis. And I was praying that this will not be the result, because it would be disastrous.
The night of the rally, I believe someone in the crowd said something very anti-Jewish, not just anti-Israeli, but anti-Jewish.
Yes, this was as a walkout on November 9th. And a person who is not affiliated with Colombia, we've never seen him, we don't know who is this guy, comes down the stairs yelling, "Death to Jews." I was shocked, and I walked directly to the person and I told him, "You don't represent us because this is not something that we agree with." And directly what I've done, I took the megaphone and I gave a speech and I said,
this is why I said that these guys demonstrated phenomenal messaging discipline and showed, I think, movements for the future. Okay? That this is exactly how you're supposed to keep an airtight protest. The protest marshals were incredible. From what I saw and to the with all the people that I talked to at these camps, these student encampments, they were incredible. They were literally perfect victims. They shouldn't be, they shouldn't have to be, but they still were. And the Biden administration still turned turned a blind eye to the insane police enforcement against these students and actively championed it. And then the Trump administration now is putting the final nail in the coffin. This is truly horrifying.
we here are conscious, educated students, and we know how to separate right from wrong. And what this guy has said.
This is the person that the Trump administration is working on deporting. He's a green card holder. He is a green card holder in the process of applying for citizenship. And they took him away from a court hearing to try and deport him. This is that person.
It is wrong. What this guy has said is clearly anti-Semitic against Jews.
Anti-Semitic.
To be anti-Semitic is unjust. And the fight for the freedom of Palestine and the fight against anti-Semitism go hand.
Citizenship interview, not a court hearing. Sorry. I mean, they took him away from the course, though, no?
Hand in hand, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
It's horrible, man. It's horrifying.
My name is Becca White. I'm a state senator. I'm outside of a building in Colchester, Vermont. My friend Mosen is being handcuffed. He is inside the building here in Colchester. He is a Palestinian man. He is an Upper Valley resident. He is being detained, is our understanding, inside of 463 in Colchester.
They would deport him to an Israeli prison, by the way. That's where he would get deported to, or CCOT. I don't know.
He's inside the building. We don't know what side he's going to be coming out of the building. I'm here
A judge
I'm going to
quickly
go
blocked
live.
Columbia University
I'm
protester
going to stay
Mohsen
live
Madawi from
until
being
we
removed
see
from
him.
the
We
U.S.
don't know where he is going or what's happening, but he is going to be. We don't know what's happening.
Looks like ICE database confirms detention of Columbia University anti-Israel activist Mohsen Madawi, although it lists his birthplace. This is a New York correspondent for Times of Israel, by the way. So just understand, like, the messaging on this, the way he's talking about it is going to be a little weird. Columbia University anti-Israel activist Mohsen Madawi, although it lists his birthplace as Jordan and he was born in the West Bank, the database does not have a category for the Palestinian territories. And a judge has now blocked Columbia University protester Mohsen Madawi from being removed from the United States.
He's been handcuffed. So the other gentleman went to the front. If you want to go to the front, so we'll stay here.
We saw this part.
Him with vehicle. Rebecca. Hi there, this is Senator Rebecca White. I'm standing outside of the building again. I'm out front. While we were down in the back, they came and took him with vehicles. How many cars do you think took him?
Well, 4.
There were 4 vehicles. Again, this happened in Colchester, Vermont. Mohsen has been taken. He has been detained. Supposedly, they're revoking his green card. He has been taken from Colchester. So a group of... There were 2 cars who parked and then another 2, and they came and took him. We've called the federal delegation. We've reached out to Bernie Sanders' office.
I spoke at length with Mohsen last night, says Akila. This is a scoop for the Intercept article, which can someone send this to me without the paywall? Because I don't have the email. I guess I could put a fake email on here. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I passed it. I bypassed the paywall, which we will read in a second. But where is it? No, I got it. Akila spoke at length with Mohsen last night. He said he was in good spirits. I asked what he thought would happen to him today. He said best case he hoped he'd come out a U.S. citizen, and in worst case the naturalization interview would turn into a honey trap for ICE. And that's precisely what happened. That is precisely what happened. A green card holder, Columbia University protest leader Mohsen Madawi, faced attacks from pro-Israel activists. Mohsen Madawi arrived at the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services office in Colchester, Vermont on Monday, a Palestinian student at Columbia University. He hoped that after 10 years in the United States, he would pass the test to become a naturalized citizen. Instead, agents from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrested him and began the process to deport him to the occupied West Bank. Madawi, a leader of the campus protest movement against Israel's war on Gaza, became yet another green card holder arrested and is facing removal. Mohsen Madawi was unlawfully detained today for no reason other than his Palestinian identity, Madawi's attorney Luna Druby said in a statement to The Intercept. He came to this country hoping to be free to speak about the atrocities he had witnessed, only to be punished for such speech. Madawi's lawyers filed a habeas corpus petition on Monday morning challenging the legality of his detention, alleging the government was violating his statutory and due process rights by punishing him for speech related to Palestine and Israel. The filing said it appears that Madawi was facing deportation under the obscure provision used in recent cases that gives Secretary of State Marco Rubio the right to unilaterally declare immigrants as threats to American foreign policy. He was a green card holder, and this was a naturalization process for him. And it was a honey trap for illegal detention. Madawi was one of the leaders of the pro-Palestine students' protest movement until spring 2024, when he said he took a step back from the movement to focus on building bridges with Jewish and Israeli communities on campus. In December 2023, Madawi asked Columbia professor Shai Davide, a controversial pro-Israel figure at the school, to get coffee. The two met, but Madawi later said that Davide left in the middle of the coffee. Less than 2 months after the meeting, Shai Davide posted a video of Madawi to a Twitter thread characterizing him and other protest organizers as anti-Semitic and pro-Hamas. Davide did not immediately respond to a request for a comment. Since then, Madawi became a focus of the attacks from a member of Congress. I wonder who that member of Congress is, chat. Richie Torres, I suspect. Oh, never mind. It's not Richie Torres. Shocking. It's actually Representative Beth Van Dyne. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Richie Torres didn't get involved in this. And groups like Canary Mission and Beitar. With Donald Trump's inauguration, by the way, Shai Davide is not an American citizen, just so you know. With Donald Trump's inauguration, groups like Beitar and Canary Mission have been at the center of a push to place scrutiny on foreign students active in campus pro-Palestine movements. At Columbia, one behind-the-scenes push came from a WhatsApp group that included alumni and faculty who organized to get the students deported. Davide was a member of the group, though there's no indication he participated in talk of deportation, whether about Madawi or other students. Even before his friend and fellow Columbia activist Mahmoud Khalil was arrested by immigration authorities, Madawi asked university administrators to help him find a safe place to live so he would not be taken by ICE agents, according to emails reviewed by The Intercept. The school did not in response, Madawi said. Did nothing in response. They didn't do shit. After ICE abducted Khalil last month, Madawi sheltered in place for more than 3 weeks for fear of being picked up himself. Instead of taking him off the street, however, immigration authorities scheduled a citizenship test at the Colchester USCIS office and took Madawi into custody when he arrived. They literally set him up to fucking detain him. Now Madawi is facing an order to deport him to the occupied West Bank, where escalating attacks from both the Israeli military and Jewish settlers have led to increased casualties among Palestinians. It's kind of a death sentence, Madawi said, because my people are being killed unjustly in an indiscriminate way. Bernie Sanders' office has also immediately released a statement. Sanders, Welch, Balint statement on Trump detaining Mohsen Madawi. Earlier today, Mohsen Madawi of White River Junction, Vermont, walked into an immigration office for what was supposed to be the final step in a citizenship process. Instead, he was arrested and removed in handcuffs by plainclothes armed individuals, their faces covered. These individuals refused to provide any information as to where he was being taken or what would happen to him. This is immoral, inhumane, and illegal. Mr. Madawi, a legal resident of the United States, must be afforded due process under the law and immediately released from detention. Beitar in January, I assume.
Thank you.
Yeah, Columbia jihadi visa holder. Oh, God. This is what Beitar posted about him.
For being here today in solidarity with Columbia University students and against Columbia University administration. Brothers and sisters, I say thank you as a Palestinian refugee born and raised in a refugee camp as a third generation. I say thank you as a child who witnessed his best friend getting killed, shot on the hands of an Israeli soldier in front of his eyes. Thank you. I say thank you as a child who lost his uncle when he was 11 years old. Shame! My uncle Thayer was shot in the head twice and in the shoulder once on the hands of IDF terrorist soldiers. Shame on them. Shame! I say thank you as a child who witnessed a strike, an explosion. And after this explosion, I saw people, 7 people, shattered into pieces in front of my eyes. I had to collect their body parts in my own hands, to collect fingers from the ground and peel off skin from the walls. Shame on you, Israel. I say thank you as a child who was shot in his leg when I was 15 years old on the hand of an Israeli soldier. And I come here today as a witness as a living witness to the Israeli apartheid, to the Israeli oppression.
Why is Beitar posting W's? Because they're fucking freaks. Because they can get away with it. Because this administration is literally working alongside them. That's why they post this stuff.
Oh yeah.
No,
What happened? You called Sanders' office? Okay.
Talked to Becca and
I've called David, but I haven't heard back. So if you have anybody who you could call.
You want me to call Ryan?
Yeah, call Ryan. Yeah. So this is like a serious situation. Our friend Mosen, I think this is the first thing like this that has happened in Vermont. I mean, this is outrageous. This is like I think this, I don't even know how to describe it. He was told that he was kidnapped. He was kidnapped. Yeah, so this is a constituent. This is a person. This is a great person. I'm not quite sure what to do now. We're in a weird position.
Thank you for your support over the years.
Should I post the video on Instagram? The video of him being taken on Instagram?
You can post it on there.
Okay.
I posted it on Twitter.
You posted it on Twitter?
As I did it for my journalist group.
Okay.
So yeah, you can post it.
Then.
We already covered this. Here are
Turning to Burlington
protesters
right now, a
in
federal
Burlington rally outside the detention hearing for international student Rumeysa Öztürk.
judge is hearing arguments for the release of Rumeysa Öztürk, the Tufts University student who was detained by ICE back in March. Öztürk was briefly held in Vermont before her transfer to a detention facility in Louisiana. So her lawyers filed a petition while she was still here. That's why the case is in Burlington today. NBC5's Charlotte Hancock joins us live right now outside of the courthouse. Charlotte, what's the latest on what's happening inside?
Yeah, so right now, attorneys on both sides are still arguing on who has jurisdiction. They're also still arguing on where her appeal should have been filed. Acting U.S. Attorney Michael Drescher argued on behalf of immigration authorities, and he argues that the district court judge doesn't have jurisdiction to release Öztürk because her case is an immigration case. Öztürk has several lawyers in the courtroom today. They've argued that her arrest was unconstitutional, claiming that she does not need to be in prison to go through the removal process, and that she was never notified that her visa was revoked before her arrest. Her attorneys also claim the government used her arrest to send a message for people who speak out against the administration's beliefs. This has to do with an op-ed Öztürk wrote at Tufts University commending the war in Gaza. Today, activists from the Vermont Coalition for Palestine Liberation rallied for her release.
By the way, the State Department openly admitted, according to John Hudson's reporting from the Washington Post yesterday, that they have zero evidence for Hamas support. Nothing. No evidence whatsoever. Nothing anti-Semitic was ever said. Yeah, State Department, zero evidence. John Hudson scoop for Washington Post. Days before mass immigration and customs agents detained Tufts University student Rumeysa Öztürk to deport her, the State Department determined that the Trump admin had not produced any evidence showing that she engaged in anti-Semitic activities or made public statements supporting terrorist organizations as the government has alleged. Which, by the way, is still not this. I need people to understand something. Even if she had done this, which she did not do, but even if she had done this, that is not a reason for deportation. You cannot deport someone for this, okay? That is still not deportable. And I'm very worried that a lot of people are hyper-focusing on these perfect victims and because the administration is actively trying to deport these people that have not even done any wrongdoing beyond that, I'm worried that the next time there is someone who has said something anti-Semitic, people are going to be like, well, this guy was anti-Semitic. It does not matter, okay? Saying anti-Semitic shit, saying things that the administration could perceive as anti-Semitic, or actually saying anti-Semitic shit is not a deportable offense. It is protected by the First Amendment. This is very important for people to understand. It is not a crime to be fucking anti-Semitic. It is inappropriate. I don't agree with it. It does not matter. You cannot deport someone for this, okay?
We're here today in solidarity with her, demanding her immediate release and reparations be paid to her, and all of her rights as a student, as a person in this country, be immediately reinstated, and a public apology issued by the Trump administration. Our democracy is at stake, and we will not be intimidated. We will not go back into the shadows. We will defend everybody under attack without exception.
Stop doing this. Stop. Paul. I hate when dumb fucks go, they're gonna clip you for this. Like, okay, let them. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. It's the truth. Like,
Lawyers for Ozturk will continue to make their case this afternoon, and then the U.S. attorney will have an opportunity to respond. We'll continue to follow the latest and give you updates. Live in Burlington, I'm Charlotte Hancock, NBC 5 News.
I told you so. People actually thought this guy wasn't going to get deported. It's insane.
The fuck is this? This changes everything now?
Fucking obviously, yes. Of course he's going to get deported. Let me see if I can, I'll watch a video about this real quick. Can be deported. Here we go.
Look, this is a very, very stunning move that's going to have repercussions for sure for all of
That's the goal.
The other international students who have been targeted by the Trump administration.
That's what I want them to do. If somebody is an international student and they're coming to the country and agitating and causing political distrust, like, I don't think that we owe it to the rest of the world to be a, open platform for you to come here and cause political dissent. It's ridiculous.
Cause political dissent.
It's ridiculous. Like, if you want to come here and complain about our politics, get the fuck out. Go back to your country. Yeah, any country would kick them out. Yeah, exactly. It's such a ridiculous premise that we need to have people that are not even citizens of this country. We're going to import them into this country and educate them so they can protest and complain in our country. Why do we have that? Why do we need this? Yeah, go complain in your own country. Exactly.
Free speech warrior, by the way. But I guess now, if you are declared as a non-citizen, as a green card holder with an American wife, anyone and everyone is declared non-citizens. The First Amendment is supposed to protect citizens and non-citizens on U.S. soil alike, whether they are documented or even undocumented, as a matter of fact. That's how it's worked. That's how it's always worked. That's how it's supposed to work. The notion that, like, oh, well, these guys are stirring up shit. So they should have their green cards revoked is insane.
their actions and demonstrations that they've been participating in under at campuses all across the country. I'm just looking at my notes here because, as you mentioned, I'm just running out of court right now. But it's really, really important because Judge Jamie Comins has found that Mahmoud Khalil is removable under the Secretary of State Marco Rubio's assertion that his continued presence and his actions in the United States actually compromise foreign policy and political priorities. That's very stunning because that is actually the only thing that she ruled on today. She did not rule on the other allegations that were raised by DHS that he allegedly misrepresented information on his green card application.
None of that matters. It doesn't have to matter. Like they can just deport him for whatever reason they want. That's what the rules say. No. I said this at the beginning.
No, that's not what the rules say. And then there's the second question, which is, even if that's what the rules said, is that appropriate? I don't think it is. The Trump administration is trying to write new rules right now, which Asmongold agrees with. Oh God, this commentary is so fucking stupid. I don't think I'm going to watch this whole thing, man. I'll lose my goddamn mind. I don't want to fucking watch this, okay? So fucking stupid.
Images released by the World Health Organization show the scale of the damage to Gaza's AHLI hospital after yesterday's Israeli airstrike. Israel gave a 20-minute warning before the attack, which destroyed a 2-story laboratory and caused massive damage to the emergency department. It leaves just 2 other hospitals in Gaza's north, both operating at less than 20% of capacity.
We will need weeks to restore the place, and in some parts, maybe months. There is a major problem in the radiology and laboratory departments. The damaged equipment cannot be replaced because of the blockade imposed on the Strip.
Israel said without providing evidence that it had targeted a Hamas command and control center. Further south, the aftermath of another strike in Khan Yunis. Again, a warning to leave before a tented encampment for displaced people was bombed.
There were 150 tents here, 150 families. There are no tents left. There's nothing left. Our homes were destroyed. Our tents were destroyed. What will we do next? Where will we go?
All of this adding to the already grave concerns about Gaza's humanitarian situation.
For over 1 month now, no aid, no supply, no electricity, a crust of bread has entered Gaza. Access is completely blocked by Israel. Food is running out while warehouses outside Gaza are full with food is rotting there because we can't get in.
The EU among those calling for an immediate ceasefire.
Yeah, remember when this is the same hospital that kickstarted the process of Israeli Hasbara, where everyone was yelling at me when I said, going along with BBC's initial reporting, that the AHLI hospital was initially struck. The Israeli, the AHLI hospital courtyard was initially struck by Israel, and then Israel just lied and offered no real evidence as to why it wasn't them, and we just kind of moved on from it. But that's where we that's where the Biden administration basically platformed the term Hamas-run health ministry, which is now a part of the lexicon. Remember that. This was that hospital. Also remember that Israel had previously bombed the Al-Ahli hospital 2 days prior. They actually fucking hit it with artillery shells 2 days prior to the courtyard bombing. No, that's not. That was from the start. They were saying Hamas run from the casualty reports. Yes, but that was when the American administration said that it was Hamas run health ministry numbers, and I do not believe them. That's what Biden said on the main stage.
The latest talks in Egypt breaking up without a breakthrough. Hamas, though, reported to be reviewing an Israeli proposal for 10 Israeli hostages to be released at the beginning of a 45-day pause. Major sticking points remain, but the proposal is reported to include the resumption of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Well, the Irish trauma surgeon, Dr. Morgan McMonagle, recently got back from a 6-week humanitarian mission working in Gaza's Nasser hospital. He joins me now from Waterford. Good evening. What do you think the impact of the bombing of the Al-Ahli hospital will be?
The bombing is absolutely massive. And in fact, I was lucky enough to have visited Al-Ahli hospital in Gaza City while we spent time in Nasser hospital. And it was already struggling to regain a good foothold, in managing the people of the Gaza Strip, because you have to remember over 1.5 million people were internally displaced down to the south, to Khan Yunis and Rafah, and now they were, since the ceasefire started in January, they were slowly making their way back up north, and the hospitals were slowly starting to manage what we might call neglected surgical disease, conditions that people were unable to present to hospital with, like advanced cancers and diabetes and diabetic foot, as well as a lot of complex war-related tertiary and quaternary effects of the war from previous gunshot wounds and blasts. I was in Nasser Hospital the night it was hit as well. And even though amazingly and miraculously only 2 people were killed, it is absolutely amazing that nobody else was injured, but the entire war was put out of action. Structurally, it was unsound for anybody to be in there other than construction workers. The very fact that since the blockade of aid and food and energy to desalinize the water.
Where's that fucking douchebag that you guys banned immediately? He said, like it or not, I'm glad that there are they're deporting people. Dude, the irony is guys like this fantasize about China behaving in this way. They fantasize about North Korea behaving in this way. And when America is behaving in this way, they go, oh, I love it, actually. The fuck do you mean foreigners are not allowed to cause disruption? Like, what are you talking about? What is the disruption? They were literally engaging in lawful activity. The fuck is wrong with you? It is not illegal to protest, citizen or non-citizen alike, but these guys were also legal permanent residents anyway. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, you're not allowed to protest if you're a fucking non-citizen. This is a new thing. I hope you understand that. The thing that you're championing is not a country that I think is moving in the right direction. Fucking moron.
Medicines have been blocked since the 2nd of March. And even though NGOs did stockpile for a certain number of weeks.
It's additionally crazy. You know what's even crazier? This is happening at the behest of a foreign nation too. Like, these guys could be like, fuck America. America sucks dick. And they probably wouldn't get this level of fucking immigration enforcement. But God forbid you say fuck Israel, dude. This is not a country anymore. I'm sorry. We're not a fucking real nation. I don't know how the fuck this happened. But you're an absolute baboon if you don't recognize how this will inevitably harm you. Oh.
We could see every single day food and supplies were getting less and less and less. Less quality, less quantity.
So what is available? I mean, what hospitals are available to people in Gaza?
Well, I believe before the current conflict, there was about 36 hospitals that were functioning. Now there's 22 that are only partially functioning. What I've been told from people who are on the ground, they're less than 20% functioning, most of these hospitals. So you can't take care of normal disease, normal conditions, never mind the conflict-related conditions, which are mostly blast-related. And the problem with a blast-related injury is it doesn't just affect one system or one part of the body, it affects all parts of the body and all teams. Even when I was there were specialists traveling from North Gaza and Gaza City down to Khan Yunis and down to Rafah. So they're spread out. So manpower is spread very thin on the ground, as well as a lack of supplies. So really it is more and more suffering on the ordinary people of Gaza. Yeah. And remember, keep in mind that about 50% of the population of Gaza is under 14 years of age.
Now, the Israelis say that this Al-Ahli hospital had a Hamas sort of control center in it somehow, and that's why they bombed it.
Yeah,
they said in the Nasser hospital where you were working that there was a Hamas leader using it as a base rather than being treated for wounds. What can you say about your time there in terms of what you saw? As you know, did you see Hamas there?
Oh, look, there was a time when every person with an Irish accent was a member of the IRA as well. I mean, as a humanitarian, I'm impartial and I'm neutral. But let's pretend for a moment there was a risk of a terrorist person or people being there. You still don't bomb healthcare facilities. And it goes against the Rome Statute of 1998. And motive is irrelevant. Motive is absolutely irrelevant. It's the intent to destroy a healthcare facility, regardless of what you think your motive might be. That goes against all international and humanitarian law.
Dr. McMonagle, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm now standing in the courtyard of AHLI Hospital in northern central Gaza Strip, where the Israeli fighter jets have targeted this place, resulted in massive devastation. Worth mentioning is that this is not the first time the hospital has been targeted. This is the second time. The first was on October the 17th, 2023, resulted in an Israeli massacre. At least 500 civilians have been killed in the first attack. The second was yesterday. We can clearly see the scale of devastation and the crater created by the Israeli missile dropped on this surgical operation unit.
We were receiving treatment and asleep in the hospital when suddenly they told everyone to evacuate at around 2 a.m. We started running with nowhere to go. We don't know where to go if hospitals are unsafe.
We can clearly see that this is the emergency unit. We can see the beds are empty right now. We can see the broken glasses due to the brutal attack. No patients are being received after the Israeli military rendered out the only barely functional, which it was once a barely only functional hospital in northern Gaza Strip. Now it got out of service and it is right now empty. We can also see the scale of devastation inflicted on the other part of the emergency unit.
They struck the hospital at exactly 8 minutes past 2. There's nothing to target here, as you can see. There's an ICU unit behind me, and then there's the emergency triage area, and this is the only hospital we had in the area.
The AHLI hospital is located close to Al-Shijaiya neighborhood, which is witnessing a ground invasion by the Israeli occupation forces. The situation is getting much more catastrophic in the light of the ongoing Israeli targeting of healthcare facilities and rendering them out.
If you say this is fucked up and unconscionable and correctly say that this is a genocide, the American government can just disappear you and send you to a fucking concentration camp in El Salvador, by the way. And people like Asmongold think this is appropriate. Monsters, dude. Actual fucking monsters. If you are a legal permanent resident, if you got a green card, you're about to fucking apply. You're about to get your citizenship the day. You're about to become a naturalized citizen. The American government can just come and kidnap you. Asmongold is officially in the final stage of becoming a fucking roach. Disgusting. When I hear shit like that, it's just like that is so much worse than any kind of like, oh, the titties are not big enough in video games nonsense that he engages in. Okay? Disgusting.
Out of service, and people will have no other place to get medical treatment after the ongoing Israeli attacks. Ibrahim Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Давайте разом відкриємо перше послання.
Давайте молитися. Брати та сестри, заспокойтесь, будь ласка. Давайте молитися, Ніколай.
Genuinely, what happens? Should American fascism eventually dissipate? How we hold accountable to those reporters? I don't know, man. I don't even know how to begin to think about American fascism ending, since it seems impossible to combat. Recall the weeks of hand-wringing about some U.S. media assuming correctly that the entity dropping 99.9% of the bombs on Gaza bombed the AHLI hospital courtyard. 543 days and 150 plus attacks on medical facilities later, I can't think of a fake media scandal that has aged worse. According to the New York Times, 1,500 Hamas PIJ rockets landed in Israel in the first 3 months of the conflict and killed 12 people, but one errant PIJ rocket landed in Gaza and killed 250 plus. Some really bad luck, I guess. Nothing else to see here. Move on. Yeah. After said fake scandal, almost every outlet immediately added the pejorative qualifier, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, to discredit the increasingly gruesome and obscene body counts. This was essential to suppressing opposition to the war, in air quotes, in its early weeks. Notice how the cumulative mentions of Hamas-run health ministry skyrocket after the Al-Ahli Arab hospital bombing. With no mention, of course, that the Hamas-run health ministry figures had been used for years by the U.S. State Department, Human Rights Watch, and Israeli intelligence. You are fucking disgusting. Go back to Istanbul if you don't like it. Your leftist views and identity politics is 98% of what's wrong. The rest is China destroying... What? Aw. I couldn't read the whole thing. It's so annoying. Guys, stop banning these fucking douchebags while I'm in the process of fucking reading what they're saying, okay? Please. What is the username? Here, I'm unbanning them. You are fucking disgusting. Go back to fucking Istanbul if you don't like it. Your leftist views and identity politics is 98% of what's wrong. The rest is China destroying us from within. Can you even explain fascism, or are you just listening to your brainwashing tactics? I love that this guy doesn't understand that China is not destroying the United States of America. It's the people that you probably voted for and you like that is actively dismantling the United States of America, whether it be our due process, whether it be our First Amendment protections. It's not China doing that. It's Donald Trump doing that. It's also Donald Trump working at the behest of those very same billionaires that have undermined every aspect of American existence up until this very moment. But of course, you will never understand that because you're laser focused on dumb fuck nonsense like identity politics is what's ruining this country. Yeah, it's actually trans people and undocumented migrants that is the reason why your rent is unaffordable and seemingly keeps going up. It's trans people and undocumented migrants that is the reason why you can't get a fucking job where you can actually, with a single wage, be able to pay for rent, maybe even get a wife one day, maybe have some children one day. It's actually trans people and undocumented immigrants that's the reason why you will never be able to retire at a reasonable age. Perhaps it's not that, and people are just simply moving you in that direction because they know you're stupid enough to you're stupid enough to dive into that bait head first every single fucking time. There's perhaps no funnier moment where you can be complaining about this sort of shit while also simultaneously be like, you're disgusting. Go back to your own country. I'm an American citizen, by the way. Okay. So sucks to suck, dumb fuck. But the idea where you're like, right, they've been destroying our country since the 90s when Clinton brought it into the WTO. Okay, dude. Nobody forced American capital to move to China for manufacturing. Okay? They did that. They actually designed it so that they could do that. And no, China joining the World Trade Organization happened decades after what you're talking about. what you're doing here is talking about NAFTA and mistaking NAFTA for other free trade other free trade agreements. Not that it matters. It doesn't fucking matter. Because every single person that engaged in this shit did it for one reason and one reason only, to put profits over the interests of American people. But you think it's a Democrat thing. It's not just a Democrat thing. It's a Democrat and Republican thing, okay? That's the difference. But notice what is not notice who is not responsible for any of this? The fucking woke identity politics that seemingly occupies a big chunk of your fucking mind. So dumb.
The arrest over...
Suspect arrested after alleged arson at Pennsylvania governor's house. This happened overnight. 100% would trigger Serbia as a Russian proxy state to try and take Balkan as well. Putin is extremely upset that Yugoslavia never wanted to be a part of the Soviets. Yeah. Where's your butler / dog sitter? My dad? I don't know. He's probably sleeping.
Overnight, the suspect charged with setting fire to the home of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who was there with his family at the time. Our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with the latest. Good morning to you, Aaron.
And good morning to you, Robin. You can see the yellow tape, the boarded up windows. That's the spot where police say the arsonist broke glass and hurled a Molotov cocktail while the governor and his family were asleep inside.
This morning, an arrest after police say an arsonist tried to kill Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro by setting fire to his official residence. The fire blackened damage evident, part of the mansion left uninhabitable.
This type of violence is not okay. This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other.
The governor and his family were gathered Saturday evening with 24 others celebrating the first night of Passover. Shapiro sharing this photo of his Seder plate. At 2 a.m., that very room was engulfed in fire.
The governor's residence burning a large fire in the dining room on the first floor. They can see fire out the windows.
The governor and his family were asleep inside, police rushing in to rouse them.
State troopers assigned to our detail woke us up and told us we had an emergency and needed to leave immediately.
Authorities now charging 38-year-old Cody Balmer of Harrisburg with aggravated arson, attempted murder, and terrorism.
He clearly had a plan. He was very methodical in his approach, without a lot of hurry.
This is the part of the fence the suspect breached to make his way inside the governor's residence, where he set the fire with an incendiary device. Investigators cut away this part of the fence so they could do DNA testing. No one was injured, but the attack left the governor, who has 4 children.
I don't understand who the fuck has smoke for Josh Shapiro of all fucking people. You know what I mean? He's just out of his mind, right? Like this dude.
Shaken.
Lori and I are overwhelmed by the prayers.
Like, also, I did find out that he also had a hammer and he had a plan to kill him with a hammer, which I think is I guess becoming like the fashionable weapon to try and assassinate Democrats and Democratic leadership in general. Very strange choice. David DePipe also famously had a hammer as well and wanted to kill Nancy Pelosi with a hammer, and tried to kill Paul Pelosi with a hammer. His mom already came out and said he went off his medication. The cops refused to help when she called them. Yeah, I saw that too. I just don't understand why you would have this much smoke unless you're just like a totally insane person. He admitted that he would have used the hammer to kill him. Didn't even try to say he used the hammer to break in or something. Yeah. No, I saw it. No, there's plenty of people who would have this kind of smoke. For Josh Shapiro, Wait, are you being for real or not? I can't tell. No, the hammer thing is real. That is literally real. David DePipe also used the hammer against Paul Pelosi.
And the messages of support that we've received from all across Pennsylvania and all across the United States.
Police say this.
And before people say, "Oh, is this related to the fucking person who Josh Shapiro refused to prosecute or whatever, that they ruled a suicide even though she was stabbed in the back of the head 20 times?" No, I don't think so. I don't think that there is any. I don't think that there's any like real logical through line here for anything. It just probably is a dude off his meds who wanted to who wanted to make a name for himself, maybe, or just like for no real reason.
Suspect confessed and told them he would have.
Wait, you blame the one northern?
Okay. Let's kill him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers.
That's the reason why you think. Okay, stop. Don't even joke about this. Okay. Suspect in arson at Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro's residence has been denied bail. A man who allegedly scaled an iron security fence in the middle of the night, eluded police, and set fire to the Pennsylvania governor's mansion was denied bail on Monday as he faced charges including attempted homicide, terrorism, and arson. Cody Balmer spoke with a public defender at times as he appeared in court late Monday afternoon after being released from a hospital where he was taken after an unrelated medical event. Balmer, 38, told the police he had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a small sledgehammer if he encountered him after breaking into the building, according to court documents. A motive for the attack, including whether it had anything to do with Shapiro's politics or religious beliefs, wasn't immediately clear. A man who allegedly scaled an iron security fence in the middle of the night eluded police and set fire to the PA governor's mansion and was in police custody at a hospital after an unrelated medical event, state police said on Monday. By the way, this is another ultimate, like, we had him on our radar moment where they didn't just have him. They didn't just have him on their radar. They literally had him in custody, it seems. Cody Balmer told police he had planned to beat Governor Josh Shapiro with a small sledgehammer if he encountered him after breaking into the building. Again, insane to just like admit that that is your intent. Your intent was to literally use a sledgehammer that you brought with you. No plausible deniability whatsoever. Just straight up, he was like, hey, by the way, this hammer, I wasn't using this hammer to break in. I was using this hammer to break his skull if I were to find him. Let the record show that I had intent to murder the governor of the state, which is crazy. All right. He was being treated at a hospital, which police say was not connected to this incident or the arrest. A motive for the attack, including whether it had anything to do with Shapiro. Balmer's mother told the Associated Press on Monday that she had tried in recent days to get him assistance for his mental health issues, but nobody would help. She said her son had bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. The AP was not able to verify that information. Why did they say that? He wasn't taking his medicine, and that's all I want to say, Christy Balmer said, speaking at the family home in Harrisburg. The fire caused significant damage and forced Shapiro and his family and guests, including other relatives, to evacuate the building early Sunday. The residence, built in 1968, did not have sprinklers. Harrisburg Fire Chief Brian Enterline said, that's crazy. That the governor's mansion did not have fire code? How the fuck does that happen? Shapiro said he, his wife, and the 4 children, 2 dogs, and another family had celebrated Jewish holiday Passover in that very room Saturday night. It was built in the 1800s, dog. Yeah, but like, isn't there... Aren't you supposed to do that? Like, aren't you supposed to have some kind of fucking fire code regardless? Like, even if there are no sprinklers? Anyway, they were awakened by state troopers pounding on their door. They fled and the firefighters extinguished the fire. Balmer had walked an hour from his home to the governor's residence. Damn, walkable cities? Yo, Pennsylvania's like that? Shit, man. I'm sorry. Pennsylvania, I take it back. That is a remarkably walkable infrastructure. The fact that someone could just walk from their house to the governor's residence like that. No, it's not. PA is not like that, Lamau. I mean, maybe the place where they were at, where the governor's mansion is, our cities are much older than cars. So yeah, they're very walkable. Yeah, I mean, I know Philadelphia is walkable. Very walkable. It is in the big old cities. The chatters are dumb suburbanites. I'm from PA. He was on the side of a highway the whole time, guaranteed. Some parts of PA are walkable, like Pittsburgh or Harrisburg. Anyway, let's continue. He admitted to harboring hatred towards Governor Shapiro in a police interview. Wow. Shocking. According to a police affidavit that did not expand on that point. Afterwards, he returned home, where police said they later found clothing he wore at the time and a small sledgehammer. Ballmer turned himself in at the state police headquarters after confessing to a woman he had formerly had a relationship with and asking her to call the police, which she did, the affidavit said. Authorities did not say whether he has a lawyer. He's expected to be arraigned once he is released from the hospital. Shapiro says he's unbowed. Hours after the fire, emotional Shapiro, who's viewed as a potential White House contender. Oh, God. Okay. When we were in the state dining room last night, we told the story of Passover, the exodus of Jews from slavery in Egypt and freedom. I refuse to be trapped by the bondage that someone attempts to put on me by attacking us as they did here last night. I refuse to let anyone who had evil intentions like that stop me from doing the work that I love. Police say suspect hopped security fence, forcibly entered the residence. Ballmer had faced criminal charges over the past decade, including a simple assault, theft, and forgery. According to online court records, he had also financial problems in recent years, including a lender filing for foreclosure on a modest Harrisburg house he owned in 2022 over missed mortgage payments. Court records show a deed transfer shows Ballmer sold the house for $60,000 last September to settle the debt. He's the father of at least 3 children, with 2 women filing court complaints seeking child custody agreements in 2012 and 2023. Fire badly damaged a large room. President Donald Trump told reporters Monday that Ballmer did not appear to be a fan of his either. Trump. The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody, he said. And certainly, a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen. Okay, I don't even know what the situation is, but I can see him being, he's a radical centrist. The guy who arsoned the Pennsylvania governor's mansion was brainwashed by the most toxic political force in America, centrism. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh no, but also, oh yes. Oh my God. Oh, we are such a fucked country, bro. No, you can't have a Yang Ganger doing arson. What is going on, bro? That's 2020. Yeah, it's been years, but it's funny that he was a both sides have really bad ideas kind of guy. Oh my God. You guys say pre-watched, but if you were to ask me, I would have thought this guy was like a fucking, I would have thought this dude was like, maybe like an anarchist or something. Like, no disrespect. Like, who has deep and severe mental issues. I would have never thought it would be a Yang Ganger with deep and severe mental issues. That is, wow. Especially because of his target. Like, who the fuck has this level of smoke for Josh Shapiro? You know what I mean? Luigi also was a bit of a centrist himself. What the fuck? What is this? This you just now? Yeah, that got bro pussy wet. saying an arsonist, maybe an anarchist, the most obvious guess you could make. Yeah, that was what I initially thought. Especially because, like, I feel like if you're in the game of doing like a political assassination, right? Like, making Josh Shapiro your target seems very much like making Josh Shapiro your target of political assassination seems to me like you're not in the business of of serious big stuff, right? You're not like, even if it was someone like Fetterman, there's a clear-cut motive that I could ascribe to, you know? Whereas like Josh Shapiro personally is just like a wild choice. Do you understand what I mean by that? Because, like, he was briefly entertained as a VP candidate choice and was like, sure, pro-Israel, but fucking who wasn't? You know what I mean? He wasn't like people made hay over the the thing that he wrote when he was in high school. But I feel like the average Democrat has the exact same opinions about Gaza. So it's not like he had anything beyond the isn't it his governor? Yeah, but governors are usually some of the more popular political figures in general. In spite of Josh Shapiro's popularity diminishing, I feel like governors themselves are not exactly in the crosshairs. Like, usually they are more popular and even go above partisan politics in general, which is why it makes sense that he would be a fucking it would be a centrist. I guess, yeah. It was probably a proximity play. Yeah. They've been targets. See Gretch? Yes. Gretchen Whitmer is a perfect example of like a governor that was gaining national prominence due to her actions during a time of unprecedented volatility during COVID. And even then, there was a lot of pushing in that direction from, let's just say, federal law enforcement agencies in terms of organizing and getting people together to take action, if you know what I mean. Yeah, speaking of Gretchen Whitmer, incredible. It's never been more over. She should have just taken a normal photo. This is literally dumber than that. Loki would be pertinent to reference anti-Semitism as a possible motive. No, I guess that, yeah, you're not wrong about that. That could be a reason. She was actually reading. Yeah, no, definitely. Hence the Greenblatt interview on CBS. Oh, I didn't even see this. Let's see what ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt had to say.
Based on what you know,
he's gonna be like, this is the same thing that Mahmoud Khalil did. This is pro-Hamas activity. They came after Shapiro because the person was, and I say this with no evidence whatsoever, but who needs evidence? He was Hamas.
No. Would you call this a hate crime?
Well, Major, it's certainly a case of domestic terrorism. I think it's very clear that this individual who targeted the governor and his family while they were sleeping in their home, the governor's residence, intended to inflict harm on this person. He said, as you mentioned at the top, that he harbored hatred. He wanted to find the governor and assault him with a hammer. This is certainly not normal. For it to be a hate crime, we would need to know that the intent was to target Governor Shapiro because he was Jewish or some other characteristic. I'm not sure that that's entirely clear, but what is clear is that attacking an elected official, attacking someone because of their politics, is demented, and it's domestic terrorism, plain and simple.
And for what you and the ADL have been going through the last couple of years, does this raise a kind of sufficient level of anxiety to make you fear whether or not it is, under the actual definition of the law, a hate crime? It's something troublingly adjacent?
Oh, absolutely, Major.
He's waiting. Dude, he's waiting to see if he's a registered Republican or not. That's why he's like, well, I don't know. We got to check if he voted for the Great White Hope or not. Because if he's a Trump supporter, then I can't really go against the big guy. You know what I mean? Let me tell you, if I catch him on the Columbia Students Registry, I'll tell you what I really think. I'll tell you what I think must be done. Okay? But if he's like, I don't know, has voted in the past for Donald Trump or something, I'm going to have to moderate my position. You feel me? Oh, Jesus.
Let's keep in mind that this happened on the first night of Passover. The governor had hosted some 80 people at the residence celebrating the Jewish festival when we remember that we were once slaves, were brought out of Egypt. And so it's a time that's sensitive for Jews. And it's a time when throughout history, there have been attacks on Jewish communities because of their faith. Right here in the United States, just a few years ago, the shooting in Poway, California, where a man burst into a synagogue with an automatic weapon. Thankfully, he didn't, load it correctly and it misfired. Only one person was killed, but many more could have been. And that was 6 months to the day of the attack at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pennsylvania, when Governor Shapiro was the Attorney General and prosecuted that case. So look, Jewish people are feeling on edge. We've seen a historic rise of anti-Semitic incidents. Frankly, Major, next week we're revealing the 2024 data. It's not a pretty picture.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. I'm surprised that he didn't somehow tie this back to Columbia protests. What? Bro, this is so painful listening to you not even address the blatant anti-Semitic elephant in the room here. Burning a prominent Jewish family's house down on Passover. It's so fucking obviously anti-Semitism. Maybe you really are an anti-Semite. No, I think that there is a very high likelihood. I literally said, as far as motives go, anti-Semitism could be one of the major factors. What are you talking about? What? What are you, hello? Yeah, dude, I'm anti-Semitic. You caught me. You're right. Fucking 5-month subscriber. Does Brain Dead Chatter clearly didn't hear that this dude was diagnosed schizo off his meds? Yeah. I literally said, in terms of Josh Shapiro's even like support for Israel, he doesn't like go above and beyond in comparison to the average Democrat. Therefore, this probably isn't even like a person who is like, oh, I'm doing this as a pro-Palestinian act or some shit. You know what I mean? Did Greenblatt really radicalize this chatter against you? Yes, maybe. Or I think he just didn't understand what I was saying.
So there's a reason why this resonates. There's a reason why everyone is on edge.
Why would they go after Shapiro on PA when Fetterman's their senator, if that's the case? Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Misunderstanding and also more so ranting at the news, guys. Okay, but that's an insane thing to fucking rant against. The fuck? Maybe you really are an anti-Semite is a crazy fucking assertion to make. especially when like accusations such as that one don't just stop with an accusation like that. It you know, as I've been explaining every single day, it moves beyond that, especially under this administration, don't you think? Let's not just fucking let's not just throw shit like that around. Anyway. From Cody's Facebook, perfect for today. Wait, what? Did you guys find his Facebook? Oh my God. I don't know what the motivating factor is here, but as far as Josh Shapiro goes, like, he's a centrist Democrat, collaborated with Republicans at times. And he's not like, I mean, yeah, he's pro-Israel, but not in a way where it's like above and beyond. Maybe he only went after him because he was walking distance, ban on incoming walkable cities. Yeah. Also, luckily, nobody died. You know what I mean? I like to think that it's the radical centrism. Centrists eating their own. I wouldn't even think that it would be a right-winger that would go after Josh Shapiro. That's why I said, like, it could be motivated by anti-Semitism. I guess right-wingers hate Josh Shapiro, do they? Yeah, he thought Josh Shapiro wasn't centrist enough. Dude specifically hated Shapiro, looks nutty enough. Yeah. He said true centrism hasn't been tried. He was a general anti-establishment normie during those Yang posts, post to BLM and green anarchist stuff. I can see that. I don't know. We'll find out soon.
Attacked Governor Shapiro with a hammer had he found him inside. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News Balmer has posted disdain for Democrats. And George, they're also not ruling out whether
that dude was not political, man. I can tell you that outright. He just wanted to harm a politician, and that dude was the closest. You underestimate Central Pennsylvania's ability to be mediocre in every way. No, dude. Come on.
Shapiro's Jewish faith may have played a role in motivating the attack. George.
Okay, Aaron, thanks very much.
We're learning new details in a new plot to assassinate President.
Wait, this one is a crazy one too. Wisconsin teen murdered parents plotted to assassinate Trump. This is another, bro. What is going on in this fucking country? This dude is literally a like a neo-Nazi, okay? And he was just mad at Trump for not being neo-Nazi enough, I think. What the fuck? I've talked about this the other day. If there's someone that ends up trying to fucking, do the deed on Trump again, it's probably going to be another fucking registered Republican. Or like a person that is far right or right wing in general. Because it's just so... Like they're just so fucking violent that they just end up killing their own or attempting to kill their own people.
President Trump, and on the arson attack against Governor Josh Shapiro's home, where a man is accused of setting fire to the official residence while the governor and his family slept. The disturbing cases are raising serious concerns about an environment where hatred and violence are being normalized.
This is so funny for Fox News to make this coverage. Yeah, I wonder who's most responsible for the dangerous, violent rhetoric. I'm looking all around, and I seemingly can't figure out who is most responsible for the dangerous, violent rhetoric, dude. Yeah, this kind of violence is so normalized. Why won't anybody put a stop to it? Whose fault may this be? Oh, God.
And in some cases, justified. Alexis McAdams is live in Harrisburg with the latest on the arson attack on Governor Shapiro.
I'm not even discounting the notion of like a leftist or a left-leaning guy doing a deed such as this one. At a certain point, it's America. Dude, it is the most American thing, okay? Doing political violence, specifically with guns, engaging in a mass shooting or something like that is the most American thing. I'll tell you, I'll take it one step further. It is so American that even a trans person has done it. It is so American that even like a 75-year-old Asian dude has done it. It's so American that women have done it, okay? That's how American it is, that like virtually every subcategory, every class, every type of person in America has at some point done a fucking mass shooting or an instance of political violence. That's how fucking normalized this is. The overwhelming majority of said incidents, of course, come from the far right. You know, almost all of them are far right dipshits. And it's such a far right dipshit thing to do that there are black dudes who are also neo-Nazis, like openly neo-Nazis that engage in school shootings and are like, oh, I want to do a race war on behalf of the white race. As a black person, that is how fucking far right this shit is. Okay? That happened not that long ago, chat. I'm not even making this shit up. That's literally a thing that happened. There was a kid. It's just a part of assimilating to America. Anyway, so it's just funny to have Fox News be like, who's responsible for this?
We go to Garrett Tenney for more on the plot to assassinate President Trump. Garrett.
Yeah, Kaylee, this story is wild. Prosecutors say 17-year-old Nikita Kasip killed his mom and stepdad back in February so that he could steal from them the money he needed to try to assassinate President Donald Trump. When police arrested the teen, he had $14,000 in cash, jewelry, pictures on his phone of his stepdad's debit and credit cards, along with his stepdad's bank account information. The plan, according to the FBI, was to use a drone with explosives to kill the president and spark a political revolution in the U.S. Court documents state Kasip appears to have written a manifesto calling for the assassination of the president of the United States. He was in touch with other parties about his plan to kill the president and overthrow the government of the United States. Investigators say the teen identified himself as a follower of a neo-Nazi cult that advocates
Seems to me like that's a registered Democrat right there. Definitely. Who's responsible for this kind of violent rhetoric, guys? I can't fucking figure it out. I can't seem to figure it out. Dude, I'm sorry. It's hard not to laugh at the situation because it's like, this is a horrifying situation, but like, it's the most American thing. It's the most American fucking thing. Oh my God.
Using violence and terrorism to overthrow governments, and he had already paid in part for a drone and
It's also so fucking stupid. Like, why is it that all these fucking dumbass neo-Nazi white supremacist shooters, they think like if they successfully pull off an assassination, all of a sudden race war? Like, how does that? Like, even during the order time, okay, even back then, they had like a more coherent, well-flushed out plan. you know, institute a bunch of bank robberies and fucking arm an entire militia movement. Like, these guys are just simply, they're just like, yeah, I'll just kill a bunch of people and then race war. How do you think that's why do you think that's gonna happen? Like, what the fuck? It's just so strange. They always say they're doing this to save the white race. They're doing this because, like, if they kill enough black people, or if they kill enough brown people, or if they kill the fucking president, who is also pretty much a fucking Nazi himself, that, like, magically it will turn, like, magically the country overnight is going to turn into a race war. They're like, oh, finally. Finally, race war time. I was waiting for this moment.
Explosives to do just that. Other messages found on his phone suggest that he was getting at least some guidance and support from others who claimed to be from abroad and spoke Russian. In several messages, the teen allegedly wrote, "How long will I need to hide before I will be moved to Ukraine? 1 to 2 months? And then, so while in Ukraine, I'll be able to get a normal job and have a normal life, even if when it's found out what I did?" This investigation is still very much ongoing. We will likely continue to learn more ahead of his next court appearance, which is on May 7th. Kaylee?
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily.
Bro, what the fuck is going on? Dude, what is happening? I feel like... Ryan Ruth 2.0? No, I don't. Speaking Russian, but going to Ukraine? Yeah, I mean, Zelensky involvement confirmed. U.S. going to invade Ukraine? Yeah, okay. The kid had Order of 9 angle stuff on his phone. This network is fucking insane and has inspired other shooters. Satanic left-hand path and terrorist network that originated in the UK but has since branched out in other parts of the world. Claiming to have been established in the 1960s, arose to public recognition in the early 80s, attracting attention for his neo-Nazi ideology and activism. Describing his approach as traditional Satanism, it also exhibits hermetic and modern pagan elements in his beliefs. Why are there so many fucking esoteric Nazi movements, man? This is one of the Telegram groups related to the female mass shooter and the black mass shooter as well. It is wild that there's just so many of these like 4chan adjacent fucking Telegram channels where they straight up are doing what previously was done by our intelligence communities to do, you know, false flag attacks that only to thwart those attacks before they actually came to fruition. And then, you know, go, hey, we did it. We stopped it. This is a real problem and we're stopping it. Now I feel like there are so many fucking insane people primed and ready to go that I guess people from other countries are able to do this. The ONA is literally terrifying. They promote CP because it's evil. Jesus Christ. Previously, Lamar, the FBI still radicalizing people, especially in online right-wing chat rooms. Look at the drone bomber guy who tried to bomb Nashville last election. Yeah, there's definitely, they still do that for sure. Human sacrifice. The ONA's writings condone and encourage human sacrifice, referring to victims as opfers. The ONA outlines the guidelines for human sacrifice in a number of documents. A Gift for the Prince, A Guide to Human Sacrifice, Culling, A Guide to Sacrifice to Victims, A Sinister Expose, and guidelines for testing of offers. According to ONA's beliefs, the killer must allow their victims to self-select themselves. This is achieved through testing victims to see whether they expose perceived character faults. If this proves to be the case, it is believed that victims have shown that they're worthy of death and the sacrifice can commence. What the fuck? I studied their practices when my ex joined the TSD in order to have a religious right to abortion. It's just edgy teenager shit. Yeah, except edgy teenager shit can be dramatically scaled back by, reasonable gun control and access to medical care, like psychiatric treatment and shit like that. When you don't have that, you have basically nascent lone wolf terrorists just waiting to be primed with oftentimes a readily available arsenal that they can use. Do you see what I'm saying? And also, this kind of attitude is totally normalized by every facet of American society. So that makes it even harder. That makes it even crazier. It makes it harder to stop.
No, the escalation.
Anyway, when a gun is more financially accessible than life, it breeds shooters. Yeah. All right. Speaking of insanity, we're going to get back to the tariffs as well. Also, yes, Ecuador. I'll talk about that briefly as well. I told you to watch this space with Ecuador, and some seemingly very interesting election results have come out from Ecuador. And martial law was implemented before the election even took place, weirdly enough. Of course, no one will talk about it in, I think, Western media because, the guy is right-wing and pro-Trump and works with Eric Prince, as a matter of fact. So very cool stuff happening in that part of the world as well. But let's talk about the tariffs.
Escalating trade war with China and those mixed messages from the White House. President Trump is now signaling new tariffs on electronics after carving out exceptions last week. Senior political correspondent Rachel Scott is at the White House. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. And this one has sparked a lot of confusion. The Trump administration putting in place exemptions for some electronics like smartphones and laptops. But now the president suggesting that those are only temporary and that even more tariffs are on the way. This morning, White House whiplash. Just days after excluding smartphones, computers, and other electronics from the new steep tariffs imposed on China, the president suggesting those exemptions are temporary. On Air Force One, the president asked about the mixed signals.
There's some ambiguity, or at least some questions about whether there were exceptions or exemptions.
There shouldn't be ambiguity. We have a tremendous country.
And now promising to impose even more tariffs on semiconductors and chips, which are essential to power everything from cell phones to cars.
Like we did with steel, like we did with automobiles, like we did with aluminum, which are now fully on. We'll be doing that with semiconductors, with chips, and numerous other things. And that'll take place in the very near future.
The majority of Apple iPhones are assembled in China, and without an exemption to Trump's massive 145% tariff on Chinese goods, financial services firm UBS estimates the cost of a new iPhone 16 Pro Max could skyrocket by $950. The president says America should no longer rely on China to manufacture those products.
We want to make our chips and semiconductors and other things in our country.
But experts warn that could take time.
China is very...
Experts warn that could take time. Oh, really? You mean the high precision manufacturing necessary to build these insane things we won't be able to magically train people to do overnight with high quality precision? in the factories that don't currently exist? That makes no sense. What? What? I can't believe these dumbass experts, dude. So stupid. So stupid that you can't simply wish for a factory to be built overnight and wish for a labor force that's capable of dealing with high precision manufacturing overnight. I don't understand. Shut up. You're woke and gay, experts.
Intertwined with our economy, and it's very hard to find easy substitutes to many of these imports.
And this morning, China is retaliating, halting exports of magnets critical to the assembly of American cars and other electronics, from drones to robots. As the president reveals another target in his ongoing trade war, prescription drugs made outside the United States.
We want to make our drugs in this country. And by placing a tariff on the companies that are not in this country, they're going to move into our country.
The raw ingredients of almost all medications are made overseas. Experts say the move could drive up prices for over-the-counter drugs like ibuprofen and even lead to shortages. Democrats warning of the impact, saying the president's on and off again tariff strategy is only sparking confusion.
Look,
I don't get it. I'm a person with $2 billion in my bank account due to all of the subscriptions that you guys have given me. Okay? I have $2 billion in my bank account, and I'm really excited to move my manufacturing from China and Vietnam directly to the United States of America. Okay? And I was going to do it this past week, but then Trump went back on the tariffs, and now I'm like, okay, I might as well keep my factories in Vietnam and China. Okay? This instability as a person of worth, a POW, a person of means, a POM, the true 1%, the true minority, the only real minority that matters. I want to build American. I want to build factory in America, but it's just all this flip-flopping has caused a lot of worry for me as a POC, a person of capital. I want to build a factory, but it's just I simply can't get myself to build a factory in the United States of America and hire the labor force necessary and train them because the president keeps fucking going back and forth on his tariffs.
there is no tariff policy. It's just all chaos and corruption. That's all we have going on.
So over the weekend, the president said he would be releasing more details, more specifics about those new tariffs sometime today. And in just a few hours, the president will also be meeting with the president of El Salvador, who is here in Washington. He has become critical to this administration's mass deportation plan. Michael.
The BIPOC, business inclined person of capital. I love that.
This has been really confusing. Rachel, thank you for that.
We got our chief White House correspondent, Ray Bruce, who's here in the studio with us this morning. Hard to keep up with all the changes on this tariff policy.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a lot of whiplash here. And look, the president is trying to have it both ways. On one hand, he says he's willing to show a certain flexibility, but at the same time, the White House is pushing back hard against any notion that he is blinking with China. They are scrambling now to explain this shift. His top aides are flooding the airwaves, saying these exemptions for electronics from the steepest tariffs are only temporary. Some saying this was the plan all along, even though we know for weeks they said there would be no such carve-outs. The president himself even going so far yesterday to say there was no exemption for electronics, which simply is not true. Late Friday night.
So which one is it? Do we know? Are there exemptions or are there not exemptions? Because I don't think there's a single person that you can trust with these statements. It's just like Trump one day says exemptions are going to happen. And then in the next, we'll be like, just kidding. That was a joke. It's a secret. I can't tell you. All I know is that this is yet another 5D chess move. Excellent play, sir. Thank you so much for once again liberating the United States of America and unleashing a robust manufacturing base here. That's the only thing I do know. Oh, that's not your goal anymore? Well, then, yeah, who needs the manufacturing anyway? And I've decided now that you also don't care about that, I don't care about that either. I never did. That's right. The only thing I know is that you're always right, and I love you.
Tonight, they quietly gave these products this reprieve, and now the president insists these goods are just being shifted to a different tariff bucket, as he said. But the Commerce Secretary says that could take a month or two. The bottom line, right now, these electronics are exempt for now.
And lots of uncertainty for the businesses having to deal with this. Meantime, they're trying to get all these other trade deals done in the next 90 days. How realistic is that?
Look, they insist they can get this done in just 90 days, but it's a real steep climb. I mean, we know right now of at least a handful of countries that are in active negotiations. They say roughly 130 have come calling and are now in discussions to somehow strike a deal. But remember the last time the president negotiated a major trade deal with Mexico and Canada in his first term? That took years to fully come to fruition. And the president says when they come to the end of these 90 days, he's going to put those sweeping so-called reciprocal tariffs back in place. And Georgie has warned that there will be transition costs for Americans in the meantime.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much.
We are getting a clearer picture of how Americans are feeling about President Trump and his economic policy.
What do you mean? Harry Anton says Americans are not buying what Trump is selling them. Trump is selling them prosperity. Do Americans not want prosperity? I don't understand. Everything he said is in the direction of prosperity.
12 weeks into his second term. CNN chief data analyst Harry Anton is here to run the numbers. Hello, Harry. Happy Sunday to you.
You as well.
Okay, so where are we with Americans and how they're viewing the economy?
Yeah, so a CBS News YouGov poll came out earlier today, and I will just say, I'll put it in stark terms, I believe this is the worst poll that Donald Trump has received in his second term, and we can go through it, Jessica. Let's talk about the economy, right? Think the economy is getting worse. Back in November, it was 42% of Americans. You don't have to be a genius to follow this timeline. By February, it was 49%, March, 51%. Look at where we are now, 53%. The clear majority of Americans think the economy is getting worse, and that number is rising. When Trump, of course, won that second term, it was 42%. Now we're up 11
Holy Toledo.
points. The clear majority, 53%. This poll and this number in particular is no bueno.
Bro, they're losing their business and still crying and blaming everybody else.
I love this for you. I love this. Nice. I love this for you. I love to see you fail. I love to see your family be affected and hurt because you voted for Trump. Yeah, I voted for Trump. Absolutely. Did I know he was going to increase the tariffs? Yes, I did. However, I thought that the infrastructure would be set up prior.
How, dude? How? How did you think that? Why did you think that? He said tariffs are the greatest word in the English language. He never said building a robust manufacturing base is the greatest word in the English language. It'd be multiple words anyway. It would be multiple words. He never uses multiple words. He just used the one word. Why did you think that that was within his capabilities? I don't understand it. He said he's going to do mass deportations and tariffs. That's what you voted for. Why the fuck? Why did you think that there was going to magically be factories everywhere? Like where? Where would the fucking factories come from?
For small business to come back to America and manufacture in America. So to wish ill on someone and to love the fact that they're suffering, to love the fact that their family is being negatively affected because I didn't vote the same way that you did is fucked up. It really is. It shouldn't matter. Anyone that enters my life, I'm going to judge you of who you are, how you are as a human being. Are you kind?
Soy right. Again, many such cases. Soy right versus dark woke. Dark woke is like, love this for you. Your business is failing. I hope you can't feed your children. Soy right's like, how dare you? I'm doing a bodies in spaces. You don't understand. When I voted for the guy who said he's going to deport everyone that hurts my feelings to El Salvador, I was doing that in a woke way. I was doing that because I thought it would be good for America. Okay, how dare you? How dare you say that I voted for a fucking fascist piece of shit? It's really messed up, dude.
Are you polite? Are you sincere? That's how
Yeah, okay, dude. You didn't vote for a polite or a sincere guy. You know, what do you mean?
I judge you, not who you voted for. I've got far left-leaning friends. I got far right-leaning friends. It doesn't matter to me. I like you based on who you are. But to see someone hurt and their business fail and their family be affected because they didn't vote the way
I mean, dog, you literally voted for this. That's why they're laughing. Like, you voted for this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even a thing that he kept a secret. You even admit that he was going to do the tariffs, and that's what you voted for. Like, what can we do? Not laugh at this? This is the funniest. This is the only person to laugh at. You know?
you did.
I don't get it.
It's fucked up. I'm sorry. A lot of you are fucked up. I'm sorry. We should all care about each other regardless of who we voted for. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, dude.
Paul's
Trump's tariffs are knocking out a major leg of the podcaster economy by taking out e-commerce. I know. Silver lining, baby.
Even though I agree with them on principle, are overlooking the impact, especially on smaller companies, due to just-in-time inventory policies. I'll give you a quick lecture on what it's like managing logistics. All right, I run a protein bar company, founded it with another guy, Mark Lobliner, a bodybuilder and a friend of his. Okay. We order inventory, we ran out of inventory. People go, how do you run out of inventory? What is screw up? And the answer is we don't really know. You have to test the market. You order inventory, cash flow comes in, you order more inventory, you hope you order the right amount. If you order too much, then where are you going to warehouse it? So you order everything just in time. Now these bars, by the way, are not subject to the tariffs, so this is not self-interested. I'm using that only to illustrate a point. Okay, so what happens if you run a company like Bill Ackman flagged this, where he's investing in a company that's a cold brew company that's in Whole Foods, but your glass bottles come from China, your lids come from China. You have to order everything just right, because if you order too much, where are you going to keep the glass? If you don't order enough, then you're out of stock, then you don't have cash flow. So that on the individual level, everybody has to run their company this way. Everybody does. It's easy to say these people are whining, but no, you have to run your company this way, because otherwise you have too much cash flow tied up into inventory, then you can't market, then you can't make payroll, then you can't make key hires. How do you hire a CFO if your money's all tied up inventory? You have 1,000 different things you have to worry about with the company, and this point of view is not being looked at with the Trump administration. So for example, Apple is going to get exempted from the tariffs. These big companies are fine. NVIDIA, they're going to get exempted. But what about the cold brew company, right? What about the companies that are running just-in-time inventory rationally, and now they have these tariffs, they're going to get margin squeeze, they're going to go out of business? What really is going to happen? So Trump needs a e-commerce small business council. People with companies that are doing $50 million or less in revenue, this needs to happen immediately. Immediately, there needs to be an e-commerce council. Founders who are making $50 million.
We need an e-commerce council. The podcaster economy is in shambles. Remember when I told you that this would also happen? Donald Trump actively coming after the one base of permanent support, the podcaster economy and the drop shippers and the Trump merch economy. It's hard not to laugh, you know?
$1 or less. I can think of a lot of these companies who are doing it. They cannot be overlooked.
Breaking news. The Trump administration took steps towards imposing new tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceutical products using a national security rule. I thought it was Don Quixote behind him too, chatter. I don't know. It looked like it could be. Like it's how Don Quixote envisions himself, right? Oh, this was really funny. Also, America would be better off if more people worked in manufacturing. 80% of Americans agree. 20% disagree. I would be better off if I worked in a factory. 25% of Americans agree. 73% disagree. 2% currently work in a factory. So it turns out that Americans just want other people's children to go to the factory floor. They don't want to do it themselves, which is so shocking to me. Oh my God. This is precisely the reason why I kept saying it's not the manufacturing jobs that Americans desire. It's the actual fantasy of having unionized labor that offers you tremendous benefits and a higher piece of the profits so that you can have a comfortable existence. We have jobs already in this country. Service economy jobs, for example. Lots of those jobs are gig economy jobs. The problem isn't that the jobs are gay or woke or not hardcore and hard labor. That's precisely the reason why I also kept repeating that many people that have parents that have worked in construction, or many people that currently in my community that work in menial labor, for example, construction jobs or factory jobs, don't want their children to work in factory jobs. That's kind of the American dream. The American dream is you break your back so your next of kin doesn't have to. But because we're so far removed from having any sort of factory jobs whatsoever, that people forgot about it and simply fantasize about it. Same principle behind coal miners. Nobody wants black lung. They just want a good income. They want to be able to have a single parent work in a 2-parent household, and the other parent can just fucking take care of the children or do whatever the fuck they want to do. They want to be able to go on vacation. That is what people want. It's not about wokeness at all. It's so stupid. That's it. But you're not getting that. No one is getting that. What we're getting instead is no manufacturing, higher prices in general, and no fixing of the no like onshoring. And even if there was any sort of marginal onshoring, it wouldn't mean good jobs to begin with.
For the president of the United States, Jessica.
And who are they blaming for what they are seeing as an economic downturn?
Yeah, okay. So, obviously, you had Joe Biden before you had Donald Trump. And, of course, Donald Trump would say, you know, Joe Biden left us in a horrible state and I have to help dig us out of it. All right, so let's take a look here. More responsible for the state of the economy or the economic state. In March, CBS News asked about inflation, and 38% said it was Joe Biden who was more responsible, compared to 34% who said Donald Trump. Let's jump forward to now, in the month of April. Look at this number, 54%.
Wait, 21% still say it's Biden's fault? Why? Did Biden hit Donald Trump with the mind laser beam? Like, am I misreading this data? Did they think that like Biden is responsible for Trump doing the tariff scheme?
Of Americans say that Donald Trump is more to blame for the state of the economy than Joe Biden. Joe Biden's number has fallen from 38% to 21%. Donald Trump may try to blame Joe Biden for this, and maybe that was working a month ago in the month of March. But since the tariff war has begun, it's not working anymore. Americans are not buying what Donald Trump is selling them. They believe, the clear majority, 54%, that Donald Trump is more to blame for the state of the economy at this point than Joe Biden is, Jessica.
That is interesting to see how that evolves just in the last month, really.
Yeah.
How are they viewing tariffs?
Yeah. Okay. So obviously the big thing when it comes to the state of the economy right now for Donald Trump is tariffs. So let's take a look here. All right. The tariff plan, new tariffs on importing goods, oppose versus favor. You go back to January. Look at this. 48% said they favored these new tariffs, these Donald Trump tariffs, compared to 46% who opposed. Look at where we are now in the CBS News YouGov poll. A switcheroo, Jessica, a switcheroo. The clear majority, 58% of Americans oppose these new tariffs compared to just 42% who favor them. Again, this is part of the picture that we've seen throughout this presentation, right, Jessica? More and more people are turning against Donald Trump. Their views of the economy are getting worse. They are holding Donald Trump responsible. And when it comes to his signature issue, so far in his second term, tariffs.
Yeah. This is the meme. Who wants more American factories? Who wants to work in the American factories? Nope.
I mean, my goodness gracious, that trend line is ridiculously awful for Trump. The opposition number from 46 to 58 and the favor from 48 to 42. Americans have switched on a dime on the economy, on Donald Trump, in large part because of the tariffs, which they increasingly do not like.
And what's the biggest problem with Trump's plan for these people?
Well, I think it's the biggest problem that you hear our analysts say all the time is they don't know what the heck.
My uncle's blaming Biden that he will go out of business because of the tariffs. That's amazing. Your uncle is keep me posted on your uncle's activities. I love that.
Donald Trump is doing. It's his approach. I mean, take a look here. Trump's approach to tariffs and trade, that is the way he's going about it. Just 37% of Americans like it. Look at this number. 63%, nearly 2/3 dislike it. Among independents, Jessica, it's just...
Bro, I told you. The one thing that you can't touch are the fucking treats. Nobody listens to me. I said this. Donald Trump came after the treats. He said the treatlerites will suffer. And lo and behold, you can't fuck up the bag. You can't, in Felix's words, you can't molest the money, okay? And you can't touch the treats. You can't, I don't know. This is why I always laugh whenever people, 36K people listening, Lamau, this guy's a character, Lamau. We are all here listening. Look. I've been saying this was going to happen for fucking months since he started unveiling the tariff agenda. This is why I always laugh whenever someone tells me approval ratings of a particular issue, an issue that hasn't been solved yet, an issue that Americans haven't seen with their own two eyes, like an issue that Americans haven't experienced yet or even feel like is real. When it's pure fantasy, when it's just a policy that a popular figure like Donald Trump is pushing for, then people can find themselves on board with it. But once it becomes a reality, everybody goes, whoa, we don't want that. We don't want that at all. What do you mean? What the fuck? Why would you? I don't want to pay $3,000 for a Switch 2. What the fuck is this? This is why I always say, get the fuck out of here. Oh, this is a 2080 issue. It's like, yeah, no, it's not. Okay? It's not. It's a major problem with the Democrats that they don't actually actively present a counter narrative against these sorts of things to build up enough resentment so it doesn't even happen ahead of time. They did this with Medicare, or not Medicare for all. Sorry, some chatter was saying Medicare for all. They did this with immigration. Would this happen with Medicare for all as well? Certainly. The immediate period of instability that happens when Medicare for all is implemented would cause a lot of people to say, oh, I don't want this. But once the dust is settled, you would never be able to take that away. Okay? It would take decades and decades of austerity until people were open to privatization. And the greatest example I can give you is Social Security or congestion pricing in New York City. Thank you. Exactly. People fought hard against congestion pricing. People fought long and hard against congestion pricing. Then what did they do? Once it was implemented, people were like, never mind. This was actually awesome. This was a good thing. Okay? Same with Social Security. Social Security is very hard to take away. Very politically unpopular to take away. The problem is the elites know this. That's why they fight long and hard to ensure that there's never any sort of socialization when it comes to medicine. That's it. Republican policies in general, right-wing policies in general, revolve around breaking pre-existing systems or deregulation and destruction, which people think they like before it happens. When it does happen, they go, oh, fuck, I didn't like that. Left-wing policies, though, on the other hand, people might be resistant against, especially because there's a steady flow of propaganda showing you, telling you, lying to you that it's a bad thing if implemented. And there will be a little bit of instability in the interim once implemented. But in the long term, people like their social conditions, their material conditions improving, and will not allow you to take away the things that the government gives them. Okay? That's the major difference here.
28% of independents who like the way that Donald Trump is approaching tariffs and trade. And that's not much of a surprise because one day Donald Trump is saying one thing, the next day he's saying another. One day someone from his administration saying one thing, the next day that same exact person saying another. The message, simply put, is unclear. And it's the approach more than anything else, Jessica Dean, that the folks in the American public dislike about Donald Trump and his way that he's going about the tariffs and trade policy of the second Trump administration.
Even the Affordable Care Act, exactly. Good luck. Good luck trying to take away the two anti-capitalist provisions baked into Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. Okay, pre-existing conditions and forcing insurers to provide family care until the age of 26. Those are the two anti-capitalist provisions inside of Obamacare, Affordable Care Act, which was ultimately a right-wing market-based solution and a hurdle against socialized medicine overall. You won't be able to take those away easily. I mean, Americans are very stupid, so maybe you can convince them. Probably not, though. Seemingly, it's been hard to tackle. Donald Trump tried to tackle it last time around, was not able to do so, and backed away from it ultimately. So
very interesting. And then overall, how does this affect his approval rating?
Yeah, okay, so we talk about the economy, right? But does the economy, the way people feel about the economy, equal the way they feel about Donald Trump overall? Because if it doesn't, if these two paths don't cross, then these numbers don't mean anything.
Right.
But let's take a look right here. Donald Trump's net approval rating. In early February, according to CBS News, look at that, it was +6. Late February, +2. March, 0, even approval, disapproval. Look at where we are now, -6 points. He's underwater for the first time in the CBS News YouGov poll, at least in his second term. Again, it's the trend line that's so important here, and the trend line and the American people are turning against Donald Trump. And that's why I said at the beginning, Jessica, that this, in my mind, is the worst poll that Trump has received in his second term so far.
All right, Harry Enton, as always, with the numbers there. Thank you so much.
the fact that it's only -6 is also another indication of Trump's overall popularity, the cult-like fervor surrounding his person, and how stupid Americans have become. Because I don't think that Biden would be able to. I don't think Biden would be able to retain only 6%, or not 6%, sorry, -6% net approval if he were to implement actions such as this one. I feel like they'd assassinate him. You know, I mean, first time he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna do tariffs, Jack." He'd be packed up. They would shove him into a locker and replace him with a body double. Pronto.
So much. So this week begins with the country and the global economy caught in the grip of uncertainty. If that sounds familiar, it is. Since that
He's actually still winning on the trans athlete narrative. A lot of leftists feel right wing by siding with him. Yeah, I think people are very stupid. If you spend any time saying, yeah, we got to eliminate transgender athletes from competitive sports, you are the dumbest person on the planet. Like, how do you not understand that these two things go hand in hand? Okay? It's this stuff that's impactful. The trade war, the unnecessary trade war that Trump implemented, that is ruining your future, or not tackling the cost of living crisis that he ran on and successfully won on. Anyone that fucking thinks that the real issue in America is like the 3 transgender athletes or whatever is the biggest dumbass of all time. I'm sorry, I can't have a serious conversation with a person like that. Like, you're so stupid.
That has clearly become the status quo over the past weeks. Head-spinning uncertainty stemming from President Trump's rollout of his tariff plan. U.S. stock futures, they are on the rise this morning. Now, after the Trump administration carved out exemptions from the president's reciprocal tariffs.
For a closer look at China when it comes to tariffs, let's get to Eunice Yoon in Beijing. A lot going on, Eunice, regarding rare earths, visit to Vietnam, and more. Good morning.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. You guys were talking about those tariff exemptions. The Chinese government, on the whole, over the weekend, had acknowledged that the tariff exemptions were what they described as a small step, and even said that China was evaluating the impact. The state media, though, had said that this was a U.S. retreat, and also more evidence that the Chinese supply chain is really, really important for the world. Today, though, probably because of a lot of the confusion out of the messaging from the White House, the Chinese government doubled down on their overall stance. That is, that the U.S. government should abolish the tariffs and the what they describe as wrongful actions around those tariffs. What was also interesting is that a state TV-linked social media account, which is now closely watched for messaging on U.S.-China trade, just several hours ago elaborated a little bit further, saying that to the Trump team, their, what they call delusion, is China will compromise under high tariffs. The account goes on saying, if the U.S. really wants to talk, China needs to see real action. What was also interesting is that the same blogger account was hinting at who would be taken, what kind of step would be taken next. And the target, they said, was American IP and American brands. And then this blogger went on to suggest that Chinese people could reject them. And they said that they noted that Walt Disney and Comcast, which owns CNBC, have development and production businesses, theme parks, and consumer goods in China. They also mentioned Sony, Paramount Global, as well as Netflix. The messaging, though, overall, outside of that, the potential for countermeasures, is that there needs to be a lot of support for Chinese exporters, and that this is paramount. Carl, you mentioned President Xi's visit to Vietnam. He is there in Southeast Asia on a three-nation tour, ostensibly to try to build up those trade ties. Today, he announced, or China and Vietnam announced that they had signed several trade negotiation deals. And then, of course, there is the private sector that is also getting involved to try to help redirect some of the goods that the exporters used to sell, and I guess so still do sell to the United States as well as elsewhere, but also to sell them here in China.
Well, I've got to tell you, Eunice, I listened to you all morning, and you've been incredibly spot on all these things. But when I listen to the rhetoric from China, this is 1968, 72 rhetoric. This is the kind of rhetoric that just says there's never going to be a meeting. Is there a way to have a Nixon to China moment? Because as far as I'm concerned, this is just...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Donald Trump wishes he had fucking Maoist vision like Nixon did, okay? He wishes. China threatened us with this move in 2019. The DOD has been musing on doing something about it since 2010, but hasn't. Great job not preparing for anything. I knew it was coming, but it's still bad. China's officially halted shipments of several rare earth minerals to the U.S., specifically used as inputs for cars, semiconductors, and aerospace companies. It is because they have an entire monopoly on the refinement process of all of these rare earth minerals. So what the fuck were you thinking? Okay? The question remains, what were you thinking? And the American government's like, this shows how bad faith the Chinese government is. It's like, no, they're just showing you that you can't fuck around like this. They didn't do this for Taiwan. They didn't do this for Hong Kong. They didn't do this for anything. They just literally, you've been gearing up for war against a country that you rely on for your defense contractors. It's so stupid. This is why I kept saying over and over again for the past couple of years, like, what an idiotic notion that we would go to war with China. There's never been a history. There's never been a Cold War with a nation state that we are so directly connected to, that our manufacturing entirely relies on. It's so dumb. Trade in that regard, unironically, is not dissimilar to nukes. If anything, it's even more significant, more impactful than nukes. The two nations that have nukes will never go into hot battle with one another, right? Like the idea that nuclear proliferation has brought about a new age of peace around the world, except, you know, we now fight through proxy wars with countries that don't have nukes and they get fucked over in the process. But that's besides the point. I'm not in favor of nuclear proliferation at all. Obviously, denuclearization should be the goal here. But trade, on the other hand, is also a very effective way to, it's a very effective way to curb back on our appetite for death and destruction. America's so fucking stupid, though, that they don't give a shit. It makes no sense. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. The idea that you're just going to keep posturing this way and then try to nuke global trade in this way and then not expect any repercussions whatsoever for this when you don't hold the cards. Okay? Ironically enough, Xi Jinping should call up Donald Trump and be like, you don't hold the cards, Donald. You don't hold any of the cards, Donald. And yeah, I know Matt Stoller is an anti-China hawk. I know. Many Americans are. No one wants to examine why China got to the point that it got to. China was not supposed to develop. It was supposed to be kept poor. It was supposed to be a kleptocracy led by a bunch of wealthy, Western-backed oligarchs, not dissimilar to Russia. That's what was supposed to happen. China was not supposed to develop and become a competitive manufacturing power that actually eats away at America's market share. Okay? That's the problem. The problem is China actually did the thing that the World Trade Organization constantly claims is happening to the global south, which is that these kinds of free trade agreements are actually incredibly beneficial for the countries that are on the receiving end. The countries that woke leftists will say are being exploited for our affordable treats. Okay? The reason why we're on the fuck China tip for the past multiple decades at this point is because they were able to actually take all of the foreign capital and then distribute it evenly. Okay? And before people say, Hasan, China has billionaires. I know, dude. I know they do. And you know what happens to those billionaires? Sometimes when the Chinese government doesn't like what they have to say about banking regulation, for example, Jack Ma happens. Okay? They come out, they deliver a speech, they talk about banking regulations being outdated in China, and then they disappear. They disappear. They're gone for a little bit. They go to the rural countryside for a little bit, only to return and be like, Mr. Philanthropy. I'm talking about Jack Ma, okay? So it's not a country that runs in the same ways that the United States of America and Western countries run. What is this? CI confirms that when it scanned Director Reckless phone for signal gate messages, they were gone. Nice. Don't particularly want that happening here. Wait, what? What do you mean you don't? What are you talking about? Are you a CEO? Are you a billionaire? You mean to tell me that, let's say America is China, okay? Elon Musk, greatly reliant on state subsidies, becomes a billionaire, comes out against taxes. Elon Musk gets disappeared overnight, comes back to sing the praises of taxes and government regulation. You don't want that here? What are you talking about? You're not a billionaire. You're not a fucking CEO. Why would you look at the system that they have designed over there and be like, well, one day I could be a billionaire, and when I do, I want to be able to control the government? Is that what you're saying? Nope, just a lib that wants billionaires to pay more? Yeah, okay. Well, good luck with that. Good luck. Good luck. It hasn't happened yet. And I don't think it'll ever happen. Why would it happen? In China, the billionaires and corporations are controlled by the government. In America, the billionaires and the corporations control the government. That's the difference. It's far from perfect, okay, the Chinese style, but I think they're demonstrably better than the way that we're doing business. They're so much better. They're so much better in terms of doing business that we consider it cheating. We literally consider what China is doing cheating. Everybody has state subsidies, but China has extra subsidies. And the extra subsidies, as a matter of fact, is considered cheating because they don't have the same profit-centered, they don't have the same profit interest that capitalist corporations do. We give subsidies to our corporations. They somehow turn back into, they somehow generate all that wealth and then turn it back into stock buybacks. They don't do that. If you were to do that, you'd go to fucking prison. There's never an instance where power concedes without demand and never without any sort of serious mechanism to claw back said power. It's just not going to happen. Say that again about corporations controlling the government with this meme on screen. Yeah. What is this good TikTok video on it?
They rob you blind and you thank them for it. That's a tragedy. That's a scam. That's why I'm saying this right now. Americans, you don't...
Bro, he looks too Chinese for me to believe him.
need a tariff. You need a revolution. For decades, your government and oligarchs ship your job to China. Not for diplomacy, not for peace, but to exploit cheap laborers. And in the process, they hollowed out your middle class, crushed your working class, and told you to be proud while they sold your future for profit. And yes, China made money, but we used it to build roads, leave millions out of poverty.
Yes, it's what you do with the money that matters. Why do we not have the same level of smoke for India? Why don't we have the same smoke for any of the other nations that are industrializing as well, that we use as a manufacturing hub?
Fund healthcare, raise living standard. We reinvest in our people. My family also benefit from it. What did your oligarchs do? They bought yachts, private jets, mansions with golf course driveways. They manipulate the market, dodge tax, and poured billions into endless wars. And you get stagnated wages, crippling healthcare cost, cheap dopamine, debt, and flagged wave property made in China while they pick your pocket. For 40 years, both China and the United States benefit from the trade, the manufacturing, but only one of us use that wealth to build. This isn't China's fault. This is yours. You let this happen. You let the oligarchs fit your lies while they made you fat, poor, and addicted. Now they blame China for mess they made.
You want to know something really funny about this? If America had a social democratic process, for example, and more significant controls over capital accumulation and distribution of profits in general, and that while our manufacturing base was wiped out, moved overseas to China, we actually focused on a collaborative relationship with China as it was able to develop itself, while simultaneously, instead of fucking, blowing up the rest of the fucking planet, instead of doing all that, we actually focused on developing ourselves and creating a system where it didn't matter where you actually worked, right? It didn't matter if you were a barista or a waiter, part of the service sector, or anything like that. You still had the opportunity to make an honest living, and the markets were stable. The housing market wasn't out of fucking control or anything like that. We wouldn't even have this kind of problem. We would still have capitalism. We would still have capital owners. We would still have billionaires and millionaires as well. Okay? But there wouldn't be this level of instability. There wouldn't be appetite for change. You would not have had a Donald Trump style figure win. The irony is that the endless greed is a suicidal ambition. The endless greed in this regard is the reason why we're in the position that we're in. It's also impossible to maintain social democracy of that sort. Obviously, look to Europe. No matter what, when there is this level of wealth and income inequality and people that stand to gain more, they will always try to create new profit sectors. The radicalization of normies from contact with regular Chinese people is accelerating. China's soft power is growing. Oh, for sure.
In the Chinese internet.
Oh, this is this is a fucking old video. I really like it though.
I don't think so. I don't think you need another tariff. You need to wake up.
That's ahistorical though. Capitalism never develops like that. If China maintains capitalism for long enough, it too will eventually be consumed by capital. Yes. I know. I know that. The only difference in this regard is that there's still a lot of power and a lot of control in the hands of the party that still abides by the wishes of the public and works to move in the direction of uplifting the public. And it becomes hard at times, and yet they still try to fix these issues. We don't have that interest at all. We do not. Capitalism has never, ever in a million years, ever put the interest of the people. If people's lives and living conditions improve, that's secondary. That just happens as a byproduct of technological expansion and things like that. It's never the main reason. It's never the main purpose. There is no singular life-changing technological improvement that's happened under capitalism through exclusively the private sector, where the benefits were not the profit motive or profit incentive was not the main purpose here, but instead was to genuinely uplift people's lives. There are examples of medical innovation or even innovations such as the internet, right? And those things are still a byproduct of heavily funded public, like things that happen as a direct consequence of publicly funded research. He says segue. Yeah.
You need to take your country back. I think you need a revolution. They rob you blind.
This is why I fucking say your enemy is not China, it's global capital. Just like how the Sacklers got your people hooked on opiates and your government slapped them on the wrist, now you all blame China for your addictions. You are 5% of the planet but consume 80% of all manufactured opioids, and somehow it's our fault. True. Netizens cooking.
You think you don't have master? Then why you are being a financial slave? The student loan, all the interest of your loan is crazy. It's illegal in China. You think you don't have master?
Yeah. I was thinking about the Sackler thing as well. Like Trump keeps talking about fentanyl and how it's like the Chinese that brought about fentanyl. And it's like, I didn't know the Sacklers were fucking Chinese, dog. I had no idea. I did not realize that the Sackler family was fucking Chinese, dude.
Extraordinary boom was the very opposite.
The U.S.-China trade war makes much more sense and is so much funnier if you've seen this Adam Curtis banger.
For the extraordinary boom was the very opposite. It happened because of a giant exercise of political power by an elite thousands of miles away on the other side of the world. The Asian countries, led by China, had decided that never again would they put themselves at the mercy of America and its financial elites, as had happened 2 years before. So the Chinese Politburo created a system to manage America. They deliberately held their currency's exchange rate at a low level. This meant that their exports were cheap, and Chinese goods flooded into America. And to pay for them, American dollars flooded into China. But instead of spending the money on their population, the Chinese leaders immediately lent the money back to America by buying government bonds. It was a perfect system of cheap goods and cheap money flowing into America, all controlled by the Chinese Politburo. And it was this that created the stability.
Become irreplaceable. This, I think, is one of the biggest differences between, if Israel looked to apartheid South Africa and learned the lessons of what not to do and become an impossible to shake force in American politics at the domestic level, so that your allegiance with the global hegemonic superpower never goes away, and you can continue doing death and destruction, genocide, apartheid, all that good stuff. China looked to the USSR and learned from the mistakes of the USSR and became a unavoidable, unshakable part of the global system. They became an irreplaceable force of manufacturing for American interests.
From it came an orgy of lending by the banks to the poorest and least creditworthy borrowers in the United States. It was a mirror image of what the West had done in East Asia in the 1990s. And just like that...
Yeah, I don't understand. Why is it that... wait, I'm confused why they bought bonds to put it back into America instead of investing in their own country. In the interim, they spent all of the dollars to buy back American debt. Japan also is still, I think, the single largest foreign debt owner of American debt. This is a way to ensure stability.
Then, out of it came a vast property bubble.
It keeps their currency low as opposed to the American dollar. That's one part of it. But then also, you become a debt holder of American debt. And makes it harder for America to undermine your position.
It is as if over $1 trillion has been recycled, wrote one economist, to a third world developing economy that exists within America's own borders.
Yeah, the Soviet Union was desperate for foreign currency as they needed to buy foreign goods, but on the other hand, they couldn't trade with the U.S. to get dollars like China can.
The Chinese money had led America into a dream world. But the reason that so few bankers and politicians questioned it was because of their faith in computers. They were convinced that it was the computer for the...
I don't think this is the whole... Another very relevant banger for all washed over by machines of loving grace.
There was something wrong. And in 1996, Greenspan made a speech that warned that the market might be overvalued, that a dangerous speculative bubble was being created.
Early December of 1996, Alan Greenspan warned that the U.S. stock market may be in a period of irrational exuberance. And you would have thought the world had come to an end. The politicians attacked him from the left, from the right. Main Street was upset with him. Wall Street was upset with him. And at that point, there was a very unfortunate turn of events because he knuckled under to political pressure. He changed his mind.
Greenspan decided he was wrong, that the computers were increasing productivity in ways that were so new his data couldn't see it. And he went to see President Clinton to tell him the good news. It really was a new economy. Greenspan described it to Clinton as like discovering a new planet. boom continued, and Time magazine described how a sense of lethargy and quietness came over the White House. It was as if the president didn't have anything to do.
Oh, God. Terrifying, Wes. Gross. What is this? Made in China by Chinese hip-hop group Higher Brothers really clarified that the West should throw in the towel and bow down to CPC. Oh, you American rappers make money, Q. We're Chinese, we make everything. There's a bunch of other funny TikToks that pertain to China that I want to get to after we're done with the American financial news sector trying to make sense of the senseless.
Right now, you're on the verge of when I was a little boy. We kept thinking, when are they going to bomb us? I mean, that was the same rhetoric. Well, when are they going to launch their nuclear weapons? I mean, that's why we used to live in fear. That's why we had cubby holes. That's why we used to put our heads in a cubby hole, because the
This guy's a trot, by the way.
Chinese were going to bomb us if the Russians didn't bomb us. This is the same sound.
Well, I mean, I think that the Chinese have shown that they are willing to negotiate, that they do eventually want to have some sort of meeting. But it's just that the rhetoric, I mean, you mentioned rhetoric coming out of China. The rhetoric from the Chinese perspective of the White House is not actually that helpful, because the way things are being set up is that President Trump is the kingmaker and that all these countries around the world are going over there and groveling and asking for deals. From the Chinese perspective, this cannot happen because for President Xi Jinping, it is so politically dangerous for him to be seen as crawling.
Jim Cramer, Trotsky believed that the workers should own the means of production. Not a bad idea. Hashtag Leon Trotsky. Hashtag you called it. It's not a joke. This is why Jim Cramer is Alex Press's favorite. Yeah. I keep Mao's pic to remind me of who the Chinese can be and Lenin's because people think I am related to him. Yeah. Anyway.
Over to the United States asking for a deal.
Eunice, thank you. Eunice, we'll talk again shortly, I'm quite sure.
Wishing a good morning to Vietnam. With a slew of waves from his plane, a hearty handshake to the waiting Vietnamese president on the tarmac, or to the crowds of children at a military parade in his honor. China's Xi Jinping kicked off a 2-day state visit to Vietnam. It's the first leg of his Southeast Asia tour.
I chose Vietnam as the first stop for my overseas visit this year. It shows that the Chinese government and the Communist Party greatly values China-Vietnam relations.
Western media loves to say that Xi is not responding because he needs to look strong. Sorry, but China is already strong. Xi isn't responding because no civilized nation should negotiate with terrorists. Top Xi is going to be really surprised when Xi does, as a matter of fact, indeed negotiate with terrorists. I'm telling you right now, maybe I'm wrong, but yes, of course, Xi Jinping is going to inevitably come back to Donald Trump and negotiate with terrorists, because it is not in the interest of China, at least in this term, in this period, to completely destabilize global trade and then even make China the hegemonic power or make yuan the global reserve currency. So I do think that he will go back and offer something to Trump to make Trump feel like he's won. But in the interim, I think these actions show the rest of the world how dangerously unstable America has become and how it can no longer be the global leader of trade and the global leader in general, the hegemonic superpower in general. And you can't do something like that overnight. You have to, it takes time. You have to show the rest of the world, I think.
And we learn.
You have to show the rest of the world, especially xenophobic Western leaders, you have to make them believe that they came to this conclusion on their own. And the best way to do that is by showing how unstable and dangerous America truly is in a moment of their weakness.
And I went for a master's degree in communism, and we learned these things. I took, no, I'm not kidding. I took 7 courses in communism. Lenin, when he came in 1917, felt that the bankers were making too much money. He confiscated all their wealth. The peasantry felt terrific about it. The peasantry reacted
Harvard
positively.
had 7 courses in communism when you were an undergrad?
And then I took several at City College. And, it traced out well, and the peasantry was rejoicing. And the bankers, many of them were killed. And there was a terrific surge of opinion that Lenin was a great man.
It didn't work out in the long run,
It didn't work out. Now, but it's very easy for me to come on. I could do that. I know that rap. I studied it. I know most of Lenin's speeches during the period, including What Is to Be Done, which I committed to memory in the first chapter. And it's really about stringing up guys like John Mack and then feeling great about it. And we studied it. It didn't work, okay? But it did happen, all right?
Yeah.
And it was really because the people on Main Street.
He was with Spartacus Youth at some point, never a member. That's what you want to, never a member, sure.
People on Main Street were doing very poor. As a matter of fact, the peasantry was doing really horrible. Of course, then Stalin annihilated the peasantry in the next act. But, look, we played it out. And if people want to do it, that's fine. It didn't work. And I'm not being facetious. I mean, that's what we did in the Soviet Union. I mean, that's what I studied, and that's what I thought at the time when I was in Callow Youth was a good idea.
Yeah.
Because I felt that the disparities, and the fact that I was living in my car at the time, and the fact that I had no money.
Yeah, who's a trot?
It seemed justified. But you know what? Justification of what someone makes and someone doesn't shouldn't rest on the idea that I was living in my car, drinking too heavily, had an axe next to me, and I had a shotgun. I mean, it's not like why should I be making policy? What we want to do is we want to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And the right thing is that if you really think that they're paid too high, then raise their taxes. Okay, maybe put a windfall taxes. I'm against this.
Yeah.
But the idea that because someone's poor, I was poor, and I studied what Trotsky had to say, which, by the way, he would be in favor of the workers owning the production. And I studied Lenin, and, I was very caught up in this notion that the peasantry should win. But, the peasant just didn't work.
Speaking of the peasantry winning, let's give them some trades. What do you think?
Peasantry, it's like a sack of potatoes. Do a little ankles work here. And I'm not talking about money ankles. All right, I'm being serious. Go read What Is to Be Done. He's got the handbook for all the people who are complaining. We can put it into place. We can. I wanted to. Yeah. I wanted to do for 10 years when I was poor. Yeah. Okay? It was a great satisfaction. All right.
You want to know what's ironic? He went through the motions as a self-interested man. And unironically, understandably, had class consciousness as first a worker and then class consciousness as a capital owner. Like, he is, in a way, genuinely smarter than the average American, like significantly smarter than the average American. He went as a worker, had class consciousness, and became a capital owner and still maintained the class consciousness. It's just you know, for the capital owning class now. That's it. No, he was never a Maoist like Van Jones. Van Jones is something different. Van Jones actually participated in radical action. Van Jones was straightforwardly a Maoist. That is very different than being a trot because you took courses in college and you thought, you know, permanent international revolution is going to happen or whatever. Yeah, Van Jones was a Vanguard Jones. Yeah. What is this? This is my favorite clip of someone studying Mao. Oh, gay Marxist Millie.
But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in uniform to be open-minded and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand. And I want to understand white rage. And I'm white. And I want to.
I love this clip, dude. Oh. Oh my God. It was so good. It's so fucking good. I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
Understand white rage, and I'm white. And I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that?
Yeah.
I want to find that out.
Yeah. Have you guys thought about a revolutionary thinker? His name is Jay Sakai. I want to understand. I want to understand what leads the white proletariat to engage in acts of white rage. How did this happen? I want to study it, examine it.
I want to maintain an open mind here, and I do want to analyze it. It's important that we understand that.
Is he the liberal Hitler Brace is talking about? Yeah, exactly.
Because our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, they come from the American people. So it is important that the leaders, now and in the future, do understand it. I've read Mao Zedong. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is wrong with understanding, having some situational understanding about the country for which we are here to defend?
You think Millie knows about settlers? 100%. Yes. He's not a fucking brute, dude. Yes. He read it wrong. No, this isn't fake. This is a real thing. Yes, this is real. It happened. He said it. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staffs on critical race theory. I've read Karl Marx. I've read Lenin. That doesn't make me a communist. So what is wrong with understanding the country which we are here to defend? He read the Red Book in Mandarin. He's a real one. Yeah, in the original. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, conservatives, of course, lost their fucking minds when he came out with that. They were like, this guy is gay. You know who's gay? A 4-star general, dude. Why is he gay? Because he reads, and he thinks it's important for the American military to also read.
While the tour was likely planned before U.S. President Donald...
I read his dissertation. It was studying the IRA, Cuba, etc., and revolutionary theory in general. That's what he wrote his dissertation on like revolutionary guerrilla warfare. His thesis was titled "A Critical Analysis of Revolutionary Guerrilla Organization in Theory and Practice to Destroy People's Liberation Movements, Not to Help Revolution." Yeah.
Donald Trump's tariff and trade war, analysts say it allows China to shore up alliances in the region, portraying itself as a stable ally while also diversifying export routes. Xi is calling on Vietnam to join him in resisting Trump's unilateralism and protectionism.
In the face of the current changing and turbulent international situation, China and Vietnam will adhere to peace and development and deepen
the people's uncle
friendly cooperation, which brings precious stability and certainty to the world.
While Donald Trump has kept 145% tariffs in place for certain Chinese goods, he has issued a temporary reprieve of tariffs to Vietnam, Malaysia and Cambodia, the three nations on Xi Jinping's tour. While these visits do send a strong political message of the importance of its neighbours to Beijing, there are also potential sticking points to these attempts to stand united. Security and territorial disputes remain a concern for smaller regional powers, as do fears of cheaper Chinese goods flooding their markets or Chinese supply chains being diverted through their nations to buy.
My firstborn username is Chiang Kai-shek Good? Fuck no, bro. What are you talking about? This is the Chinese century of prosperity. Get that nationalist garbage out of here, big dog. Name your son Mao. Okay? If you truly want Chinese prosperity to reign over you, okay? If you truly want to be awash in the bounty of Chinese prosperity, you better name your fucking child Mao. Or LeBron, but Mao is good. Oh my God, we will be servile like the Albanian, okay? You know how like in Kosovo, they fucking named their children Tony Blair, or Bill Clinton? That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be naming our children Mao Zedong or fucking Xi Jinping. That's what we're going to be doing. That's crazy. Mao Zedong? Yes. Thank you, CCP. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. Thank you, CCP. Workers' genocide. You are the peacekeeper. You are who we abide. This is it. It's CPC, get it right? True. I apologize. Helping small Kosovo.
Bypass tariffs. Yet Beijing has nonetheless seized on the occasion of Trump's trade war to try and shore up support.
美方有关人士的言论充满了意识形态偏见和冷战思维，是彻头彻尾的谎言和谬论。是谁将拉美和加勒比视为后院，大搞新门罗主义？是谁对拉美和加勒比国家的内政指手画脚？是谁高举关税的大棒胁迫拉美和加勒比国家？是谁在全球监听监控？是谁军事基地遍布西半球？是谁放任轻小武器
Who's letting small arms and light weapons and ammunition flow into Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace?
世人看得很清楚。
The world knows full well the answers to these questions.
中拉合作是南南合作。
China's cooperation with Latin America.
只有相互
Oops, sorry.
支持，没有地缘算计。合作
China's cooperation with Latin American and Caribbean countries is South-South cooperation.
只有相互支持。
It is always aimed at giving each other support and never driven by geopolitical calculations.
中方同拉美和加勒比国
China
家
is
交往
committed to equality and mutual benefit in engaging in these countries
平等相
and
待、互利共赢的原则。
never seeks sphere of influence or targets any third party.
也不针对任何第三方。美方反复
The U.S. keeps vilifying China and peddling the so-called China threat in order to cook up
中国威胁论，不过是想以之为借
a
口
pretext to justify their action to control countries in this region, yet they will never
注定
succeed.
不会得逞。
Welcome back. And joining me now is Ray Dalio, the founder of the world's largest hedge fund, Bridgewater Associates. He is also the author of the new book, How Countries Go Broke. It's out in June. Mr. Dalio, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Good to be here. Just call me Ray.
Okay. Well, Ray, I'll take you up on that. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your perspective. As I just said, you did found the world's largest.
This has 2 million views in one day. You know what's really funny? No, you're saying shilling this trash. I don't even know what he's going to say. But half the time, these neoliberal demons have more coherent analysis about how China is dominating us, partially because they played a formative role in designing the global trade structure that allowed China to become a manufacturing hub for the world. So it's weird. We're still listening to billionaires. No, listen to me. Listen to what I have to say. It's kind of like listening to fucking Larold Summers, okay? As opposed to the average podcaster that's like fucking churning out idiotic takes about China. These guys sometimes are literally correct, even if it's like a Benny Morris phenomenon where it's like they're correct on the basics, they're correct on the fundamentals, they're just incorrect on the direction that we should be heading towards because they obviously want to maintain American hegemony. It's like when Michael Bloomberg came out and was like, China is great. Do you guys not remember that? When Michael Bloomberg was running for president in the fucking Democratic primaries and straight up, like, he was just like, China's awesome. You guys are fucking stupid. China is great. It's next up. And everyone was like, what? What are you saying? You're running for president. You can't say those things. And he was like, I don't give a shit. I'm a fucking billionaire.
Hedge fund. You have been in this field for more than 50 years. It's worth pointing out to our viewers. I think it's important to note you can.
Your moot is shitting on the goat. What is he saying? J.D. Vance called universities the enemy. Sound familiar? Mao Zedong said the same before purging scholars and attacking universities in the 60s. The result, China stagnated for a decade. Bro, I think, you know what the irony is? We're doing the reverse, where it's like a cultural revolution, but instead of stamping out reactionary forces, it quite literally, and by the way, there's much criticism to be had towards that sort of thing anyway, but it quite literally is stamping out revolutionary forces so that the only attitude that remains is reactionary. It's quite literally at the behest of counter-revolutionary thought. It's like making dudes, it's like locking up dudes into a room and being like, you need to write 1,000 words every day about why you hate woke. You need to, Dear Chairman, I found myself thinking that trans people were human today. I apologize for this. I apologize for this action. I have engaged in, once again, woke revolutionary thought. I know that the war I wage is within myself and with the revolutionary forces all around us. Yeah, the great trip backwards. They're doing anti-woke struggle sessions, dude. America's describing something bad in America. Imagine communist China. Yeah. We're doing struggle sessions and writing self-crit, but the self-crit is about having woke opinions. Deng's first proclamation was to denounce the Cultural Revolution. It was a tragic event from the top down. American hatred for education seems to be from the bottom up. A lot of angry white men who couldn't cut it want to burn it down. Listen, I'm not going to say nothing, okay? Sometimes you got to stamp out reactionary forces, all right? That's all I'm saying. And maybe doing it in a decentralized structure is seemingly one method.
Consider yourself to be apolitical, and you say that the tariff problem is a symptom of a much greater problem. What do you mean by that?
There's a financial problem. There's an imbalance problem. There are basically 5 big forces through history that drive everything. First, there's the money, credit, debt, economic cycle, in which there's a building up of debt in a cyclical way that becomes too large, and we're going to have problems. We're going to have a government debt problem. Maybe we can get into this. The second big force through time is the internal conflict force. The left and the right, differences in wealth and values causing a conflict that we're seeing it changing our political order. So the first is changing our monetary order. The second is changing our political order internally. And then the third is the great world order. How countries...
Liberals will do anything but examine history and contemporary society through a materialist lens, through the lens of dialectical materialism. They will tell you the most insane stories, okay? They'll be like, oh, class, working class versus capital owning class. How about middle class? How about generational socio-political differences? Let's talk about generations, boomers, millennials, zoomers, that sort of thing. Like, it's fine, man. You can, just like a dietitian can base their diet off of calories in, calories out, you can have a whole bunch of different, the entire field of sociology is filled to the brim with adding stuff on top of what I'm referencing, as long as the fundamentals are still there. But these guys know it has to be spiritual. It has to be totally different, idealistic, spiritual. This is the things that drive history forward is debt ownership.
Deal with each other when there's a rising power challenging an existing power, and now we are going from multilateralism, which is largely an American world order type of thing, to a unilateral world order in which there's great conflict. And the other two factors all through history have been acts of nature, droughts, floods, and
multilateralism, but America controlling it, versus unilateralism, which is not America controlling it.
Pandemics. And number 4 is technology changing. And how they are coming together are the main forces behind this. For example, there can't be imbalances anymore in that environment.
Do you think that President Trump's tariffs are exacerbating what you are describing, this complicated mix of challenges that the world is facing?
I think it's just a function of how well they're handled. You know, it's a reality that it's a desire to bring in tax revenue from that. It's a reality that we would like to build manufacturing and jobs here. This is a reality. That's how that's done, whether that's done in a practical way, whether that's done in a stable way, whether that's done with quality negotiations.
I mean, a guy like Ray Dalio also should believe that Donald Trump is in the right here, because Donald Trump's mechanism for how we're magically going to build up a manufacturing base is relying on the good nature of capital owners. Like, God forbid we do this through a command economy, central planning, massive amounts of public investment, massive amounts of public control, nationalization of sectors. What the fuck is this? No more gift subs, only fights. Give us our citrusy rights. Why are you... Did the offliners organize to be fucking annoying? Is that what's going on in the midst of me trying to talk about this shit? Go back to your fucking Discord, offliners.
In which that's a mutual problem, or whether that's done in a chaotic and disruptive way that produces great conflict, makes all the difference in the world.
Based on what you're seeing right now, do you think that these tariffs are being carried out in a practical way or a chaotic way?
I think we'll see. So far, very disruptive. So far, very disruptive, right? And so we don't know what the numbers are. But that could be part of a process, right? It depends where we are at the end of the 90 days. Because what was put there is like throwing rocks into the production system. And those impacts would be enormous in terms of the efficiency of the whole world. Great cost.
I want to ask you about...
Wow. Yeah, 90 days is all it'll take to build factories, I think. Yeah.
Something that's on a lot of people's minds, your predictions for the future. And I want to start with the R word. I know you think this is just a piece of it. Of course, I'm talking about a recession. Do you think it is likely that the United States will dip into a recession because of President Trump's tariffs?
I think that right now we are at a decision-making point and very close to a recession. And I'm worried about something worse than a recession if this isn't handled well. A recession is 2 negative quarters of GDP, and whether it goes slightly there, we always have those things. We have something that's much more profound. We have a breaking down of the monetary order. We are going to change the monetary order because we cannot spend the amounts of money, so we have that problem. And when we talk about the dollar and we talk about tariffs, we have that. We are having profound changes in our domestic order, how ruling is existing, and we're having profound changes in the world order. Such times are very much like the 1930s. I've studied history, and this repeats over and over again. So if you take tariffs, if you take debt, if you take the rising power challenging the existing power, if you take those factors and look at the factors, those changes in the orders, the systems, are very, very disruptive. How that's handled could produce something that is much worse than a recession, or it could be handled well. Let's take the debt situation.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, very quickly, because I want to be very specific about what you mean. You're saying worse than recession. You're saying this is reminiscent of the 1930s. We should tell our viewers you correctly predicted the 2008 financial crisis. What is your prediction?
Dog, it's guys like him that directly contributed to the Great Depression. It's like a fucking robber baron talking about how, some, not me, but some forces in our current existing structure are definitely causing too much financial instability. Not me, though. I would never do that. That's someone else that's doing it. And of course, given my class position, I can't tell you exactly who's responsible. Not me. And also, I can't really tell you how we will get out of this. But if we will get out of this, we could get out of this in some ways that will hopefully be beneficial for not me, but other guys like me.
For where the country is headed right now.
Right now, we're at a juncture. Let's take the budget. If the budget deficit can be reduced to 3% of GDP, it will be about 7% if things are not changed. If it could be reduced to about 3% of GDP, and these trade deficits and so on are managed in the right way, this could all be managed very well. I believe that members of Congress...
How? What do you mean by managing trade deficits? Like, what's the goal? Let's say we already have pre-existing, we have things that we manufacture, we have things that we produce, okay? Beyond fintech and other services that we provide to the rest of the globe, we do have certain things that we can sell to every country, right? Poultry, meat, things of that nature. Is that how we do it? Is that what we're going to do? Is that what we're going to do here? We're just going to force other countries to buy our poultry, buy our meat, salmonella chicken for all?
Congress should take the pledge, what I call the 3% pledge, that in one way or another, that they will get that budget deficit down to that number. If they don't, we're going to have a supply-demand problem for debt, at the same time as we have these other problems. And the results of that will be worse than a normal recession.
So, and just to follow up on that point, worse than a recession, you're talking about the 1930s. What specifically are you warning of? Are you saying that it could be as bad as a depression? What's your biggest fear?
The D word.
The value of money. What is a storehold of wealth? That is a bond. In other words,
3% of U.S. GDP would be $912 billion. The government currently spends trillions per year. Good luck. Yeah, that's also the other side of this, where it's like, we really got to cut back. We got to do austerity for the poor. How about we do austerity for you? See, this is what I mean. You hear a billionaire. Okay, what's Ray Dalio's net worth? Let's see. Oh, look at that. 14 billion USD. Okay. See, this is the type of shit that would never happen in China. Imagine a Chinese billionaire being like, the Chinese population, the Communist Party of China is doing far too much for uplifting the working class. We have to tell the working class that a period of austerity is an absolute necessity. Not me, though. I'll be fine. But everybody else, you have to do austerity. We have to cut back on, I don't know, development projects. That fucking that fucking bridge that you built, that's like 8 times higher than the Golden Gate Bridge. Unnecessary. No need for that. Commerce can flow without that bridge. Why are we even building that? What do you think happens in that situation? He's disappeared overnight. Okay? He's disappeared overnight. His assets liquidated. His assets taken over, seized by the government. This guy's over here on MSNBC being like, the problems that people like myself caused, you know, we have to deal with that by doing what? Oh, cutting back on government expenditures. Where can we cut? Not on the military budget, of course. We would never be able to do that. That's crazy. That's what allows us to be the dominant global superpower. Where should we cut the budgets on? Social Security and Medicare. Pentagon budget cresting over $1 trillion without even discussing veterans benefits or law enforcement / intelligence costs. U.S. empire is exploding without even bother justifying it. Without ever bother.
One man's debt is another man's assets, bondholders. And so we're going to be in a situation where if that storehold of wealth is in jeopardy because there's too much supply and demand and so on, and we have a monetary inflation, we will have great disruptions. And that could be like the breakdown of the monetary system in 71. It could be like 2008. It's going to be very severe. I think it could be more severe than those if these other matters simultaneously occur. Imagine if we have a downturn politically and an international conflict.
What's worst case scenario that you're warning of? To be very specific, to be very
specific, the value of
You were
money.
so wrong about the reason why Jack Ma is banned. He's not even banned. What do you mean? He's around now.
Internal conflict that is not the normal democracy as we know it, and international conflict in a way that is highly disruptive to the world economy and could even be a military conflict, just as these breakdowns have occurred before. You know, we have a new order that began in 1945, a new monetary order and a new geopolitical order. And these go in cycles that can be measured. And I worry about the breakdown of that kind of an order, particularly since it doesn't need to happen, because there are certain things that could be done in which this is better, a better restructuring of these debts and actions taken.
So that takes me to my next question. You have this book, How Countries Go Broke, The Big Cycle. What is the solution here?
Well, there are a series of solutions, but let's take the most important.
And we have 1 minute.
1 minute. Okay. 3% of GDP, bring that deficit down. It can be done in a bipartisan way, the way it was done between 1991 and 98. I explained how that could be done, doing things together for the greater good. And
Dude, welfare reform. Dude, austerity. That's how we do it. Yeah, obviously, fuck the working poor. That's amazing. No, that's certainly going to fix the problem.
then internationally on all of these issues to use American strength, but to negotiate well, to lay out ways in which bad conflict and inefficient policies don't create great disruptions, but get us through this in an orderly way.
All right, Ray Dalio, thank you.
Yeah, for the greater good. If we melt the working poor for the greater good, it'll be good. Oh, he didn't even get that mad about China. I don't know why chatters are being so overprotective. I thought he was going to be way more critical of China somehow, to be like, yeah, it's the dang Chinese that stole from us or some shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was tiny, and it created a much larger dispute where every small business owning artist in my chat is now up in arms and wants to kill me because of my takes on IP that I have repeated a million times over. IP protections for small business owners that are artists themselves, artisans themselves. That is helpful, albeit marginally, for you. It's majorly helpful for big business owners. I was joking. Nobody believes that shit, right? No, everybody believes that. Yes, there are a lot of people who believe that in here. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yes, but just because something that enables my livelihood under capitalism happens to also be wielded by megacorps doesn't mean it's inherently flawed as a concept. It just means that capitalism and the massive wealth inequality and class system here is flawed. In a world where there was, in a world where all of your material needs were met, you would do this just for the sake of not money, but you would do what you're doing for the sake of credit. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be fairly compensated for their work. I think they should be. I do think, however, that IP in and of itself is another form of enclosures and unfortunately gets used and abused by big business for the most part, rather than used as a way for small artisans and artists to be able to defend their intellectual property. I'm much more understanding of IP or some kind of patent structure for something like art as opposed to tech and medicine and things of that nature. Why do people get so sensitive about your opinions, not a groundbreaking take? Because it feels like people that, like everything else that I say, feel as though I'm coming after them directly, individually, hurting them, hurting their business, hurting their livelihood. Every time we have an IP conversation, this comes up. And people get mad at me and say, dude, you just want me to die. No, you're being obtuse and not nuanced. That's a bad faith take from you, which is disappointing. Can you please read my actual question? You're not discussing the actual point. Why did SAG-AFTRA go on strike? Come on, dude. Shut up, cunt. You don't know shit. We live in capitalism. I understand socialist economic structure, but you can't change one without the other. Is that better? Shut up. I'm confused on your position in regards to individuals who make art or something for a client. You organize and work through a company who makes your merch with hired illustrators. I guess I'm just wondering what you say to those who may be apprehensive to this dialogue. Like, I get you, but it's a scary thought to think about, just having my shit stolen so easily. Hope this makes sense. What? I'm wondering what you have to say. What is the question? What is the... Let's be real. IP and copyright only exist to prevent Mickey Mouse porn. I like that every conversation inevitably has to devolve into this. When I clocked it ahead of time and literally said, I don't think China is stealing your fucking, deviant art submissions. But everyone immediately goes back to, no, China is stealing my deviant art submissions. This is how big businesses get to tell Americans that China is stealing your IP, and then they fucking get mad. Everybody gets mad and thinks, oh, IP theft, it's unacceptable. Ironically enough. You are a yapper, not an artist. You will never understand how most artists feel about their own shit. It is an emotional topic for a lot of people, but then again, we're talking about China bootlegging our washing machine and microwave, which is a completely different subject. I don't know how the corpos did it, but they very successfully got Zoomers to love copyright and hate piracy compared to millennials. Yeah, I literally, I am a firm believer in the Gaben, Marxist-Leninist Gabenist thinking, okay? In terms of piracy being a service problem, I fully agree with it. When I was growing up in Turkey, I would have never been able to play these video games if it wasn't for piracy. So it's going to be very difficult to convince me that piracy is bad. It allows so many people to experience the same joys that other people experience as a direct consequence of being able to get it by stealing it. So it's great. I think what a lot of you guys get mad about is corporations doing that, like big businesses doing that, stealing from artists. Game piracy is tough nowadays. I don't even know, because I have no need for it, because I have money and I live in America. You know? Main issue with no IP in USA, you get large corporations vacuuming up all the content and profiting off of it. I mean, the irony is that they do that already. They do that all the fucking time. It's really fucked up. Didn't you have an issue with HasanAbi Archive like a couple days ago? Yes, because they're a fucking bot account and they literally engage in false DMCAs of other fucking free HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex accounts. That's my issue. It's literally a fucking AI bot account. I don't give a shit that it exists if it just like was any other content creator. How do you not know this? Use your brain, please. Yes, I hate evil robots. That's exactly what my smoke is here. Anyway, this is all I got for today. I have another obligation tonight. Tell you all about it tomorrow. But I'm tired as well. I love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming.